com. You can find this and all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. We'd love to hear from you. Also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Very special thank you to our guest, Lance Eisen of Normie. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Hello there, my name is Robert Pettyjohn, coming from you to beautiful downtown Wake Forest, North Carolina. My daddy said years ago that we are known by the company we keep. And I'm very thankful that 45 years ago, I was able to keep company with this young lady here beside me, Karen, out of Easley, South Carolina, and what a difference that has surely made in my life over the years. We're also very thankful that 35 years ago, the Lord let us start Pettyjohn's Cleaning and Restoration here in North Carolina in Wake Forest. We're very thankful for that because over the years, Karen, we have now got almost 7,000 customers. Isn't that incredible?
That's wild. That's great.
My goodness, that's just amazing. And the reason for that is, and we started out cleaning carpets and upholstery and water damage restoration and all that because we were doing this for the health of our precious customers. Fortunately, we had the ability to sit under Dr. Michael Berry at the Research Triangle Institute there not too far away from us. And he impressed upon us the importance of cleaning for health, not just to preserve your investment or not just for appearance. And thankfully now we are cleaning Oriental rugs and have been for the last 35 almost years now. And we have the finest Oriental rug washing plant in the state of North Carolina, almost in the southeast, I'm sure of that. And we've got that reputation because we have kept good company. One of the companies we've kept with is an organization called the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, also known as Normie. This group is a perfect fit for us and for anybody that cleans for health because of the importance that they stress on us doing every single thing to improve the indoor air quality of our precious customers. As a result, I've kind of branched off and become an indoor air quality assessor and teach mold remediation and assessing throughout the Southeast, and I'm very, very thankful for that. But the reason that's important to us is because of the fact that we're keeping good company. Normie is a good company to keep. And I'm thankful to be associated with them, as I'm sure they're thankful to be associated with Pettyjohn's. We clean for health.
Hi, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R and The Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Today, this is episode 13, lucky 13. We have a guest today who's no stranger to the experience. He's been a leader at this event in our industry for a long time. He's a husband, he's a father, a leader, he's a marketer, a cleaning expert, a salesman, a spokesman, an avid photographer, a bear and wildlife aficionado. We'll talk about that in a little bit for sure. Okay. He is a proud Colorado Buffalo. He is a veteran of the experience. And he's the vice president of marketing of HydroMaster. Of course, it's Mr. Doyle Bloss. Welcome, Doyle.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that introduction. I looked at some of the previous people that you guys signed up for this series of podcasts, and it's fun because they're a lot of fun people. But I also feel honored just to be mentioned in the same sentence as some of these folks, because they've all given a lot for the industry and to help build a unique experience as it goes, a unique opportunity for the entire industry to come together at an event. And it's exciting to be a part of that because there was a time when the industry couldn't get together nationally. It just wasn't possible. There were too many organizations in too many places. So we'll talk more about that later. Yes, I am a proud Colorado
Yes,
Buffalo.
indeed.
And for those of you who don't like Coach Prime, I just have this to tell you. I indoctrinated both my sons into the Colorado Buffaloes. Neither one of them ended up going to school there, but they both live and bleed the Colorado Buffaloes like I do. And they're both in their 20s and they've never seen anything. We've been lousy their entire lives. So we're hopeful Coach Prime gets us where we want to go. So we're excited about that. And yeah, I am a Colorado native. Went to school at the University of Colorado, and my heart's in Colorado. But if you haven't looked there lately, the prices are in Colorado are about equal to the West Coast. So it's not a cheap place to live anymore.
No, that's a lot. And actually, that first answer was wonderful, Doyle, because I was going to say, thank you for saying the nice things about this podcast. The real secret is, yeah, they're great people I've been having on, but this is my first time doing this. So I'm looking at my favorite personalities in the industry. So I could just sit here and smile and let you do all the work. And it's working so far.
Good.
So, yeah, we almost moved to Colorado, actually. We're down in Naples, Florida now. About 15 years, about 10 years ago, we realized we didn't have to sit through the crappy Ohio winters anymore. And because the snow there is different, you know it. You get a foot of snow in an hour and then it's sunny for 3 days. And it's just beautiful. We have another event we run there. I go every year. I'm really flattered. I just love being there with the clear air.
Yeah, and people make fun. People keep asking me, "Why did you move to a little town in Kansas?" And last week I was back in Everett at HydroMaster with our sales team and our production team, and we were having a bunch of meetings. And it took me about 10 minutes in the rental car on I-5 to remember why I like living in a small town in Kansas. So
Yeah.
the lack of we have one red light in our town, and it starts flashing yellow at 6 p.m. every night. So that's the kind of traffic I have to put up with.
Oh, that's nice. That's I'm very jealous, actually. That is nice, especially as we're not 25 anymore and we roll along. It's
Exactly.
calm us down.
Yeah,
Now as most people know, or for the two people who don't know, you've been in the industry forever, and actually your family has been in the industry forever. Tell me a little bit about how Ralph got started. Your dad and he's founded Steamway at age 60. Is that correct?
Well, he bought Steamway at age 60. He actually worked for the company for years before that. We lived in Illinois, and that's why I still root for the Cubbies. But we moved from Illinois back to Colorado. We couldn't wait to get back to Colorado, and he went to work for a gentleman named Clark Seedloom, who had started. Clark was one of the original pioneers in the industry. And when I throw out some of these names, the people under 40 are going to roll their eyes and go, "Who's that?" But I have written a lot of history stuff about the industry because I do think we owe a lot to those original pioneers in the industry that started companies. And I'll tell you a little story about that because I actually started. My dad went to work for Steamway, so when I was a teenager, I got an old Steamway portable. Those of you who've been around a long time remember the old Steamway 400. Portable is kind of an oxymoron. They weighed 168 pounds, but I was 15 years old, and a friend of mine and I decided we were going to start cleaning carpets. And my mother drove us to our first jobs in a cherry red 1972 Ford station wagon.
Yep.
But we discovered real quick that there was a lot more money in cleaning carpets than there was in flipping burgers at McDonald's or whatever else teenagers did in those days. So we started a carpet cleaning business, and I've heard a lot of the great stories about how people originally got in the industry, but one of the ones that I like to tell is I've been cleaning carpets for about a year, and we got a job to clean my dentist's office, and it was a 3-story building. So my friend and I that were running a carpet cleaning business, we figured if we could clean the carpets in a 3-story building, we could probably retire after that. I mean, this job, the numbers were so big, and it's probably a $2,000 job, but we thought this was it. And so we started cleaning the carpet. And of course, it's in the middle of the night when they're closed. And about 2 hours after we started, we were so proud of the route, the how fast we were going and how clean, how good the carpet looked. But we looked back over the carpet, and there weren't ripples in the carpet. There were waves. And I'm talking about knee-high waves in the
Right.
carpet. And back then, there wasn't ICRC schools. There certainly wasn't the internet. There wasn't people you could call to learn, what's happening and what should you do. The only person that I knew that I could call for help was my dad.
Hmm.
And, my dad had a reputation of being this very kind soul. I have to tell you, he wasn't very kind that night because I couldn't get him to quit laughing because I really thought my life was over. I envisioned that I was going to be indebted to the owner of this building for the rest of my life, trying to buy them new carpet. And finally, in between my dad's chuckles, he finally spit out, let it dry, it'll go back down. And he was right. Of course it did, and it looked good. And nobody but my friend and I that were cleaning it ever even knew that happened. But for a while, I really did think my life was open. And I know a lot of
Yeah.
my friends that were back in the industry in the 70s cleaning carpets can relate to that story because there was just a lot of stuff going on then in terms of the backings and the types of carpet fibers and just a general lack of knowledge. You know, a lot of it was trial and error. That's kind of what you did sometimes is you tried it and hoped that it went well. So we enjoyed that, but I ended up going off to college. I was going to be a CPA. That was my big goal, and so I went to the University of Colorado. But right when I graduated, my dad finally had the opportunity to buy Steamway from the original owner, and he was 60 years old at the time. So the bank asked him, you know how banks are, even to this day. They were polite about it, but they kind of said, you're getting up there in years, and uh, you could kick off at any time. So could you get somebody to co-sign this loan? So he said, well, my son just recently graduated from the University of Colorado. He's going to be a CPA. And they said, okay, we'll take him. So I ended up co-signing the loan with my dad to buy the company. And I went back off to college because I was going to get a master's degree.
Hmm.
And my dad would call me about every 2 weeks and say, son, I love you. And I'm glad you're out there having fun. At this time, I was only 3. And he said, but I'm old and senile, and your name's on this loan too. I sure would appreciate it if you'd come back here and help me run this place.
Ah.
And by that time, my little brother had gotten involved, and my mom had gotten involved. So it had already become a family business. And so I thought about it, and I said, Dad, I really like it here. And he said, okay. So he would make that call about every month, and I'm old and senile. And that's funny because he was 60 years old at the time and he worked every day he was alive until he passed away at the age of 79 at Steamway. So it wasn't like he was on the edge of losing it. He enjoyed this industry in a way that I don't think a lot of people can understand back then. And and the things that he loved about the industry, I tell people that's the things I love. There's no other industry that I know of. I'm sure there are, but I don't know about it, where a husband and wife can decide to start a cleaning business and basically pull themselves up by their bootstraps, not have a lot of money. And 5 years later, they're not only making a good living for themselves, they've got 2 or 3 employees that they're making a good living for. That's why I love this business. In spite of ourselves, we can be successful at it. And the 70s and 80s proved that because there was nobody teaching anything back then. But early on, when I finally acquiesced and went to work for my dad, and the first thing he did was sit me down at a class taught by Matt Clark, who was a business operator, and he taught business management, and the Stop franchise is eventually where he ended up, and I met people like Ron Toney and Jeff Bishop and so many of the early pioneers of education in our industry, and that's caught my attention. I mean, I loved working with those guys. And so from day one in the industry, I was really involved in the educational side. And that was a big part of what Steamway did back in the day. And so it wasn't just making equipment and talking to people about truck mounts. Um, another thing that I enjoy about the industry is that everything kind of stays in the same pattern. Back then, the big argument was about portables versus truck mounts. Do you really need a truck mounts? Now we talk about low moisture versus truck mounts. And obviously, there's a place for everything. There is. But there's nothing like a fire breathing truck mount. There's just nothing. And people who try and explain them away just don't understand the science of cleaning. So obviously, I've spent my entire life involved in the supply side of the business. In 2003, after we had sold the business, when you buy this, Mike, when you buy a family business, it's very difficult to make your own way. And one of the things that I decided to do was my brother had left for Hawaii to become a realtor. We don't even talk about him anymore. He's the black sheep of the family living in Hawaii. So seriously, he's doing great over there.
I'll bet.
Yeah, it's a tough life, but somebody's got to live there. But I just decided that it was after my father had passed away, and the new owner really needed to make his mark on the company. And I decided I was presented with an opportunity by the Hanks brothers to go out to work at what was known at the time as Hydroforce or Bridgepoint. Today we know it as a Ramsco. Or in Salt Lake City, and it was a big change. I mean, I've been in a family business for 20 years, and I at the time I left Steamway, I was the president of the company, and I went to work for them out there, and absolutely loved what they were doing with that company. They were also involved deeply in education and training, and the idea that they were building this network of distributors across the United States that could get supplies into the hands of cleaning and restoration professionals. I still laugh when I read on some of the forums about people complaining, well, my nearest distributor is 3 hours away. And well, there was a time when your nearest distributor was like 5 states away. So
yeah, move to Montana. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, Montana's, and yeah, we used to give a hard time to our distributor in Montana because he was selling so many truck mounts. We were convinced that he must be getting elk and bighorn sheep to go into the cleaning business. So then I spent about 10 years there and was presented with an opportunity to go to work with Hydromaster. I'd always admired Hydromaster. When I was working at Steamway, they were a direct competitor, but Mike Palmer and Steve Brandt and the guys who built Hydromaster were friends of mine. And I, working at Bridgepoint, we were a big vendor. We were a big distributor for them, a big customer of theirs. So I went to work for Hydromaster and have been there ever since through a lot of different changes and ownerships and general managers. But one thing that's stayed true is the value of the cleaning equipment that the company manufactures, and it's been a fun ride. But like people ask me all the time, have you ever thought about leaving the industry? And sure, I mean, I've been presented with opportunities to leave the industry and go into training or public speaking and things like that. But I just love the fact that our business still represents such a great opportunity for people to grow a business and make something that is bigger than they ever imagined they could have. And that's, I think, one of the great joys about the Experience Convention is the ability of everyone to come together and celebrate what is a fantastic industry. So that's kind of like the quick history of what Doyle's been up to. And I'm on the tail end. Barry Costa and I were standing at the Experience Convention a couple of years ago. And one of the things that I always loved that Larry did was recognizing people from the industry who passed away. And he kind of had an in memoriam thing with pictures and a little bit about their story. And obviously, 100 words don't do the justice to the life of anyone, much less some of the pioneers in our industry. But I looked at Barry and I said, the problem, these people on the in memoriam board now are not our mentors.
Yeah.
they're our peers. So that's, I think, when I first recognized, and that's one of the things before I ever retire, I'm hopeful that younger leadership steps up. And I think some of them have. Lisa Wagner may not consider herself to be younger than me, but she is, and she's and she's a big part of what the Experience Convention does, and Mark Kennedy and some of those folks. And I think, the leadership is evolving that will take this industry into the next century. And if you look at the amount of change that's happened just in my 40-year career, imagine what this industry is going to look like in 2060, 2070, and what it might be doing. And so it's exciting to see that. You mentioned photography. Yes. I do, when I'm not working in the carpet cleaning business or in the restoration business, I do love to do wildlife photography. I try to go to Yellowstone or Grand Teton or Rocky Mountain National Park at least once a year. I love to photograph grizzly bears. I guess the best story I can tell about that was the first time that I was ever within range of the grizzly bear. It was about 75 yards away from us, and you're supposed to be 100 yards.
Right.
And but I had my two sons with me, and my youngest son, Josh, was about 6 or 7 at the time. And I looked at him, I said, "So, Josh, are you scared of this bear?" And he said, "No, Dad, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you."
That's right.
So
that's right.
He quickly understood what we were doing, but to see wildlife in their natural habitat and photograph them, there's just nothing that I enjoy more. It's a grand opportunity, and obviously it's changed a lot. People ask me about it that are going to Yellowstone or going to Grand Teton. 30 years ago, to see a grizzly bear, it was a rare thing. You were lucky enough to see one. Now it's fairly common. The grizzly bear population is growing. Any of our friends up in Montana can tell you that, because it's expanding into neighborhoods and places where they traditionally were but haven't been in 150 years. But it's just a bighorn sheep, elk, deer. If they've got antlers or horns, I like to take pictures of them. And so I spend as much time as I can doing that, and it's just for fun. My nephew is a professional photographer, and he went on several trips to Yellowstone with me. And my brother asked me to take him out there because I asked him. He knew what all this camera gear was, and we were standing in a fox den where there was a fox with 4 brand new kits that had just been born. And I asked him to add up the amount of money that was in the photography equipment. And he said about $700,000 is what he came up with, was standing there by us. And I said, just remember that photography is a great thing to go into, but it's a very competitive business. So he's actually ended up being a very successful photographer, but he lives in Kauai, so he's got plenty of opportunities to take pictures of beautiful things. So that's what I like to do when I'm not doing things. I'm involved in church activities. I love to do that. My faith's a big part of my life and always has been. So I enjoy this industry and I enjoy the experience. So let's talk more about that.
Well, I want to go real quick because you said some great things. I want to ask you some quick questions about first. It's the 13th one we've done. Everybody, we drift into why did you get into the 2 answers. Well, number 1, we want to help people, which is true. And what you said is that it's an easy way to start the American dream. It's an easy way to start a business and get started. And I think both of those whys are wonderful and make you more excited to get involved in this, in my opinion. Because everybody has the same thoughts. We're helping people out at their darkest hour, and we can start a business. And anyway, also,
when you're in business for yourself and a challenge comes up,
right?
Sometimes you honestly think, I must be the only person this has ever happened to. This is
right.
There are some bizarre things that happen, but you know what? Over the years, I've learned if it happened to you, it's probably happened to somebody else, and somebody out there, maybe through trial and error, maybe through the education they got, they figured out a way to fix it.
And as you mentioned before, I mean, we have some. I've been on my soapbox all year about getting our great leaders to mentor the next generation coming up, and I always have to explain that I have an AARP card too. I'm not saying go away. I'm saying you're the stars of this industry, begging you to help these kids find the way because they're excited to come in, and I think that's great. Did you think your dad saw something in you? I mean, I know he tried to kind of trick you into signing that loan, as dads do. But do you think he saw something with this way to get you? Because now, you know what? I'm happy he's gonna be an accountant, but I know he could be great at this. Or am
Yeah, I do. I think he thought I was way too dynamic of a person and liked things, liked people too much to be a CPA. You
right?
know, if you think about it, you know, and obviously there's lots of wonderful people who are CPAs, but it's a desk job. It's behind the scenes. It's back in the corner counting numbers and doing things. And you know, I have a friend who went on to be a very successful partner at KPMG and has a wonderful wife and daughter um, and is super successful. That, you know, he and I grew up together. We both went to school together to be CPAs. But yeah, I do. I think my dad thought, you know, he's a people person like I am, and he needs to be out with people. I don't have any doubt about it.
You and your dad were huge and are huge parts of the experience events. And by the way, it's a good time to mention the next event is coming up April 3rd through the 5th in Chattanooga at the Chattanooga Convention Center. You
That's
can
right. And everybody has to sing "Pardon Me, Roy" is at the Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Chattanooga Choo Choos are involved, and Sean Bission is already working on he's a train guy, as you know. He's working on some choo choo
Yes.
based fun.
And listen, let me tell you a couple things about
Yeah.
Chattanooga. Number one, the train itself, where they have the Chattanooga Choo Choo, is an awesome place. It's fun. And people don't understand Chattanooga is a great place to go. I've traveled the whole world, and I think the best aquarium I've ever been to is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So if you love sea wildlife, they have just an awesome aquarium.
Perfect. What now? One of the things we know, our friends at Clean Facts event originally started the Ralph Bloss Award, the humanitarian award. What was the origin of that? I mean, obviously it's because he was such a legend in the industry.
Well, I'll tell you, it was the brainchild of a gentleman named Evan Kessler, who
Yep.
was the publisher at the time of ICS magazine, which was a BNP meeting.
And R&R. So he was
Yep.
our original
Yeah,
creator of this
he was
magazine.
the editor at the time.
Right.
And he's still very good friends with our family. And as a matter of fact, just recently announced he's retiring because of some health issues. And you know, Evan was another pioneer in our industry, and his original boss, Howard Olansky. I've talked about both of them in my history blog that I have. But Evan went to my dad's funeral, and everybody that was from the industry knew about my dad's contributions inside the industry. But I think the thing that struck him is that there were 18 pastors at my dad's funeral, head pastors of churches.
Wow.
And one of the things that my dad did in his life was pastor to pastors. And what I mean by that, if you think about it, if the preacher of your church or your synagogue or whatever faith you might be, if the bishop, or whoever it might be that is assigned to, you know, tender to the flock, who tenders to them? Because they're just people. And that was one of the things that my dad loved to do, was to encourage and counsel pastors. And then the other thing that I think struck Evan at the time was all the different charitable events and things that my dad was involved in that he knew nothing about. You know, he felt like I thought I knew this guy. And the church camp that I went to when I was a kid in Colorado had just named a cabin, and because of all his contributions to that church camp. And what it really came down to is that my dad got involved anywhere, anything. He got involved, and he did something about it. And so that kind of birthed the idea that there was a lot of people in our industry that do humanitarian efforts. Some of them are well known, some of them you've never heard of. Some of their humanitarian efforts are well known, and some you don't know anything about until somebody tells you about them. You know, one of the definitions of humanitarian is somebody who does something without recognition. And there's literally thousands of people in our industry who mentor and serve their communities in a way that most of us never know about. You know, I read about a carpet cleaner in the United Kingdom who 2 weeks ago went to a job site where he was cleaning for a 93-year-old woman that was dying of leukemia.
Mhm.
And he just said at the end of the job, he couldn't possibly bring himself to charge that way. And that's the kind of industry, right? People who care. And
Mhm.
that's kind of what birthed that award is that just that it recognizes people. Sometimes you've heard of them and sometimes you have no idea who they are. And last year's winner, Jorge, is just he's one of the best human beings you could ever meet. And I didn't know Jorge, so he won
Mhm.
the award. A lot of my friends knew him, but I didn't know him. And after meeting him, I'm like, wow, this is one impressive individual. And that's what's been the funnest thing about the award is the people who vote on it, the people who vote on the winners. It's not political. It's not out to recognize the biggest supplier, although some of the biggest people from the biggest suppliers have won. It's voted on by the past winners.
Right.
So it's like, and now we're up, 20 something winners. So it's always an impassioned thing. They take this, the men and women on that committee take that award so seriously. You can't imagine how serious they are about it. And they take it and every year the vote is close because we always get two or three candidates that just stand out. And it's always very close. It's not like, that one person runs away with it. There's always two or three very, very worthy recipients. And there's literally 50 or 60 people that have been nominated over the years that have never won it. And
Mhm.
their nomination gets voted and they may never win, but they're just superhuman beings. They're just the things they do for their community and the industry itself, but mainly their community on this award are just outstanding. So I really appreciate BNP Media and the experience. Larry and Clean Facts carried it on, and I'm very appreciative of it because there's plenty of awards that recognize people who achieve things in our industry inside the industry. But sometimes we need to step back and go, there is life outside of cleaning and restoration
Yeah.
and recognize people who are just doggone good people. That's what it comes down to.
Just again, doing these 12 little interviews, I've learned everybody's got such a great, you peel the onion back. They're good people. Like what you just explained, Lisa Lavender owned an Arena Football League team. Lisa Kennedy wanted to go to school to study Russian studies when the USSR crumbled. It's like all these interesting things. And I'd imagine it's not just the 12 people I talked to, it's an industry-wide phenomenon. The Ralph Bloss Humanitarian Award is such a big deal at our event every year, and I'm so glad that we're still doing it. And what is what's the first time you went to the experience? Do
Well,
you
that's a
remember?
great question, Mike. The truth is that if you go back in time before the connections and then what became the Experience Convention, there were 13 different trade associations, regional trade associations around the country that held their own events. And I feel fortunate that when I was traveling young in my career, I did get to go to a lot of those events because I've met people at MSPCA and NEIRC and SCRT and CFI and CCI&W and PRCA, and I could go on with the alphabet soup, but the people that I met, just tremendous people. But the truth is that their events were local. And at the time, every manufacturer, there weren't a lot, the restoration industry wasn't nearly as developed then as it is now. Now if you have a restoration event, you've got consultants, you've got software, you've got all kinds of detection equipment, computer, you name it that has an interest in our industry. Back then it was people who made air movers and dehumidifiers and people who made truck mounts and portables and chemicals. And that's really all there was. And so you'd go to these regional events and, there might be 150 people there. I always tell my favorite story is my dad went to a trade show in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, if I'm going to plan a trade show, Tulsa, Oklahoma is destination that I would think of. But actually, I'm kidding it. But I love Tulsa. I live near Tulsa.
Right, I understood.
Yeah, I don't want to insult all my friends in Tulsa, but I think they would admit that nobody goes to Tulsa on vacation. But there were 54 exhibitors, and the attendance was 27. 27 people came to the show.
Mm.
My dad, the ever optimistic, I said, so how do you, oh, it's great. It's fantastic. We've made lots of good connections. That was my thought. There was never an event that where we didn't meet somebody who was going to be an integral part of the future of our company. And that was his optimism. That was always the way he looked at it. But as you can tell, those events were expensive for the vendors.
Mhm.
They weren't well attended. Generally, you were talking to people who, you know, you and I talked about this, Mike. You know, who do I want to meet at a trade show? I want to meet, see all my friends. I want to see all my customers. But to make it financially beneficial, I need to meet some people I've never met before who are newer to the industry and they haven't been in it 25 years and
Right.
they've been using this brand of truck mount since the beginning and they're happy with it. I need to meet some new people. And so all you met were the same, the same friends. But the bigger part of it was that because there were so many small regional events, there was never an opportunity for the industry to get together as one group. And so all the trade associations came together and Larry Cooper birthed the idea of, at the time it was called Connections. And it started, I remember I've been to every single experience event except one since its inception. And it started out, it wasn't a great success at the beginning, but it wasn't a flop either. It went really well because the industry was clamoring for a national event. And obviously, over the years, it became immediately obvious that in spite of what some of us think of Las Vegas, that is the place to go. That's where people go.
Yeah.
But
I feel exactly the same way, by the way. Go ahead.
I like to tell the story. The first time my wife went there with me, driving out of town, and she kept turning around as we were driving away from Las Vegas. And I said, honey, what are you doing? She says, I'm looking for the pillar of salt shaped as Lot's wife.
That's
Now, some of you will get that joke, and some of you have no idea what that means. But anyway, that's Las Vegas. But it's obviously a destination. There's so much to do there. But also that there have been many other successful East Coast events. You and I were talking about Clearwater Beach and what a great place that was. And that outgrew the facility that the event was in. I think everybody gets, why'd they ever move it from that? Because it couldn't hold it anymore.
We got too big.
It got big. So the first events, were fairly successful, but as you know, this industry is full of organizations, and I don't mean this to sound bad. It's not. They have an agenda that has to do with them, and so there were some groups that never did join the experience. Some trade associations, some franchises, obviously, that never joined the experience, but it became the go-to national event, and it really did. And I know that, every year, and especially Mike, now that you're the person running the show, you're going to hear from people who are disappointed in this and disappointed in that. It's nothing but, you'll hear complaints. But let me tell you, if you haven't been around a while, you don't have the ability to learn from history. And the industry needs a single go-to national event that everyone is welcome. Doesn't mean that they need to stop their event, but there's certainly nothing wrong with coming to this event. Mm-hmm. And it needs that. And as over the last few years, as you know, that the restoration industry has taken on a life of its own, and there's a lot of events because of the importance of restoration, first response and things like that. As some of these bigger hurricanes hit and literally people lost their lives in their homes and all that, the government got involved in everything else. But I encourage people, the experience event is the industry event. It's the go-to industry event where everyone is welcome. Anybody can attend, anybody can exhibit. Unfortunately, Mike, you even let my competitors in. I don't know why, but you do. And it's a place that you can be at. And, the truth is, some of the manufacturers have backed away from the trade. And you and I know why. It's very expensive. It's very expensive to put on a trade show. If people had any idea how much you had to pay for that room a day.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah. And if they knew that, what dryage costs and all the things that the exhibitors have to pay to get in there, but in the end, it's worth it. It's worth it because it's the industry coming together. And the truth is, you need the exhibitors, you need the new equipment or the new software or the new, consultant or whatever it is. You need those because that's what attracts people to come. But the biggest part of the event is sitting there talking to each other in the 10 minutes before the speech starts. And I don't think people understand how fun it is to be amongst peers who are there to help you grow. And that's, I'm here to learn. Here's what I've tried. It worked. This didn't. That's the best part of the experience, is the ability to learn from your peers. And the truth is, over the years with the trade shows, I think people miss, because carpet cleaning can be so competitive.
Mhm.
People think that everybody's like that. Some of my best friends work for competitors. I enjoy getting to see them and catch up with them, to find out how their families do it and all that. The exhibitors in this, and it hasn't always been this way, but the exhibitors in this industry are friends with each other, and they enjoy getting together. And the truth is, we'd rather talk to end users, but if we get a chance to talk to each other, that's great too, and catch up. And so the experience is the go-to industry event, and it grew out of a need for the industry to have a single go-to place that anybody was welcome at. And it's a great opportunity to learn, a great opportunity to network. And the truth is, have some fun. I mean, if you like Vegas, you'll have fun in Vegas. If you don't like Vegas, listen, if I can find things to do in Vegas, anybody can. I don't like 90% of Vegas, but there are things there that I had no idea how talented Donnie and Marie Osmond, as an example. So there you go.
You're still going strong.
That's one of the best shows I've ever been to.
Well, I got to pull us in though. Before we go to Vegas, we got to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee.
That's right. So let's focus on Chattanooga, because the East Coast event has always been smaller.
Yeah.
And depending on where it's been, in Atlanta, it's been in Florida, it was in Cincinnati a couple of years back. Depending on where it's at, the audience kind of changes. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's actually can be a good thing, because it's different people every year for you to meet. But the upcoming event in Chattanooga, the lineup that you guys put together every year is just phenomenal. And I know that there's some people out there who bellyache about the influence that this organization or that company has on the event, and this speaker and that speaker. But some of the smartest people I know work for my competition, and they have things that they can teach you to help your business with. So the fact that they don't work for HydroMaster doesn't mean that they don't have value. It means that they do. There's a lot of value in what they have to say. So the people that are there, and you've been interviewed, the Barry Costas and the Sean Baseos and Lisa Wagner's and Mark Kennedy's and on, and Chuck Viola, you've got this. Chuck and I think we're the first two people in the industry who actually taught somebody, how to do cost analysis. And he's made a business out of it, and it just does a tremendous job. It's great. And on and on and on. I can't name everybody, but the show that you put together in Chattanooga is one that people would be crazy if they didn't consider going, especially if they're in the eastern half of the United States and they're not Vegas fans. If there's a lot of people out there that aren't Vegas. If you're not a Vegas fan, then go to Chattanooga.
That's right.
Chattanooga's about as the opposite of Vegas as you can get. And we'll all go out and get grits and have a good time.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
I've always said, Larry, he didn't name this the experience by chance. He wants everybody to have fun, have an experience, have a good time. But you're right. I mean, the hands-on is what brings a lot of attendees, and those attendees are the ones who are going to buy your products. And that's the whole point of it. One final thing I want to throw out there. You triggered something that I was thinking about in another podcast about what I learned during COVID. And I think what we can all agree on this, I dare to say, is that you got to be with people. We were without people for a couple of years, and bad stuff happened all over the place.
We're still suffering from the cases. And
So
yeah, I agree. 100%.
getting to expos and coming out and seeing your friends and your competitors. And I also said, it's funny you mentioned about your competitors. I mean, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning are best friends now. That didn't mean they want to beat each other's brains in when they
Yep,
played. That's
absolutely.
okay. It's American competition. That's okay. So this is great. By the way, Doyle and HydroMaster are going to be exhibiting in Chattanooga. And please make plans to join us and attend the experience April 3rd through the 5th. You can register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You could find this in all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. And also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. A very special thank you to our guest, the one and only Doyle Bloss. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week. Thanks, Doyle.
Okay, everybody, we are back live again from the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we have the person now that if something goes wrong, gets blamed.
Yes, that is 100% true.
Mike Balzano from BMP Media.
Yes.
And your official title of this show is the person to blame, right?
I'm the group publisher. I'm a publisher of R&R, and I'm the person to blame at the experience. That's 100% correct.
Well, I haven't found any fault yet. So,
Knock on wood. That's good.
but it's early in the interview, so we'll see where that goes.
I wanted, before we get started, I want to say we talked at the experience in September, and it was one of my favorite interviews we've ever done. So as a tribute to that, I wore the exact same outfit. I swear to God.
You did have it clean first, right?
Clean. This is my black shirt. Little for you, my man.
Well, it's consistency. I appreciate that.
It's a luck thing.
Absolutely. So we're here at the Tennessee show. This is, I guess, what you would call your East Coast show or your spring show.
Yeah. Yes. I think we were talking about that too. When we should change the names, if it should be spring and fall, or because everybody calls it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Spring experience, the fall experience. This year we're in Chattanooga, and the reason I know this was chosen because we want to take tours of the Shaw flooring plant. And that
Right.
happened Tuesday too. Big success. People that went there loved it. And so I'm glad we came in. Chattanooga I've never been here before. It's pretty nice.
Me either. So
Man.
it's definitely different. It's kind of like the big city that isn't.
And we are also very happy. I mean, since we're here now, you people don't know. I wish you'd come here, but we still have a day to go. You can get here tomorrow.
That's right. One more day of this show, but we have the big event coming up in the fall.
Yeah, the big event is going to be in the fall, Las Vegas, Caesars Forum. Again, we've been there for the last few years. We're going to be at Harrah's at the hotel, and we're very excited about that. The floor plan has been put up, and it's about half filled already. That's not a sales presentation. People are kind of really excited about that event, as are we.
Well, I was talking to Scott earlier.
Yep.
And from BMP Media also.
Yep.
And we were talking about the size of the show in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I made a suggestion to him because he was always looking for suggestions. Hey, anything that would help? I said, yeah,
Sure.
Why don't you open up the Segway concession stand? Because the amount of walking, it's just massive, the place.
It's getting from the hotel to the Caesars Forum is a lot. We here. What's nice about this here is we're literally a 5-minute walk to our hotel rooms and back.
Yeah.
There, you really got to think, oh man, I forgot I left my card there. Do I really want to go all the way back there? Waste an hour coming back and forth.
Well, we're making fun of it, but I mean, it's got to be that big to accommodate that many people that go to the show.
Oh, that whole city is like that, isn't it? Though you hear the stories of people saying, "Oh, there it is, right over there," and you're walking for an hour and a half, and you're still not there yet. But they've treated us very well. What we're doing this year, for those who went last year, we kind of turned the floor plan on its side.
Mhm.
Those who went to the event, they know that there's a huge video screen coming down the escalator. That's where the short floor is going to be. The opening is going to be there this year on the side. The reason for that not only is easier to get in that way, but we can put the conference rooms a lot closer. The conference rooms were a long walk last year. Remember that?
Yes.
So they'll be a lot closer and a lot more condensed, away from those drone people.
Are they going to be
They'll be back.
at the same time?
Yeah.
Because half of them were in our training rooms that we were doing.
And you know what? There's some. It was nice to see some crossover. And they learned from you, and they learned from things. And that was great.
There was a lot of crossover. I mean, we were scanning badges. It's like none of these would scan. We looked. Oh, you're here for the drone convention,
Right. But so we're friends with our partners down the street.
Well,
A little bit.
It worked out, and you know what? It does expose a whole different industry to what we do. And truthfully, a lot of people in our industry are using drones now.
Yeah.
So there's crossover in both directions.
Yeah, it's not. there's nothing wrong with new technology and utilizing it. And they certainly are. And you're right. It crosses over. IAQ and what you're specializing in these days. Everybody should be talking about that.
Yeah.
And we're happy to have our little niche of it in our show. So we're happy.
Yeah, that pesky thing about breathing.
we talk about stuff. Yeah, if only you didn't have to breathe, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Right. Just so much easier, in your daily lives. So anything else expected to happen here in the next day or so? Any surprises?
No surprises. I was so happy. Lisa Lavender Barry Costa did a wonderful job on our restoration pavilion. Also, Mr. Manis and Sean Bissiano have done a great job with the cleaning pavilion. I'm so impressed with the professionals and they've done. They kind of this was a transitional show. Everybody knows it,
right?
And they just grabbed the wheel and took it. And I'm so happy with my team for fighting through this. And I think the people who are here are having a great time. We're excited.
Well, that's the one thing about this show that's different than all the other shows that are out there. You don't come to this show like it's a home show where you're coming here to sell stuff.
Right.
You're coming here to meet people and form relationships and alliances with other people in this industry.
Yeah. You form relationships, but more than that, it's hands-on. The hands-on things we're doing, those pavilions. Today's session, Wednesday and Friday, day 1 and day 3 are traditional agenda sessions you're used to.
Right.
Today, Thursday, it's all hands-on training, a lot of carpet and rug cleaning. It was just a great day of learning. And I think people know that. We all know what a traditional event is like. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's what separates us from everybody else. No one does this like we do. You come, if you want to learn, you come here. You get your hands dirty and learn and figure your craft. Coming out of Vegas last year, I guess I'm not surprised at this, but we found that 85% of the attendees of that event were from a company of less than 50 people, which is not a big surprise when you think about it, but it made me change my thinking. I'm like, holy cow, if we could probably make that 20 people or less. These are all small business owners trying to grow their business, but either by learning how to do things better or business management. And we tailored our messaging this to them. I think it's gone okay. I think so.
And it works. This morning because we had 3 sessions this morning about building containment.
Yep.
And air scrubbing and setting up lay flat and all those different hands-on skills that a lot of people that were there never did before.
Right.
A few of them, unfortunately, we said, anybody ever do this? And guy raised it. Oh, a volunteer, come on down. Teach him to raise his hand.
Well, isn't that what the old thing when you volunteer and everybody just steps back?
Steps back.
Yeah. Right.
That's kind of what happened. There were too many people though to step back. So, but it worked out. And, we built containment. It was short sessions, but we were able to demonstrate all the different things we wanted to. Right. And we had people afterwards just staying there asking us questions and coming to our booths and stuff. And it's all good.
It is good. And thank you and Doug and Normie for being such great sponsors of our events. We don't know if we could do this without you. And because
you could, but not as well.
I could, but in all seriousness, we'd be missing the knowledge you bring. That's the point. And we're going to be a part of this event forever, as long as I'm a part of it.
All right. Well, I thank you for taking the time. I know you got a thousand things going on here.
No.
So, not at all. Oh, okay. So we got another hour or so to go.
I blame for something else, but that's okay. I'm happy I have thick skin. We'll be okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
It's been a pleasure, sir.
Thanks, Lance.
And I'm looking forward to seeing you out in Vegas.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good time.
Absolutely.
I want to welcome today's guests, Kana and Ramu Sankara from Reusip. We've been working with these guys for quite some time. We've spent a lot of time at some trade shows together, and we'll get into that as we're talking through this. So, guys, want to pop in here and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ramu. I'm Kana. We're identical twin brothers and co-founders of Reusip.
Well, could you let us know a little bit about the company? We hear the name, we think we know what it's about, but give us a little bit more detail for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, so I think what we're best known for is our making the world's first reusable dust barrier zipper and the world's first magnetic entry strip, which is essentially a self-closing dust barrier zipper, also reusable. And it essentially works on a hook and loop system where you're just buying these things, which is essentially loop Velcro strips. This is the only consumable part. and then the other ones are reusable. So it's almost like the Dollar Shave Club of zippers. So I guess that would be the easy way to summarize it.
Well, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in a little bit. I got a few questions I'd like to really go over with you to kind of set the stage here, but I'm gonna ask you to do some demonstrations if that's all right.
For sure.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I know getting in touch with you guys, I've had some issues because you're always traveling. I know you're at all the trade shows all over the place, and you're always someplace. It's kind of like, where are these guys? So, you know, how does it work out for you at the trade shows? Because I know I've seen you at quite a few of them.
Oh, I mean, it's almost like we need a triplet, because it's like we're always slammed at all these things. It's which is great. I'm not complaining, but we're exhausted after these things because there's always like lines and we're demoing this thing over and over. And we're very grateful that it's something that's very that people care about. I know it's a small thing like a zipper, but we know on the job site they're interacting with this part of the containment all the time, and we're happy that we can provide some value there.
Well, I know at the experience show and some of the other shows we've been at, you've actually been with us in our booth, and we've set up walls and demonstrated containment with your equipment, which has always been a big draw. Like you said, there's a lot of people there with a lot of interest.
Well, I can say in the very, very beginning, we went to an experience and we're just, we didn't know what we're doing. You guys saw our product, and actually you're probably one of our first supporters. You took our magnetic strip and put it on your flood booth, and which was awesome of you guys. So we'll always be grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you for having me on.
Well, you're welcome. And you know what? It was a real good add-on because we were demonstrating containment and all the different ways that you can do that, and you have to access containment, and it was just a natural fit with what you do. Matter of fact, in our CMA and CMR classes, we demonstrate the reuse systems, I'm going to call it, or products, because you have several different ways of doing stuff, and there's no one size completely fits all. So we show your stuff. We do show a few other types of processes, and then pros and cons. And, having that in there for the students to get their hands on it, touch it, use it, see it, experience it, makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to thank you for allowing us to use that in our classes, because it does make a big difference.
Well, obviously, we're yeah. Thank you. But we mentioned what we make, and I think I should say why we made the zipper and what makes it different, because people think, well, there's dozens of other options like it. What we believe is that the entire restoration industry simply adopted what was around, and what was around was, we believe, remodeling and general dust containment zippers. And ours are designed, what we believe is designed for critical barriers, and it was born out of the restoration industry and made more specifically for this industry. But the quality is such, and the price points are such, that it's good enough for healthcare, construction, and mold remediation and more critical environments, but it's priced that all industries will benefit from it. So our mission is essentially to develop products for critical environments, and at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everyone.
Well, speaking of the critical environments, your system will work with negative and positive pressure, correct?
Yes, and in the beginning, people didn't actually believe, like when we showed the magnetic entry strip, people assumed, and I think it's because of the old way of what they're used to, is they're probably buying magnetic doors, that those don't hold negative air pressure. But we proved over the last 2 years during the pandemic that these things will hold over 5 pascals of negative air pressure. Probably, I believe that's double what's required for isolation rooms in healthcare. And these were used for self-closing COVID isolation rooms in hundreds of hospitals and medical facilities, like senior living, dental,
A bunch of government facilities.
Yeah. So we kind of went away from restoration for a bit, and went into really focusing on, and we got up in the morning to help, we almost made it a personal mission to help with the fight against the pandemic. And because we knew we had the only product that can remove, not just hold negative air pressure, but works in open concept, because you can position this thing, anything on a barrier, and it works with any size barrier. So all the barrier constraints are eliminated. But it was great to be able to partner with the restoration companies that would listen, because we actually enable them to get jobs, like lots of jobs, because they would just use their containment skills to build barriers of all kinds of shapes and sizes, and then just install our product. So it was kind of a big win-win.
Leftovers.
Yeah. And oh yeah, totally forgot about that. One problem that we're happy to have solved is when we put these on, and we'll show you the demo later, but we would solve the self-closing access through isolation rooms. And we were happy we were able to get the doctors and nurses away from using the zippers, but they had brought up, well, one problem we have is gurney access, with dragging the plastic over the gurneys and all that. And we told them, well, since we've eliminated the barrier constraints, you can actually use two of them like side by side at variable widths, and you can accommodate, you can create the first ever magnetic flap door. So now we're doing flap doors and double flap doors, and our products open up all kinds of different containment techniques. And there's several from even one feature. Oh, you got it.
They can go over the benefits and pros and cons.
Yeah, even the simplest thing like this, which is we added a grommet at the bottom of our zippers, so you can do lockout, tag out by overlaying here and putting a cable lock through here. And people were doing that in facilities where they were not fumigating, was it the gas treatments with the
sanitizing.
Yeah, sanitization. And they would put the zipper on, lock it out, and let it sit for an hour. And then with our system, you can actually peel off the zipper and put the magnet in its place. The zipper and magnetic strip are interchangeable.
On the same mounting strip that's already installed on the barrier.
Yep.
That's one of the things that I like about the system, especially for any kind of medical environment. You don't have to physically touch anything to gain access. You literally can walk, with your shoulder, it opens up, you walk through, you don't have to zip, unzip, and have that a touch point that becomes an issue with transmission of bacteria, mold, viruses, things like that. So as far as the different verticals that this could work in, I mean, you've named quite a few of them. It could go down as far as just a regular dust barrier too, not just, decon chambers and positive and negative pressure environments.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost countless. Every day we're getting different industries buying from us, from grow rooms, so that would be like mushroom farms and cannabis facilities, to people doing HVAC thermal control inside of trailers and RVs and retail facilities and food facilities. So
greenhouses and
outdoor greenhouses, which, another technique that's a good point is that we helped someone doing an outdoor greenhouse where they put the magnetic strip on the inside of the barrier, and then they put the zipper on the outside because there were severe wind gusts, but he still wanted to be able to go hands-free access. So he'd go in and out, and then just use a zipper on the outside. So you can actually use them in combination, which is yet another technique. And so we feel like we're going to open up the type of techniques and empower the contractors, because I mean, we've seen some skilled contractors and see how proud they are with the containments. And if we can give them, it makes us happy if we can give them more tools to do what they do even better.
So I was surfing around your website earlier. I just want to see if there's anything new since the last time I was out there. And what comes to mind is it's 4 terms, but you've answered some of it. I just want you to expand on it a little bit more. The words I found were reusable, reliable seal, cost-effective, and versatile. I know you've talked about versatile already. Can you touch on some of the others? I'll give them to you again. We talked about reusable. So you're only replacing the bottom piece?
All right. So let me just do a quick breakdown of the entire zipper.
Yeah, break down the
Okay.
zipper, the points, what we saw with the reusability.
Okay. So with traditional disposable dust barrier zippers, the complaints that we see all the time are the zippers jamming, breaking, and separating from the barrier, and people having to use additional adhesive to keep it on there. We've eliminated all three of those because with this, for brake resistance, we have a 7-gauge zipper versus a standard 5-gauge, so it's higher brake resistance. There we go. The 2-layer system. So this is the peel and stick mounting strip. This will be added on. The two layers are too thick to get stuck in the zipper head, so they're essentially jam proof. And you don't need a special knife that cuts a gap or anything to create that jam resistance. You just use a regular utility knife down this cut guide, and it is the poly sheeting is not going to get stuck in there and stuck in the zipper head. So jam resistance. And then if you look at the back of this mounting strip, it's 100% high grade adhesive. You're not going to have to put on additional tape and to prevent the zipper from coming down. We've heard about people who literally sent their technicians out to check their zippers to make sure the barriers haven't failed or the zippers aren't coming down. The other great thing is replaceability. In the worst case scenario, the zipper breaks. Well, with other containments, you have to redo the entire containment. With ours, peel it off, just replace the zipper, and you're good to go. This zipper is probably the same, if not less, in cost than a disposable zipper anyway. And then the mounting strip is about a third of the cost of a zipper. So continual use will actually help you continue to save money. I mean, people essentially make money off of our zippers if they're using it more than once. And if they use it only once, it's not like you're out of pocket, like extra or anything, because it's comparable in price to a heavy duty zipper.
All right. One last question before I ask you to show us a little bit about how these things work. I see you have a setup behind you. Pressure and strength. As far as how much pressure can they really handle? Has it been measured? You have documentation on that?
We would say we had it field tested. We don't have it documented, but it's essentially been used in the field, measuring over 5 pascals. We hit 7. Some people got it to hold like 11 pascals.
I believe at one of the trade shows, just to test the disposable zipper strength and versus our reusable, I think we did hit over 30 pascals, and some of the other disposable zippers started separating from the poly, and ours didn't.
Yeah, that's ripping down the containment before our zipper's even coming off.
Okay.
With the Velcro, it's I can't say Velcro, it's hook and loop. There's a little bit of give that you don't, and adjustability that you get that you won't get with the disposables.
Okay. Well, I see, I mentioned it before, you have a setup behind you. Could you give us a demo on how this works?
Yeah.
Just remember, we may not be able to hear what you're saying if you're far away. That's all.
We're going to be moving the camera. All right. So, in the interest of time, we already put up the mounting strip. So the peel and stick mounting strip goes on just like a disposable desk barrier zipper. You'll add it, you'll peel and stick this on, and what you'll do is just add the zipper and put it down. You'll open it up, and then you'll just cut down the cut guide, and then you got your zipper on. Alternatively, you can cut first, add one side at a time, and once you've got it on, you also got this feature, which that's where you can either put a cable lock through the front or pierce through here and do it all the way through, and then you've got the lockout tag out with the zipper. So here's I'll show you how we can interchange between zipper and magnetic strip. So we'll just roll up the zipper, and it has these fastener tabs right here. Fastener tabs that'll hold it in place neatly. And then we got this carry bag that'll go into, I'll show you that a little later. But here's how you switch from zipper to magnetic strip. So this is the magnetic strip. Same thing, has a hook on the back, magnetic columns. And the trick here is you'll put on the mounting strip, cut it first. This way you'll prevent from cutting the magnets. So you'll put that and cut it first. You'll fold this in half. So the magnetic columns are stacked. And then you simply one side. Come down. Yeah. So. So, yeah, and then this is right off. Easily fold back up.
How much training do you need to get that right?
Not very difficult. If someone's already using a desk zipper, it's pretty simple.
Very good. I mean, it does look simple. And when we've used it in class, I've never done a switch like that. I mean, we usually put one up or the other, but it's just as easy, I guess, to switch, which you just demonstrated.
Yeah. So one of the first medical facilities that used our product was Orlando Regional Medical Center. And there, I believe there's a board of people that were discussing our product, looking for a solution because they couldn't hold maintain levels of the proper level of air exchange in the isolation rooms because the nurses and doctors were leaving the zippers open. They had initially they had access to our zippers, so they put those up and they wanted the magnets. They're like, okay, we'll give it a shot. They went ahead and put on the zippers because that's what they had because they needed to get something up immediately. And he said, go ahead, do that because you're going to be able to switch out to our magnets. And then they did, and it ended up solving their air exchange issue. Obviously, because the nurses and doctors are not leaving it open. But then we also proved that it can actually hold the levels of air pressure required. Then after that, more and more hospitals started kind of catching on and doing it. So we've been trying to get the word out there, but right now it's a lot of individual locations. But we had like Patterson Air Force Base, HCA, Dignity Health, Kaiser, like some of the big names. And recently Canadian Special Forces ordered for their medical facilities. So, you know, it's out there. We've proven it all over the place. And, you know, this is going to help us hopefully get the word out more to industries you guys work with too.
Well, we're definitely going to have this out there for our members and our followers, so they will see that. So without putting you on too much of a spot, which I don't mind doing, is there anything new coming that you can talk about? I don't want any trade secrets here, but anything new that you can let us know what's coming. If you say no, that's okay too.
Let me maybe hint at it. Only because we're trying to be a little careful.
Enough said. Enough said. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So where can somebody buy this stuff?
You know what? Better to cut me off. Yes, there are going to be things, and I'll just say there are going to be things coming out that are going to they're going to add even more containment techniques, and it's like we're excited about it. It's coming soon, but yeah, you'll see it real soon. Yeah.
Okay. So where can somebody purchase this stuff? Is it in the big box stores, to distributors, from you guys? You know, where do people go to get the reusable systems?
So we sell it directly online and on Amazon, but we also just recently, actually as of yesterday, just launched with Wesco Hazmasters Connie Safety. So that's in Hazmasters in Canada, Connie Safety's in the US. There are several locations of Aramco that have started carrying it. So we believe it will start going more system wide. And we have several big distributors testing this out right now. And so hopefully it's going to be everywhere soon. No big box yet, but we have companies like HD Supply and people like that reaching out to us to test it. So,
And we're in some locations in UK and Australia, and we're starting to spread. So,
But that's good to hear because we've also recently been doing stuff in Australia, the UK, South Africa. So we're definitely having an impact in a lot of different locations too. And for us, it makes it easier when we refer to a system or a product or at least a type of technology, people are familiar with it, especially when we're going outside the US. So that makes a big difference. So that's a good thing. All right. How about contact info for you? What's your website for people to
it's
go to?
www.reuzip.com. You can contact us at email at info@reuzip.com.
All right. Any last question here? Any upcoming trade shows we can find yet?
I think next one we'll be at Serve Pros trade show, their big one in Tampa Bay in June.
That's their
Okay.
national conference. That might be more exclusive to them, but yeah, nothing on the schedule just yet. We've been focusing a lot this year on the new products that we got coming out, but we'll be back in the circuit again probably next year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you spending the time with us. I know it's a big time difference. I'm on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, but I do appreciate you being here. And we'll do this again when you can tell us about some of the other super secret stuff that's coming out.
No, we'd love that.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Okay, everybody, we are back at the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I have a guest here with us that was actually attending some of our lectures earlier today. And it's Evie. And Evie's come a long way to this show and to come and talk with us. So Evie, say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone. Hi from down under. This is Evie Sims from Bulk Sorting. Come from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm really, really happy to be here.
Well, we're glad you're here. And, you know, you were with us this morning in the lectures where we talked about marketing, mycotoxins, which I know you had said offline when we were talking, it's something new in Australia.
Yes, it is. It's something that has really been there. There's a lot of controversials about it, and it will be really good to get some more information on this so that we can actually debunk some of the myths that's out there.
Well, from what we talked about, it's pretty unregulated out in Australia. They don't really have legislation for licensing and stuff like that.
Yeah, not yet. Hey, hopefully, hey, one day. That's
That's your goal.
yeah.
Well, you know, we had talked, we can, you know, try to work with you and get training out there. And we've worked with people in Australia before. A matter of fact, one of the labs that we use is out of Australia.
That's amazing. Hey, it's really good it's good to know that we've got that technology, and yet we're not harnessing the opportunity to really understand a lot more about what's affecting a lot of homeowners, a lot of people that lives in rental properties, and the government actually understands a little bit about that because they had the biotoxin review. However, we kind of just stayed stagnant at a point. So I've been really wanting to find a way that we can bounce that conversation back up. And at the end of the day, it is the people that's suffering. So we need to help them.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm doing this 20 years here in the States, and the shift in licensing requirements and better training, it's a slow process, but we're getting there. And it sounds like Australia is getting to the point where they're looking to start doing that. And especially with people like you interested.
Yeah, I think there is a bigger call and bigger demand for it. I think one of the Normie presentation by Michael Pinto, he was talking about that mode's been here for a long time. You know, all the science that we talked about is now actually 25 year on is actually proven to be to be, to be true. Some of the restoration people are doing actually the correct things. So we're now beginning to understand a lot more about what that is. So we need to just step up a little bit more, bring that back home, my home, and then establish a lot more ways that can benefit not just the because people are suffering, homes are not being mitigated properly, and that's a problem, hey?
Well, let's change gears here for a second. And it's what, 25 hours traveling from where you came from to get here?
Bit keen, eh?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
29 hours in total.
Okay then. So what brought you here?
So I'm here to start up Bulks Holdings Australia as Bulks Holding USA LLC. So we sell restoration dehumidification systems with a company that's in UK, EcoPro. EcoPro has been in US for about a year too, but however, they haven't really been into restoration industry. I'm hoping to bring some education, some sort of new formats that's coming in here, and just help the restorers, homeowners, and whoever wants, some understanding on dehumidification desiccant units.
Well, I mean, it sounds like there's a synergy between what we do here in the States, what you're doing here in the States from Australia, and the UK, where we also have been doing training.
Yeah.
So we're in the same territory. So this could be a very interesting gathering that we're starting to put together here.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go to Australia.
Well, I think we should.
Well, I think it's something that you may hear about in the near future. So
well, that's it.
We actually have a phone number in Australia.
Yeah.
No, a direct line to Normie from Australia. It's there.
What's your direct line?
I don't have it now, but it's an Australian number. So it's local to Australia.
So we'll get that number and we'll post it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
So that people can reach out to Normie. In Australia, trainings will come.
Yes.
And we'll be there. And so licensing format of some sort should be coming. So interesting points, eh?
All right. Well, we'll continue this discussion.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be back in a little bit with our.
Hey, restorers. Thanks for checking out a quick bonus episode of the Restoration Today podcast. I love keeping up with Normie and what's going on with Normie because when it comes to technology and innovation, Lance Eisen, who is their VP of Business Development, knows what's up. And his tech savviness is just beyond me and my little podcast here. So I'm excited to be joined by Lance for a few minutes here to talk about Normie Connect and what that is. And it's going to be a different way that restorers and cleaners and IAQ pros can keep up with everything that's going on in the industry, pretty much any possible way that you want to keep up with it. So Lance, thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to have you introduce yourself first. And I'm also curious how you got so tech savvy in the first place. Like did this start as a hobby and now you just know of all the radio platforms and podcast platforms and all these, carrying your own internet with you and building TVs and monitors? I mean, my mind is blown. So go ahead and introduce yourself and share a little bit about your background and how you got here.
Well, thank you, Michelle. And I don't even know where to start with my background because it's kind of really diverse from this industry. I started with a law enforcement career for 25 years, emergency medical technician. It's kind of how I got into the technology side. And I think I've become a technology junkie at this point, on the 12-step program, I think, to cure this. But, I actually do a training about technology. And one of the taglines is don't fear the technology, embrace it. Because if you've been doing this industry for 20, 30 years, that's great, but it's changing. And kicking and screaming, we all got to go there, just to be able to keep up.
Yep.
I recently got into a discussion with somebody about automation and how automation was going to replace all the workers. And I said, that's not really true. And if you look at, I use the automobile industry as an example. They used to have assembly lines with people building cars. Then they automated and brought robots in to build the cars, and they replaced all of those workers with people now that have to fix all the robots and program the robots and do all. So the manpower demand is still there. If not, it's grown, but it's a technology change. You got to stay with it or try anyways.
I totally agree. That was the biggest emerging trend in the State of Industry report that came out, is related to AI, which is a little same, little different, whatever. But technology is growing so fast, and people are definitely paying attention. So, all right. So, explain what Normie Connect is for people who are not familiar with it.
Normie Connect is a concept that really came out of discussions like we're having now. I've talked with a lot of people, and there always seems to be a disconnect of information. People are starving for information. That's why they go to the internet. The problem is when you go to the internet, there's no validation as to what you're getting, and you have to try to figure out where to go. So we looked at what we do and what we've been doing with Normie TV for about 5 years. And people seem to be really enjoying getting their media through video. So we figured, let's take it to the next step. And we started to produce as much video content as we could on Normie TV or normie.tv. Well, the next step to that would be answering the question that a lot of people have: why aren't you on YouTube? Why aren't you on Twitch? Why aren't you here? And people have their preferences.
Yep.
People drive Chevys, Fords, Mercedes. They have their preference. So we figured, let's put it out there so people can consume media with the flavor they prefer. And Normie Connect is really the concept of putting all the different platforms and types of media together and putting the media out there for people to consume. We are on, at the moment, 15 streaming TV channels. All the popular ones. There's even some non-popular ones that are out there. A lot of international stuff. We just added another one today as we're doing this, 6 radio streaming platforms. The one we added today boasts 50 million users a month.
Wow.
Those are massive numbers. Well, it sounds big, but YouTube is 1.2 billion users a month.
Yeah.
Twitch is 150 million users a month. I mean, the numbers are astronomical as to how much media is consumed on these platforms. And we're on 13, 14 as of today podcast platforms. So wherever you want to go, you can just do a search on Normie or Normie Connect, and you can consume the media that we're putting out there.
Okay, so from somebody who understands a little bit of the logistics of background technology like this, are you having to separately put stuff on all of these different platforms? There must be some connectivity, but it sounds like a lot to manage in the background.
There's a lot of new technology making the technology possible.
Okay.
It's kind of like they couldn't develop faster computers because they needed slower computers to develop the paths to get to faster computers. So that's kind of where we're at. We're using technology to push the technology. With that being said, I run in my office, I'm actually running 8 computers with 10 screens. So this is managing multiple TV platforms, multiple Zoom meetings like we're doing right now, radio broadcasting, all going on at the same time, all run through the office here. I mean, the biggest challenge I had was having to bring in additional internet connectivity capabilities to run all the equipment. Other than that, it's really automation helping the automation.
8 computers and 10 screens. That sounds, awful. So better you than me.
Well, you can get a tan sitting here,
I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Radiation or something. There's something happening.
But,
okay, so go ahead.
But you have to understand, some of these computers were called microcomputers. Actually, 3 of them I actually built. They're called Raspberry Pis. That's actually the type of computer. It runs on a Linux operating system. The entire computer is the size of a pack of cigarettes.
Huh.
and it just says things that you plug in. I have multiple monitors running off of them, external memory hooked into them, keyboards, wireless mice, all hooked into this little box the size of a pack of cigarettes. So I have several of those running for monitoring. I don't need big computers and a lot of horsepower for that. So, we're using different types of automation, different types of computers to make sure things are running smoothly. I know if one of my 7-inch monitors goes down, well, there's a problem with whatever was streaming to that, and it's easy to fix.
That's impressive. And I'm going to Google Raspberry
Pi.
Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
Thank
You will be absolutely astonished to the usage of what they do with those things now.
I'm going to research that after. Okay, so what kind of content is on Normie Connect? Why should people be listening in? And talk to, what's there for restorers? What's there for cleaners? What's there for IAQ pros? Because I know that you have a lot of different conversations and different content that's on there. So talk about how there's kind of something for everybody and what's there.
Well, if you look at Normie Connect from a distance, it's all about indoor air quality, IAQ. Everything that you just mentioned comes under IAQ, indoor air quality. It's everything from the remediation to the assessment to the dry out companies, rug cleaners, air conditioning companies, duct cleaners. It's all indoor air quality. Chemistry that we use, it's all indoor air quality. So that is the general market under indoor air quality. Now we split that into multiple categories. The two biggest ones are the consumer and the contractor. Our content is really based for both. And that's a fine line to walk, but we feel it's necessary because the contractors are dealing with a more educated consumer now. They're going out on the internet, they're finding out what is real, what kind of work should be done. And we're trying to keep it where this is the industry standard. These are the best practices. This is what is expected by insurance companies. Both sides, consumer and contractor, need to know that. You should never be working for a customer that knows more about your industry than you do.
No.
And for those of you that are out there that have done work, assessment work especially, or inspection type work for a customer, and you find out that, an hour into your assessment that they're a microbiologist, it's surprising that they may know more than you. So we try to put the information out there to even the playing field for everybody. You have your industry standards, you have your educated consumer, you have your educated contractor. It's the one big sandbox, and it just makes it so much easier for everybody.
Yes, totally agree. Okay, so people are interested in engaging with Normie Connect. You can go to normie.org or normie.org and look at the top and find Normie Connect at the top, or normie.org/connect. A couple ways you can find it. But what if people are what are the most popular platforms? Let's say people are listening to this from their phone or driving in their car. What's the fastest way to start engaging?
Well, the easiest way is to go to normieconnect.com. That takes you right to the main page. That gives you all your options. You can also go to normie.org, like you mentioned, and we have the Normie Connect menu option, which will let you pick if you want streaming TV, streaming radio, podcasts. You can get the Normie app, which is app.normie.org, which gives you access to all of the Normie Connect features. So we're trying to make it convenient. And it's funny you had mentioned about Normie Radio, because we went in that direction because we heard from a lot of our people that they want to listen to us, especially when we're doing live broadcasts, but they're driving in their vehicle. And watching Zoom or trying to do something on Zoom while you're driving is dangerous, to say the least.
Yes. Yeah.
So what we did was we went to an audio only platform, and we now broadcast audio only on the radio platforms, and there's 6 different ones. These are the most common ones out there. Normie Radio, that's the easiest one to get to. There's Radio Garden, Radio.net, MyTuner, Live Online Radio, and they all boast, millions and millions of followers across their platforms. So whichever you prefer, we're there. And because it's streaming audio only, even weaker signals are received very well. You don't have to worry about freezing video and everything else. So in your car, walking around with a headset, that is the easiest way to listen to our content.
Okay.
24/7.
How do you find all these new platforms to get your podcasts and TV and radio and all that on? I mean, you were talking about 2 that you just added today, and you have dozens now at this point between all of the different ways that people can engage in media. So how do you find these?
Well, besides the research and looking for them, we're now starting to see which the platform that I added today, they found us.
Oh,
These are streaming platforms that are podcast platforms and streaming video. And they reached out to us, basically. I got a invitation a few days ago saying, please add your channel. And we did. They do an approval process on it. And our podcast came up earlier today, and our radio channel just came up. So I guess they watch other radio platforms and they start to notice new add-ons, and that's how we found this latest one. Other than that, I do the research for it and looking for different platforms, and it fills a need.
I love it. It's impressive. Every time we talk, you have some multiple new places that you have content streaming on. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that you want people to know before we wrap it up?
Yeah, the Normie app is something I would just want to talk about real quick. And to get to that, it's app.normie.org. And that'll give you your options of downloading it from either the iPhone store or the Google Play Store. It's out there. You can just search on Normie, or if you go to our app page, the direct links are there. Everything that we've just talked about, the radio, the TV, that's all on the app. Plus, we have other free trainings on the app that are available. I even have some games out there, indoor air quality games or adventures that you get to go through. I think there's 8 or 9 of them out there now. I see a smile on your face. Is that your afternoon planned ahead of us here?
It is probably now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's very simple. There's a training option there. You hit training, and then you'll see Normie Adventures. It's right there, and they're easy. It's not something that you're going to bang your head against the desk trying to figure out, but I don't think you've seen anything like this anyplace before, especially with indoor air quality.
Okay, I'm going to check it out. Now I do know what my afternoon plans are. Maybe I'll have my son do it. He's very tech savvy. I like it. Okay, Lance, well, thank you very much for being here. Again, you can go to normieconnect.com or normie.org. Any way you search it on your favorite platform, it's probably there. So just search it there too. I'm sure it's going to be there.
Absolutely.
Lance, congrats on all the innovating. It's truly impressive. I'm always amazed at all of the things that you're doing. And thanks to all that Normie does as well. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
Everybody, I'm Mike Balzano, group publisher at BMP Media with R&R and the Experience Events, and welcome to episode 2 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience, our weekly venture into the great event that we're running right now, and we're so proud to be here. Joining me is my partner in crime, the editor-in-chief of R&R, the lovely Mildred Ingram, as always. And I'm so proud. Our guest today He's an educator, a business owner, a speaker, a leader, a husband, a father. He's a microbial warrior. He is a gymnast, I just found out.
What? And a
Let's get
writer.
started. Hold on. He's a 50-year industry veteran. He's been to more experiences than I ever will. And he's just a good guy. Please welcome Barry Costa.
All right.
Hey!
I know.
Well, you know, gymnast, that's in my a long time ago. Now rounds in official shape, not found on a Wheaties box. And that's me now.
Hey, once you have it in you, you can still do it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the joke, right? What do you mean? I am in shape. I'm round, right?
Yeah, there you go. There we go. And Mildred, you will visit me in the hospital if I try to do it again.
Oh, no.
Barry, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You know what? I want to, we get to talk about the experience in depth, I promise. But I was looking back at your career for the three people who don't know. It's amazing. You've really done so much. When did you get started with the Costa Group?
With a Cost Group. Well, actually, I had a Cost Group in Peterborough, New Hampshire, when Carol and I lived out on the East Coast. And then about 11 years ago, we moved to Arizona. And so it's been in existence for quite a few years. Prior to that, I had the Carpet and Cleaning Craftsman, a carpet cleaning, restoration, carpet installation company that I was doing right along as well. And prior to that, it was my dad's company, Cost Group. Let's see, no, Costa Carpet Company Incorporated. You got to have your C's in order, right? And learn how to walk, keep back on my knees again. And that's how it all started when I was 12 years old.
That's amazing. Then you were a public school teacher as well for 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years. I taught at the elementary school in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and very proud to say I was a teacher of the year with the New Hampshire Physical Education Association. So it's kind of nice. I really enjoyed it. The kids were great and the parents were awesome.
That's wonderful. And then eventually you joined like you said, your dad's company.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's 2023, just like that, right? It seems
it was amazing. We smashed the atoms together. I was a school teacher, but I had been doing this my whole life. And in fact, I talked to my sister this past week. She came to Thanksgiving with us here in Arizona. And she said, Mom was so upset. We spent all that money to put you through Springfield College to be a school teacher. Then you started a carpet cleaning company again. I said, but look what I did to it. I smashed the atoms together. Now I'm teaching in the industry that I love. And absolutely, it's not even work, it's play, as Nick Palella used to say. So
we've talked to a couple people on this interview. Yeah, indeed. We've talked to a few people on this interview and off the interview for sure. And they always seem to have the same. I said, well, gosh, you had a different background. What led you to restoration and all this? And they said, it's just the industry. We're helping people and we love doing it. And you can just see from your facial expression how passionate.
Well, yeah, helping people, that's what it's all about. I look at society today and I'm going, this is not the society I want for my son. Why aren't people really coming together and helping? Even Lincoln said a house divided will fall. And look at how much further we could be if everybody just helped a little bit and supported each other rather than step on each other. But so I'm not going to be a victim. I want to try to lead and hopefully get a lot of people along with me and others that are already doing it and make a difference.
That's what, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's wonderful. And that's the kind of guy. I've known you for a year. And honestly, you're one of the best people I know already.
Then you don't know very many people, do you, Michael? I mean,
I feel people. You're in the top 5 for sure.
No, very great.
Now, how many experience events have you been to?
All of them except the very first, which was the Luxor, way back in 1999. And that was actually when it was Connections, and 4 associations came together to create that first meeting of connecting people together. And but every experience I've been to.
That's amazing. And your role it's probably changed quite a bit throughout the years, I would think.
Oh gosh, it really has. And working with Larry Cooper all those years, Larry and I have been best friends for so long, and I'm really happy to see him move now in another direction. He's going to build some new things. He wants the baby that they grew, obviously, to grow, and it's in great hands with you guys. That's why I said when you asked, hey Barry, would you mind helping us? Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the event. And part of that event was being with your friends and doing things with your friends. But yeah, I've been involved in every one of them, the experiences, and each one is its own unique energy. It's hard to describe, and it's so funny how themes begin to grow out of them with each one.
Almost naturally. And I've only been to two, like absolutely. They do naturally grow. Yeah. It's the people. It's the people.
It really is. And it's the energy that develops within the event all in itself. And seeing people you haven't seen for at least 6 months or a year. And some of the best education happens literally when people get together and they start sharing, hey, this is happening. Have you ever had that happen? And, you know, what do you do? And it isn't just the events that are organized by the organizers of the event. It's the side events that go on that really make it worthwhile as well.
Yep.
This year, as everybody knows, there are 2 experience events each year. The next one coming up April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration is open now. Get sign up to be an attendee and be at this event. Early bird rates go until the 31st of January. r&rmagonline.com, our website. That's where you can find all the event information and sign up yourself. So let's talk about some memories, Barry. I know we talked a little bit off camera. Any things you want to discuss or point out that we should know to the people?
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm going to look at it. I put some trivia questions here and stuff. In fact, like I said, in 1999, the first show that happened was, well, let's step back even further than that. Prior to the connections and or the experience being developed, associations used to have their own mini conventions. I remember John Masuri, who was Ohio Steamway, Dick Hook out of Michigan. These gentlemen were the pioneers of doing schools in our industry, and the various associations would put on their own convention. Well, think as a vendor now. You've spent an awful lot of money to support the association, their convention, but you only have an audience of about 50 people for traffic. Well, when you look at the ROI on that, it's not very nice, but yet the vendors were always there to support the associations. And I was so impressed. So 4 associations, some history here, 4 associations came together. They met, and that birthed the first connections in 1999 at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. From that, it grew into a bigger amoeba with lots more pseudopodia sticking out there. And then there was a change in guard. Larry Cooper came in. He was managing the Connections events, but then they switched and it became the Experience with Meetings and Events running it. And from there, history's in its wake here. But I think some of the greatest memories, well, there were times when sadly people passed away. And during that event, people celebrated the life of those people. Some real icons of our industry, Cy Gant, for instance, from the carpet industry itself. He was on the board of the IICRC as well. And Tom Hill once told me, when Cy speaks, be quiet and listen. This is a man of great knowledge. We also had celebrations of Bill Yaden and Colleen's anniversary at one of them. But then we also had retirements when Jeff Bishop retired, Tom Hill, his wife Carol Lee, Lindsay Barlow, they all retired. We also had a celebration during the event for these people. So if you didn't know the people in the background that actually ran our industry, you had a chance to meet them up front, personal. And some of the events, oh my God, the first Flood House, and we always made it a show. We had this one time. A set of stairs. We had a toilet up at the top and 2 55-gallon buckets of water waiting that nobody could see behind the curtain. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz here. And we hired a person who went up the stairs in a bathrobe and he's singing. He was all mic'd up. He's singing. This is how we allowed people into the trade show. They walk over, they're watching this guy just hamming it up like crazy. He sat down on the toilet broke. He fell down the stairs because he was a professional. All the water's coming with him, and that's how we introduced the flood house. So we've always tried to have a great time with people and set the tone of it isn't just education, guys. You know, we work our tails off. Let's get together. Let's have a great time. Let's have a party. And yeah, let's learn too while we're at it.
When was that? When was the first flood house?
Where was the first flood house? You would ask me that. I think it was. I think it was at the Hilton. Okay, because we in the order we went from the Luxor to the Riviera. The Riviera was always known as being smoky. We didn't really like that
It's
place.
a lot.
We were there once. Then the Hilton, Las Vegas Hilton. Then we went to the Mirage, Paris, and now we're at Caesars Forum, as we will be in September. I think it's what are the dates, Mike, for September?
September 4th to the 6th, the day after
4 to
Labor
6,
Day.
yeah. And it's going to be at the same location as we were last year. But there's been a flood house at every one of those events in Vegas, starting with the Hilton, at least. And we've had it ever since. And then even the pavilions have increased in size. We've had vendors like Phoenix and Normie building their things. Clean Right in the center field of the trade show would do some hands-on. So, you know, everyone wants hands-on. Come to the show. You're going to get plenty.
That's the experience. That's the experience.
Well, you know what? I'm going to step back. I hope you don't mind me dominating here for a second.
No,
you asked about a memorable time. It all of a sudden clicked. It was really interesting. In fact, I sent you a few files of the history of the event. At the Hilton, up on the 28th floor, there were three, huge rooms. They were the best rooms in the hotel. And we didn't I interviewed the Hilton staff to find out if they had some problems with their carpets that could be fixed. So they sent me a bunch, and we actually took a crew of people during the event, went up and did live repairs on their carpet. And I had people who have never touched the tools before doing these repairs, sweating bullets. But I told them, no matter what you do, I can undo it and fix it. So I'm not worried about that. But the Hilton got a couple $1,000s worth of free repairs by allowing us to use their facility live. And we did that also in Clearwater Beach and a bunch of places where they were getting free repairs, free carpet cleaning and things, getting people to actually do their trade in the building, surrounded by experts in the field to kind of give them some hints or tricks of the trade to solve some problems. So that was really fun.
Amazing.
That was really fun.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Off camera, before we started, you were telling me a story about Clearwater also about, and we were discussing how it was just everybody loved going there, but we just got too big. And but you said something about when the flood was going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Clearwater Beach, Florida. Everybody loved the white sand and the camaraderie ship. And isn't it great that a show outgrows the venue? But every single year, we knew that at some time during the event, we were going to have a water damage in the trade show because Florida, obviously, towels required 24/7, but you always had rain in the early afternoon, late afternoon, and we would have a crew every year have to dry out a portion of the trade show, which was in the garage below the hotel, and it would flood out annually. So we already, by the second time it happened, we already lined up, okay, you're going to supply the air movers, you're bringing the truck. But we had a crew ready to go.
Yeah, if only there were people that knew how to dry and clean and restore here. Oh wait,
you might think there'd be a few, but go figure. We're going to teach about this, and we got live activity with it. But the sign of a good show is when things go on in the background that aren't planned for, but the participants never know about it. So you're hearing about it now because we never let people know that the place got water damage. You had a crew down there drying it up overnight and things like this, but because that happens in shows. And R&R, you guys are going to do awesome. Look, little tidbits of things are going to come up, and you just deal with them. You move on, and you always have a smile on your face.
We appreciate that, Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. We went into this whole situation. It's been about a year now since we've been working with the Coopers and now our own. And
Yep.
with our team, we instruct everybody. We don't even know close to everything. In fact, let's learn everything we can as long as we can and keep learning. And that's not just an experience thing. That's in life, right?
Yeah, you know what? You never stop learning. The moment you do,
Right.
you should be 6 feet under.
Yeah,
And what
exactly.
you know what's exciting about this, Mike and Mildred, is that Larry, Trina, Jennifer, Jill, the whole staff, they were a phenomenal group, a phenomenal team, fun friends. They're more my family than sometimes my family,
Yeah.
and we absolutely enjoyed working together. But you know, Ralph Bloss said, "Change is inevitable, growth is optional." And I
Mhm.
think Walt Disney was quoted as saying the same thing. Of course, I'll give Ralph credit,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
bottom line, folks, now that R&R has the show, I can't wait to see what's going to come now. I mean, new ideas, expansion of what R&R brings to the show. The sky's like the limit of how this can evolve into something that, like every year, kept evolving to get better and better and better. I think the Coopers simply handed the baton to you and said, keep it going, baby, because we worked hard to bring it to here, and no one wants to see their baby fall apart,
Fail.
even in business. When you sell your company, you don't want to see it to go in the hole. You want to see it grow. And that's why I'm here helping. Sean's helping. A lot of the people that have helped the Coopers are here helping because it's about the show.
Yep.
We loved working with our friends, but it's about the show. It's about giving back to the industry, which is the first statement you said about giving back. So let's keep this puppy rolling, and I can't wait to see the ideas you guys come up with.
We're doing our best. It's definitely we're walking a tightrope on. We want some new ideas. We definitely want to continue with the great traditions that were given to
That's
us
right.
too.
That's right.
And then that's okay. And that's why, as you mentioned, every year was new ideas coming from the Coopers and whatnot. We're going to try things like that as well. But
yeah,
you'll see floods. You'll see cleaning areas. We'll see the whole. Trust me. Like I remember talking to Normie last year on the floor, and people are like,
Yep.
"Oh, they're going to change the name." They're like, no, come on. We're not going to do any of that.
No,
we're just
no.
going to take what's working and go. Let me ask you something, Barry.
Yeah.
It's been ingrained into me for last year that hands-on is the key to this, and that's the one thing that differentiates the experience from everything else. What are other reasons that you would know people would be in addition to that people need to get to experience events, either of them?
Well, you know what? It's actually great that you asked that, because when you look back at the days of the Riviera, the first shows, it was mainly about cleaning. And then restoration, especially water, with the writing of S500. In fact, we had a session where we had the consensus body members at the show, and a good 3-hour program reviewing the new standard. And people in the audience could ask questions to the actual writers of why it says what it says, blah, 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 blah. And the doors were wide open. Well, at that point, the show then expanded from cleaning to add a lot of restoration. And then it kept adding more and more and more until Larry came up with the tracks of management, cleaning, restoration, remediation. Jeff Jones comes in. Abra came in before Jeff many years ago to do a biohazard situation, but Jeff came in and just wowed everyone with a Microbial Warrior presentation. And then we tried the cage. And it sounds like the cage.
Yeah, not familiar.
Well,
we need to hear about this.
In this cage, we had like a 3-ring circus, a center area, like a circus, outside areas, and there were multiple activities going on at the same time. Then we added contests to it. So yeah, the continual evolution, but hands-on is what everyone wants to have. And what R&R is going to be able to bring, I believe, is you're connected with many more industries outside of cleaning, restoration. You're connected with the installation community. You're connected in so many venues that, and a lot of us, like I said, I grew up installing carpet, not cleaning it. We started cleaning in 1970. So what I think R&R is going to be able to do, like Larry and Trina were doing, and Jennifer, expanding the tracks is you're going to theoretically be able to continue to expand the tracks as to what is hot in the industry right now. Case in point, World Floor Covering Association and CFI. Their number one challenge is getting people to become carpet installers, flooring installers. You can make all the greatest materials in the world, but if you don't have a workforce to install it, what good is making it? So CFI, I just noticed again, they've got for 100 people, they're putting out they're giving people tuition to training for the first 100 people. So that's an example. Wow. And you guys with your magazine, you're so connected with so many groups and people. Larry's big thing was he always wanted to keep expanding the science, expanding the knowledge, and look at the opportunities R&R has right now with the connections you have with people that have never been to the experience. So it's always nice to have new speakers, new concepts, new thoughts. And that's why I'm so excited about the baton being handed to you guys, that it's going to be successful. It can't fail. With that positive energy and the outreach you have, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
that's great.
We won't let it.
You know, it's all year long. Mildred and I have been talking, and we've been talking to our coworkers and the industry about, we got to find a way to usher in the next generation. And every time I start talking about that, I feel like some of our veteran people give me, "What do you mean?" I go, and I have to pull out my AARP card. I go, no, I don't need to. I'm saying we need to be the mentor to the next generation. Bring them in. And I talked to Jeff Jones and some other people who speak almost every time about our experiences, and said maybe we'll wait till Las Vegas. Let's get a couple new people, and there's new ideas and new things in here, and I want to make sure they're not offended, and they get it completely. We need them around, like you and me and Jeff and all those people.
Well, like you said, the constant expansion. Normie brought in a Spanish track for those that Espanol is their primary language. And you're absolutely correct, Michael. We have new people come in that aren't seasoned veterans in the industry. This show to them is one huge, I'm lost. It's kind of like surface. I'm lost. There's so many things going on. So some guidance for them to say, hey, welcome into the industry. We recommend you do this. If you've never done this work, we've got from the basics to the most seasoned veterans activities going on. And where do you fit? And maybe a mentor program where you have people that'll tag along with these people to get them introduced to other people out there. I mean, it goes with the name, connections initially, and what an experience. And we want that to always be a positive, formidable experience for people.
That's wonderful. Mildred, any questions?
No, definitely not.
On the spot?
No questions. No questions. I've already asked a couple of questions that I had.
April 3rd.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
No,
April 3rd to the 5th. And April 3rd to the 5th, Chattanooga Convention Center, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Spelled out r&rmagonline.com. It's our website. I wish I could change that, but that's okay. That's our URL.
That's it.
That's okay. We'll have links and we'll go to it. So early bird rates until the 1st of January. This is great. Barry will be there. Mildred will be there. I'll be there. We're all going to be there. Why don't you? What's keeping you from coming? We're going to have a good time. I think that we're doing as a good.
Yeah, no, listen, I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it at all. It should be a great time. And for everyone listening to this podcast, unless you've been involved at this level of organizing an event like this, you have no clue the energy and work that goes in. So it's exciting to work with this new family that I'm with right now. The Coopers, I want to be a Cooper because they brought all their grandkids to Annie, and that had to cost an arm and a leg. But you know what? I love Larry and Trina, and Larry's like my brother, and it's so nice because look, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. His focus right now is on his kids, his grandkids, where it should be. And they're still active. They've got a new venture they're opening up with wellness and health. And it's only going to succeed for them as well, just like this baton is going to succeed with R&R. So thanks for allowing me to play with you guys in the event. Hopefully I bring a little seasoning of experience that I can, yeah, hey, that's a great idea. No, we already did that.
Yep.
Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah,
But you
no,
know
we
what?
need
It
your,
might
yeah, we
work
need your.
this time.
I've told you 100 times we need your brain very badly.
Oh,
So
oh
it's like
God.
a scarecrow occasionally over here. But okay, I got a trick question I'll leave you with. This is a hard one for somebody of your stature, but do you have a favorite moment, experience moment that you can think of? What that was my funny or whatever. I'll never forget that.
Wow.
I know
Um,
I should have warned you about that
well, you
one.
know what? It, I have to be selfish for once in my life, okay? Because um, 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 Clean Facts did an article and asked 4 questions, and it was all about giving. But I'm going to take the moment to receive at this moment. I think the biggest moment for me, we had just lost our daughter to cancer, Kim, back in the year 2000. And in the background, there was so much activity going on with not only the staff, uh, but the convention itself, the vendors, friends, colleagues. We raised $28,000 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society during that event. And my heart was so touched. And I put together a PowerPoint presentation for my daughter's funeral, and they allowed me to actually present it at the experience. And I started crying. I just told everybody, "You're my family. You're my family." And so with Chattanooga and Vegas, hey, I want to see my family because none of us know when it's going to be our turn next. So wouldn't it be a shame that we missed that opportunity to be together again and tell people I love you, tell people let's support each other, let's make a difference in the world. And as my daughter would say, her fifth life lesson, touch as many lives as you can. And when she said those words, she was staring at her dad. So she basically told me what my purpose of being on the earth is. And I appreciate you allowing me to share this because this is how open I try to be with everyone. And if it's positive, I hope it rubs off. If it's negative, then I'm so sorry because it is what it is. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. And, but I really, really want things to go so positive for everybody. And together we have so much more power. So I'll see you all in Tennessee and Vegas. Let's party hard and let's work hard.
Yeah, you have my word. That's what we're going to do. And thank you for sharing that with all of us, Barry. Really, just being around you, you exude positivity and optimism, and so I'm glad you took the time to join us today and be a part of the show, being part of the events in general. It's just a huge, really, really thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think that's it. I think that's episode 2 is in the can, as they say in the industry. Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. I'm Mike Balzano, Mildred Ingram, and our guest, Barry Costa. We'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
Okay, we are back with Jeff Jones. And Jeff, we were talking a few minutes ago and our system dropped out, so we had to come back in here. And that's the good thing about doing this stuff live. So I'm going to ask you one more time just to describe what you do so we can make sure everybody hears it, because I don't think they did before.
Okay, well, I'm Jeff Jones again, and I've been in the restoration industry for over 55 years. I literally grew up in it, and I've been doing forensic restoration for right at 53 years. Forensic restoration is defined as the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments. That's a term that was first coined by Dr. Michael Berry, a former director with the EPA, in his wonderful book, Protecting the Built Environment. But forensic restoration is the comprehensive remediation of microenvironments that have been contaminated or suspected to be contaminated from biological materials or hazardous materials. So that could come from homicide, suicide, accidental, or a natural death. Any one of those can become an unattended death, leading to advanced human decomposition. We know this now, that human decomposition begins approximately 4 minutes after death, but it could be a synthetic contaminant like tear gas, which is specifically made to be a human irritant.
That's CN, correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. There's more than one type of tear gas, but that's predominantly what is used
Yeah.
today. And then we have other synthetics contaminants like fentanyl and carfentanil, definitely the most dangerous contaminants of our lives right now. And then we're also working on training protocols to respond to, because unfortunately it's not a if this is going to happen, it's a when is this going to happen, biological WMDs. But Microbial Warrior, that's our training program, and Normie actually mirror each other so much, because we're both dealing with biological contaminants. And I believe that both really our tactical approach pretty much is the same. We want to contain, control, neutralize, and remove the contaminant safely based on science.
Well, like you said, we're very similar. You as an organization go into much more detail on the forensic side. And again, you're talking about crime scene cleanup, which is a whole different sector of the industry. Yes, it's remediation, but not due to a microbial problem. And then when you get into the chemistry side of it, like fentanyl, we're dealing more of a hazmat situation.
Correct.
More so than even lead and asbestos. I mean, this is something that just by touch can enter your system and seriously affect your health. So your training is very specialized with that. I know when I was talking with Lori earlier today, and we talked about some of the teaching that she does, she was talking about using real life situations where you're using blood to clean up. She had this kind of like smirk on her face when she said animal brains and things like that, because it makes
That's my wife.
It makes it realistic.
Well, it has to be. And to me, that's not really a big deal that we use real biological contaminants. And now I see that, there's some other trainers going out, and they're saying, we use real blood. I'm like, well, that's not very stimulating to me. That's like saying we've got a water class and we're using real water. You should train to what you're going to go and engage.
Absolutely.
And this is, of course, microbial warfare. And so we want to go out and deal as close to combat situations as we can and make it realistic. Some people think they want to do this, and then they find out really fast they can't even perform under simulated microbial warrior conditions.
Well, I know things like the odor bothers people,
Sure,
and that's something that can make people sick and leave the environment. But I was over by your booth earlier, and you guys somehow talked me into putting a helmet on, which is a breathing apparatus that replaces masks. With the positive pressure in there, I think that's like eliminating the odor problem, isn't it?
Sure. If you put an OV filter on that, and a lot of people use those. I don't. Okay. I grew up, you never forget the smell of death.
No.
Okay. But let me be honest. My clients are not going to be wearing one when they walk in at the end of a job. I need to know what this smells like.
Oh, understood.
And we do not use deodorizers in any fashion or form. We use no masking agents. If you have an odor, you have a source. What's the general rule? Remove the source, you'll remove the odor.
Correct. And if you're using a masking agent, never mind hiding the odor itself, you're creating more of a VOC or chemical problem in the environment.
Absolutely. So we need to think about, not only what are we cleaning and why? What's the source of contaminant? Is it mold? Is it biologicals? Is it blood? Is it human decomposition? What is the contaminant? But also, how are we leaving that? What type of chemicals are we using? And, we saw just insanity during COVID. People were going in and spraying everything under the sun with no forethought of how's that going to affect that surface in the long term.
Correct. And again, if any of you aren't sure about the timeline, that's when the world ran out of toilet paper, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, panicking, people not knowing what to do, and that's what happens.
Well, you know what? I did an interview on COVID on January 3rd, 2020. And at that time, when I did the interview, there were 2.5 cases in the United States. And I had the numbers, it was like, there's 17 in Italy. And that's how low it was at that time. So there are 2.5 cases. 2 were in a nursing home in Washington State, and the 0.5 was in Chicago because they had not been declared positive yet.
Right.
So a couple weeks later, we got a call for a very large scale unattended death in a 2-story condo, and everything had to be emptied out, everything had to be deconned, everything had to be cleaned, everything had to be disinfected, everything had to be tested, and it took us 3.5 days to do that. There was a lot of contents, and it was really bad. At the end of it, because this was just inside of Texas, we drove back at the end of the day, and I walked into the kitchen. I said, "Oh, I need to go get some creamer because I want some coffee in the morning." And I hadn't been to a store during the duration. I walked into the store and I was like, "What happened?" Well, because I was focused on my job.
Yeah.
Like, all the toilet paper was gone, all the soup was gone. I was like,
Yeah.
what happened? People just lost their minds.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you ever saw it. It's a, short video that they play online every once in a while about the got to get the bread and milk.
Yeah.
Guy running around panicking because it's going to snow.
Yeah,
Gotta get the bread and milk, and just pure panic. And a lot of that was hyped with the media.
Of
We knew
course.
that was a problem. But COVID, like a lot of other things, was a serious situation. Have you ever dealt with things where you had to wear, I guess it's called a level 4 suit, where you're basically built into the suit?
We are at level 3 when we're working
Okay.
on that. Okay. If I were to put on that level of protection, SCBAs and stuff, that means I'm working on a full blown, something like a fentanyl distribution center.
Right.
And so, we have 3 levels of contaminants when we're dealing with 3 threat levels when we're dealing with the remediation of fentanyl. Definitely the most dangerous contaminant of our lives. Oh, but don't worry, they'll come up with something new.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the thought process of creating more things like that.
Sure.
If they could turn that into positive, imagine how far advanced we would be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Unfortunately, and this is the real world. There are bad people that don't want us on this planet simply because this is where we
I
grew
keep
up.
telling people that and they don't believe me. No, you're absolutely right. And the seriousness of it is we need to be trained to deal with this stuff. We need to be aware of it, because just throwing out garbage and touching stuff that had fentanyl on it is enough that could kill you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it all comes down to, on a professional level, training, tactics, techniques, and tools. And notice I said it in that order: training,
Right.
tactics, techniques, and tools. Too many times, people in the restoration industry get wrapped up in the newest sprayer, the newest this gadget and everything. And that's not where it's at. You've got to have a protocol.
Yes.
You want to be able to contain, control, neutralize, and remove that contaminant, and ask yourself, what are we cleaning and why?
Why was the word I was going for? Because you can buy the tools. Why'd you buy that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go take care of this. Are you trained to? Well, we'll figure it out. You can't figure this out. This is too dangerous.
This is the one part of the industry, whether it's mold or whether it's some of the dangerous contaminants I work with. Here's the word you do not want to hear: oops.
Yeah. Yeah, we joked about that when I was on the police department with the guys from the bomb squad, and they used to have sayings in the back of their shirts: "If you see me running, try to keep up." You don't want that.
We talk about, training, tactics, techniques, and tools, and we talk about our end. But, I think one of the things that we always need to stay focused on: no one calls you, no one calls me because they're having a good day.
Yeah.
And so what we also need to keep in mind, but our prime directive of safety, but that client, that has potentially dangerous mold and contaminants in their house, or in my end, that client that may have lost a loved one. Okay. If we handle these people with care, compassion, and concern, and base all of this on science, and conduct ourselves with honor and integrity, there's no way you cannot succeed.
Agreed. Have you ever come across any radioactive situations?
No, I have not.
It's a very strange feeling, because I've come across the scenes that would qualify as a crime scene cleanup and stuff like that from my previous life. And I came across one situation with radiation.
Really?
And there's a definite change in the way that you feel because it's such an unknown to the general public. And I'm considering myself general public in this because I am not trained in that level of a response. With the police department, we responded to a burglar alarm. As we went into the building, we hit a door that said, do not go beyond this point radiation. The guys that I was with, they started backing out, had me there as a supervisor. Turned out it was a storage place for ground sensing equipment.
Okay.
And they use radiation to do that. Well, it was safe, very small chips, and they have to mark the building. But it was an extremely unsettling feeling being there and knowing what to do. We backed out.
Right.
Because we're not trained in that type of response.
Right. And you know what? That's one thing that, like, especially new remediators, whether it is mold or whether it is on the forensic end and stuff, need to realize their limitations and need to know when to pull back and call and ask for some expert consultation and help.
That's something that actually needs to be taught because people don't realize it. People are, in general, pleasers. They want to have the answer. If they don't have it, they try to make it up. And in our line of work, that can be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. Remember the Clint Eastwood movie, Magnum Force?
Yes.
The line he used in that, man's got to know his limitations.
It's absolutely correct.
Absolutely correct.
I've seen it from the emergency services side. You've seen it. You were in the military. People do things that, beer muscles, if you want to call it, here, hold my beer, I'm going in, that's where you get hurt. And if you're doing a job and you need to climb up and reach something, you don't have a ladder, you don't stack 4 chairs on top of each other and try to climb it. But people do. And then you laugh about it afterwards. And could you believe what this guy did? Could have seriously gotten hurt. The same problem with these microbes and chemistries and all the biohazards we come in contact with, not wearing the right equipment is the same thing as standing on 4 chairs piled high.
Absolutely. Have people died cleaning up after fentanyl? Yes, they have.
Yes.
Okay. And so we need to be aware of that.
Yeah. And it's not just coming in contact with a lab. Our remediators, our assessors, you're going into homes, into businesses that it's an unknown. You don't know what's there. Should you be wearing gloves? Absolutely. PPE? Yes, you really need it, even in a normal looking environment, because what is normal? You never
If it was
know.
normal, you wouldn't be there.
Exactly. They've called for a reason.
We're biological SWAT teams. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't looked at it like that, but yeah, I guess it would fit. But that's this industry. And as we look around, there's people all over here from all over the country. Actually, there's a lot of people here from Australia and the UK. They come to this show because they get to see people in the industry, their peers, how they work, how they do things, the training available. They meet people like you with the technology and the upper level training that you do, that even with our most advanced training, we don't cover crime scene and cleanup. So this is the place to be in a show like this.
I love being around my peers and colleagues here because I pick up things left and right.
Yeah. It's, a good experience. And I'm glad you were here and had time to talk.
Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure.
Thanks, Lance.
I told Lori I'd really like to get into one of your classes one day.
Oh, we'd love to have you.
I think it would be of a big interest and value for me.
Anytime.
So,
the door's open.
We'll hold you to that.
Okay.
All righty. Take care. Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
I want to welcome my next 2 guests, Doug Hoffman from Normie and Larry Cooper from Restoration Journeys. Now, there's a special synergy between the two of them. So this interview is going to be a little different. Normally, I'd be asking questions and doing a Q&A, but I am just going to tee this up for the two of them because they seem to have conversations that just go in all kinds of directions. So it's really good to watch. So the main focus here is Restoration Journeys is having a special event coming up in April. I'll let them talk about the dates and the timing on that. But we're also having a training associated with Normie at the same time. So this will be a learning event on the beach in Mexico. I'll leave it at that. And Doug, I'm going to turn this over to you and let you and Larry have a conversation.
Great. Thanks, Lance. Yeah, I was going to grab the mic because I got all kinds of questions. But I want to set this up if I can. I'm very excited to announce, for those of you who don't know, Normie has a 20-year anniversary. We were actually founded in 2004, which means 2024 is our 20th birthday or 20th anniversary, however you want to look at it. And I'm so excited about this. I was telling somebody the other day that when you've gone through the financial crisis of 2008 and 9 and the pandemic of 2020 and you're still surviving, I think that's a pretty good sign. Maybe you got something important to say. And we've just been so fortunate to be able to build a really strong trade association across the years, teaching and filling, I think, in some ways, a void for some of the training that's out there. Many of you know Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, is the only trade association right now that's approved for all of the states that require licensing. And that's huge. We do training on both sides of the industry for assessment and remediation. And we do a lot of certification on indoor air quality, which, as we know, since 2020 has become kind of a big deal, breathing clean air. And so we've got a lot of things that we've been doing over the last few years. And I just want to tell you at the onset of this discussion that Larry has been incredibly instrumental in throwing us in front of this industry. We, in a lot of ways, were kind of in the background. A lot of people didn't know who we were. In fact, I'm going to ask Larry to start that way. When we first met, he didn't know who we were. And that's only been a few years ago, but apparently even he likes what we do. And so he made an effort to put us in front of the industry. And so I'm going to introduce Larry. If you don't know who Larry is, he worked with the IICRC for many, many years. He was the owner of The Experience, which is one of the best conferences in the restoration industry. And so, Larry, tell us a little bit about yourself, and maybe you can mention how we met.
Fantastic. Hey, thank you. 20 years, that is something else, to say the least. And it's really been a joy to work with good people like you and Lance and others that I've met at Normie. It's just been fantastic. So I got into the industry when I was 15 years old. I did my first water damage job in 1973 and learned a lot about what we don't know about the industry. And we're still learning today, to say the least. But what I can tell you is that education is so critically important. Certification is vital when you're doing these restoration and remediation jobs, and ongoing relationships with other companies, with associations, really makes or breaks your own organization. So I met Doug through a gentleman at ISSA, and he said, "Well, you know Doug, don't you?" And I'm like, "Does he know me?" I don't know him. But nonetheless, we met a couple of days later and we just clicked. I mean, you know, an honorable, fantastic person is easy to work with. And it makes the relationship so much stronger. And you guys are all amazingly lucky to be able to work with Doug Hoffman. There aren't many Doug Hoffmans in the world, and he takes care of what he says he's going to do. He takes care of his members. And my relationship with him with the Experience Convention and Trade Show was he always over-exceeded my expectations of what was going to happen. They did more hands-on remediation and restoration than anybody else. It was just fantastic to watch. So We started the company called Restoration Journeys about 14 years ago. And really what it's about is having educational programs somewhere in the world. And the reason we do it somewhere in the world is so that you can combine travel, relaxation, networking, meeting new people with great educational programs. And our goal is to make sure that you're pampered wherever we are, but we're going to be in Puerto Vallarta at the Marriott Resort and Spa. And this all-inclusive location is just wonderful. So it is great to have the opportunity to meet new people there. A lot of folks make lifetime friends at these events. And our program is dynamite. So what's included in our package then is 5 nights at the Puerto Vallarta Marriott. All meals and drinks are included. Yes, that includes alcohol if you do partake in that. There's fitness centers, Wi-Fi is included. All your taxes, fees, and gratuities are included. And there's optional excursions and tours if you want to go on them. And yes, children are welcome. So the good news is, for us at least, is we only have 4 rooms left. And so that's exciting. We've come a long way, and April is a wonderful time to be in Puerto Vallarta. And it's also a great time to gear up for the busy season, which starts throughout the summer right into the fall. You got to refresh yourself. I mean, working is great, and I love working. I'm a workaholic. There's no question about it. I retired for at least 2 weeks and decided that was stupid. So I have a whole new business plan that I'm working on right now. But you've got to take time and refresh and take a look at what you're doing and how you're doing it, and find ways to generate opportunities to just make a difference, not just to yourself, but to your employees and your customers and the world. So that's kind of what this is all about. It's a lot of fun. And Doug, I'm going to shut up and talk because I did a lot of talking right there.
Well, you did, but that was good. I was going to tell you that when you started in 1973, I was 4 years old, but that's not
liar.
That's not exactly true. But yeah, I've been married a year already. But anyway, yeah, we've got a lot of history behind us. I think the thing that's so exciting to me is that one of the things we've learned with our training, the training that we've done, is that there's something cool about a destination location and being able to go to a place where you get the opportunity to relax, but then get some education. I think that's a huge deal. But the other thing is that the networking opportunity is gigantic. And so I think those 3 aspects of this are really big to me. One is going to a place that's very, very comfortable. And of course, in April, where wouldn't you want to go except to the beach? I mean, hello. And then so you're going to a place where you're taken care of like a king. You get all your food and whatever else you need, all the rest you need on the beach. But the second thing is getting really good training, which I want to talk about for a second, at least what we're doing on our end. And I know you've got some other things planned, but then also having some network events. I think we're talking about maybe doing a little birthday party for Normie, and maybe we can do a really good networking event. One of the things that we learned in this industry, and Larry, you've spoken to this before, you've talked with me about this. One of the frustrating things in our industry for years has been this lone cowboy kind of, I'm going to do what I think is right, and I'm not going to talk to anybody else, and I'm not going to share my secrets to the business. That's all changed. And I think what's changed is the foundation of science that's now really, I think, driving our industry. There are no secrets. People are able to talk with each other and help each other. And the truth is that even if I had a small restoration company or even a large restoration company in New Orleans, Louisiana, there's a whole world out there that needs what I do. And I can't take claim on that entire market. So talk for a second, if you would, about what you've learned in terms of how this networking has become so important in our industries. Assessors talking to remediators, talking to restoration companies, talking to insurance adjusters, et cetera.
Well, and you hit it on the head with the industry has advanced more in the last 5 years than it did the previous 25 years in knowledge about science and technology of what we're doing on jobs. When I first started in the business, there was very little information, and today it's hard to keep up with it. I talk to a lot of people that say, oh, I went to a class 20 years ago, I'm just fine. You're not. Everything has changed. And when you're on site and you're relaxing, you have a drink, cocktail, we're at a party, cocktail party, or whatever we're doing, and you meet others in the industry that are doing something similar to what you're doing, or something different, like an inspector versus a remediator, what a great opportunity to open the door to a relationship that could be ongoing. And you learn from each other. And not everybody knows everything there is to know, even though some claim to. We're all in a place where we need to learn about what's happening out there in the real world and learn about the science and technology and actually the operation of applying it to our jobs. Networking at these opportunities like Restoration Journeys just lifts your company up to a new level. And if you get into a job situation where maybe you have questions, you've got people that you can contact. You can call and say, hey, have you run into this? Hey, what's your suggestion here? Or maybe they're calling you because they have a job that's way too big and they need help. Maybe you want to go help them. So, I mean, there's a whole different world out there with this networking opportunity and the collaboration that's built. We've been doing this for quite a few years. And I've got to tell you, there's some friendships that have been molded at these events. I'm just always amazed how close everybody is. And it's really a great opportunity to welcome others in the industry to come join us.
Yeah, so talking about the science, I don't know if I've told you this story or not, but it is kind of interesting. One of our trainers talks about a conference that he went to several years ago where they had a room full of people, maybe 200 people, and the speaker got up and he said, okay, so you've got this house and you've got a truckload of air movers, and you've got a water restoration job you're going to do. How many? And he gave him all the calculations. He said, how many air movers do you want to put in the job? And he had people guess, this many. He said, no, whatever you have on the truck.
Well, that is one strategy that may or may not work, but
well, unfortunately, I think that's the way the industry in a lot of ways has been driven. Not so much now. And truthfully, the class that we're going to be teaching, the class that we've got for 2 days in this particular event, is called ISSS. It's interesting. It's called Indoor Air Quality Strategies, Sampling, and Solutions. And so what we're doing is we're taking a couple of modules that we typically train in our regular licensing class, and we're saying, okay, so I'm going to develop a strategy for what kinds of samples and how many samples I'm going to take on this particular project, because that strategy that you develop is actually based on that particular environment, where the complaint areas are, how large it is, airflow, what kinds of contaminants you're looking for. And so developing a strategy on how to take the samples is always answering the question that a lawyer is going to ask you, and that's why. Why did you take that sample? Why did you take it there? So that's one section of this class. Then we're going to talk about all the different types of sampling that's available to us, not just swabs and aerosols, but we've got Air Answers device, Respirair, mycotoxins, VOC sampling, MVOC sampling, all of this type of sampling that we have those options. We're going to talk about that and do some hands-on in this class of what kinds of samples you can take. And then there's that third section, which, okay, I found the problem. Now, what's the solution? And there are some great technologies out there. We've talked about the trademarked MCI, multi-cluster ionization technology, other HEPA filters. What does a HEPA filter do? What does it not do? All of those kinds of solutions that we're going to offer. Fogging, we're going to talk about that. What's dry fogging? What's heated fogging? How does that work? How does it supplement the process? So we got a lot to talk about in 2 days, but that 2-day class, which is really exciting for us, will give anyone who has a Florida license 14 hours of continuing education. And if you're in the state of Florida and you have a Florida license, either assessor or remediator, you know you have to have 14 hours of continuing education by August of this year to actually get that license renewed. And that's what this course will give you, those 14 hours you need. So that's what I'm going to be teaching about. What else have you got going on, Larry, on the training side?
Well, I wanted to ask another question or make a comment, which is we have people coming that are in the water damage restoration business. And for a long time, we didn't really understand in that industry what testing was about, why it was necessary, and why we as an industry really need to understand the importance of what's happening during testing, what those results mean. Now, not in every case will you do your own sampling. You may have an outside person there, but you may be in Bozeman, Montana, and there isn't someone there to do sampling. And so maybe you are doing your own sampling and you really need to learn the protocols involved. So this class is fantastic, and it's a great opportunity for our industry to really dive in and understand more about what's going on.
Well, you're exactly right. And let me just tell you this, because this is new. You didn't know this, but we just added into our CMR class, the remediator and restoration class, water testing, because when you go on a project, you better know whether you're dealing with Cat 3 water or not. And the way you do that is with testing, water testing. So we've got a sampling tool now that we can use to test for that, which is going to make it easier, oh, by the way, to get your insurance carrier convinced that the problem has to be solved.
So the lick test won't work anymore?
It'll work one time, just one time.
Well, we were looking at your class and we said, the one thing that people need help with, and especially me all the time, is social media, marketing, and getting jobs. And so what we decided to do was to add a 4.5 to 5 hour workshop, hands-on, where the attendees are all welcome to come. There's not an additional charge, but you bring your computer. We're going to be working online and interactively to learn more about social media. And so we have your own Lance Eason teaching with Becky Tomino, and myself and my daughter Jillian will also be assisting. And, we've learned a lot from Lance and Becky, and we try to apply it all the time. But, something that's critically important that I'm going to teach is presence on a video. How do you sell yourself and your knowledge to a customer when you're talking right into social media? How can you get them to pick up the phone and call you when there's an emergency? So there's a lot to learn. Becky's taught us so much over the years. She's coming in from Texas to teach for us for a couple of hours. Lance is going to pick up a big part of it also about all the different social media areas. And you guys do some amazing work getting the message out about Normie. And we all have a lot to learn, and we don't want to take up a whole day, but we want to take up some valuable hours where we can all learn from each other, and especially from Becky and Lance, about how to improve your own social media. So bring your computers. That will be the first day. And then the next 2 days we'll be working with Doug and his team. And so there's a great education program. But I know there's a pool right outside that is the biggest pool I've ever seen with a swim up bar. And right past the pool is the ocean. So there's a few distractions that could get in the way of the success of these classes. But really, the class will be really successful if you do take the time to relax. You bring your wife, spouse, partner, kids, whoever it is, and enjoy. And at this point in time, Doug, we don't have a lot of rooms left, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But we are really excited to add a few more remediators and restoration companies to come join us. And we're really looking forward to meeting everybody. And what a great opportunity to just kind of breathe a little bit and let it all out before you jump back in when you get back.
Yeah, you know what my wife said when she saw the flyer, Larry? She said, well, it looks like you've got a lot of classes to go to while I'm at the beach. So,
That's a smart woman.
yeah, I'm saying. So let's talk about two ways that they can get this information, because we do have a website at events.normie.org, events.normie.org. You can go in there and you can download. There's a little video there. You can download the flyer, and that'll give you contact information to get directly connected to Larry. And can I say this? I think there's also, aren't there some payment options that they might be able to do if they're running a little tight on money?
Yeah, they're running out of time. So right now they would need to put down half, and then 30 days later pay the second half. And in the next week, it'll all be one payment, because we're reaching that point in coming up onto April so fast. It's amazing. Kind of cool. I went online and I booked my airfare for like $450 round trip. So that was really nice also.
Mine was very inexpensive too. I'm shocked at how inexpensive it was.
Yeah, I'm taking some granddaughters to Europe in June for graduating high school, and my God, Europe right now, it's $2,000 a person. That's just like, oh my gosh. It'll come down again someday, hopefully soon. Yeah. But that kind of gives you a big picture. You can also go to restorationjourneys.com. And at restorationjourneys.com, you'll see all the information about the event and the hotel. And there's a registration form there. Or you're welcome to call and talk to Jennifer or Jillian or myself. And that number's 303-469-0306. That's 303-469-0306. As soon as I said the number, it started ringing. That could be a good thing.
That is a good thing. And we'll put a tag on the end of this video with a slide that has that information on there for everybody. But Larry, I want to thank you so much, man, for being here today. It's always fun to see you and good to talk to you, and looking forward to a really fun time in Puerto Vallarta.
And I can't wait to be with you and your whole team and all of our attendees. I'm just planning to relax and have a great time. And if I'm sleeping at the pool, don't wake me up.
Oh, I won't. And one of the other things we're working on is we're going to try to get some swag out there. So I'd love to have some stuff with some logo, Normie logo material out there. Since it's our 20th birthday, why not, right?
Absolutely. We're looking forward to celebrating with you. Fantastic. Thank you guys so much. We just really have enjoyed and continue to enjoy working with Normie, and we just hope you continue to grow and thrive.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. I'm going to turn it back over to Lance. Lance, it's yours.
Thank you, guys. And, when I started this today, I had said how difficult it was going to be to interview you two. No, I didn't say that, but I meant to. That's what I mean. I want to thank you guys for making this really easy on me. And it's enjoyable watching the two of you go back and forth with an interview style conversation. So thank you again. I want to thank you both for taking the time to do this. And I'm ready for April. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready to go. So
fantastic. Can't wait to
see you on the beach.
Thank you.
I want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow it up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is, when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies. We have state agreements. We have federal agreements. We have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us. And trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters. And my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn. They continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada, not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity is it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have two children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes in the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's
that's
thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing, because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That
Right,
jacket
yeah.
could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have two sets of turnouts. and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with, 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some amazing pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome to IAQ Basics 101, Managing the Air We Breathe. My name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. IAQ Basics 101 is a class offered through besttrainingschool.com. This copyrighted presentation will discuss the problems of indoor air pollution as well as solutions to those problems. There are multiple ways to deal with indoor air pollution, and I suppose this picture addresses one of those. The EPA and other government agencies suggest removing the source of the pollution, but as we will see, that's not always possible and is not necessarily a viable option, especially since we ourselves are the source of much of the pollution indoors. Dilution with fresh air makeup is also suggested as an option, but that's not always possible, and in many cases it allows us to bring even more pollution from the outside into our living space. This class is designed to talk about the seriousness of the problem, the sources of the problem, and the real holistic solution to managing indoor air quality. Whether in a residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional environment, the solutions are the same and effective to reduce microbials, particulates, and other contaminants that pollute our indoor breathing space. Several years ago, normie.org started a national survey asking homeowners in particular to rank their indoor air quality from 1 to 10, 1 being poor, 10 being excellent. And so the question, how would you rate the indoor air quality in your home? Now, with several thousand responses, the evidence is clear that most people, in excess of 90%, rank their indoor air quality at a 7 or below. That many people recognize that they have a problem, but not quite sure what that problem is or who to call to resolve it. This short course should help put those concerns to rest by suggesting the sources of the problem and the solutions that are effective in improving indoor air quality in virtually every single case. We are not unaware of the problems in our homes and offices. Many people react to the contaminants that exist in our indoor environments, and there is even an entire segment of the medical industry that now recognizes and treats the symptoms of environmental illness. The AAEM, American Association of Environmental Medicine, has been a leader among doctors in training and helping them resolve the problems that people experience as a result of indoor air pollution. No longer are those affected shuffled off to a psychiatrist or disregarded as a hypochondriac, because more and more evidence is coming to light every year on the devastating effects of long-term, low-level pollutants on our health and general well-being. Allergy, lethargy, overall unproductivity are now being associated with many of these contaminants, and property owners, managers, and doctors are interested in finding solutions. This class allows you to take a giant leap toward a holistic approach to dealing with indoor air pollution. But first, you must understand what comprises or makes up the contaminants that we breathe every day indoors. You could classify every single component that affects indoor air quality into one of these 7 components. And if you know what the problem is, the solution is easier to understand. As I've said many times, prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice, and so it is with indoor air pollution. If you don't understand the problem, then you don't have a solution. If you do understand the problem, and you understand that it's multifaceted, then you will understand that the solution must then be multi-strategic. There is no one-size-fits-all, or just put this machine in your house and all will be well approach to solving these issues. It's about dealing with all of them in a synergistic way. So let's talk about each of these as we see them in our environments and as they pollute those environments. Particles. That's a dust mite. 32,000 of them on an ounce of dust. And there are a lot of people who are allergic to dust mites because dust mites love to eat organic material, dead skin. And when they eat that dead skin, they do what other animals do, and that becomes aerosolated. And that dust mite feces has enzymes in it that makes people allergic to it. And so dust mites obviously are a problem, and what they do after they eat becomes a problem. But there are other things in the environment floating around as well: pollen and mold spores, particulates that need to be taken out of the air that we breathe. There have been multiple studies about submicron particles and how they actually get past our natural filtering systems, the nose hairs, the hairs in our lungs, and actually can even be brought into our bloodstream. And so dealing with particles, of course, is an extremely important way of dealing with indoor air quality. Unfortunately, in the indoor air quality business for the last few years, so much emphasis and focus has been put on particles that some of the other problems that are in the environment have been ignored. And so a lot of effort has been made to make really good and efficient filters. But that's only one solution to one specific problem. Odors. In our environment, we have odors, all kinds of odors. Sometimes those odors are symptomatic of gases. Sometimes they're symptomatic of other things like cooking odors or secondhand smoke. But odors are a tremendous allergen, and it's an indoor air quality issue that needs to be addressed. Gases. Of course, I tell people in our indoor air quality classes that we have enough chemicals under our kitchen sink to kill a couple of elephants. But the truth is that we have all kinds of things in our environments that are off-gassing different types of chemicals. You think about walking into a room that's just been painted. That room smells. There's your odors. But those odors are actually coming from gases from the paints and the VOCs. Those gases will continue for years and years, sometimes up to 10 years, after the smell of the new paint has gone away. Formaldehyde, glues, OSB, carpeting, all of these things put off gases. Some of them we smell, some of them we don't smell. Usually at this point when I'm talking about indoor air quality, I talk about these three as they're really evidenced by secondhand smoke. A single cigarette produces over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And in most cases, when they try to take cigarette smoke out of an environment, like in a bar or a restaurant, they use a filter, and so they're successful at taking the particles out, but it still smells like an ashtray. And that's because they haven't removed the gases and the odors that remain. So if you were going to have a multi-strategic solution to secondhand smoke, you'd have to have something that would deal with not only the particulates, but also deal with the gases and with the odors. And then, of course, we have biopollutants, and we think about mold because it's something that's very obvious, and there's been a lot of press about it, but there's all kinds of biopollutants in our environments. E. coli, salmonella, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, all kinds of things going on in our environments that actually become aerosolated. Now, that's not because the bacteria has wings and can fly around, but it does in fact travel on the dead skin cells and other things that are floating around in our environment. When I talked about particulates, one of the things that I didn't really mention but is one of the biggest pollutions in our environment is our cells. We actually put off dead skin cells. And if you look at a shaft of light in the morning and you see all of those things floating around, 80% of that, according to scientists, 80% of that is dead skin. Well, that dead skin becomes a little magic carpet ride for bacteria and for viruses and other types of biopollutants. And so biopollutants are a major issue not only on surfaces but also when they become aerosolated. That's the fourth component of indoor air quality that needs to be addressed. Temperature and humidity. Obviously, as the temperature gets high and the humidity gets high, much greater chance of mold growing. Even when the temperature gets low and the humidity gets low, there's a good possibility that bacteria will grow. And so one of the things that we do in our trainings is we talk about trying to keep the relative humidity between 40 and 60% so that there's a less possibility that contaminants will actually grow in that environment. But these two components obviously need to be addressed. In the air conditioning industry, they talk about combining these two, and they deal with what's called psychrometrics and how the two actually work in environments to keep air cleaner and how they can make the air conditioning systems more efficient. Temperature and humidity. And then the seventh component is comfort, and that's how air moves in the environment. You know, when you're in an environment that's got stagnant air, where it's hot at your head and it's cold at your feet, it's extremely uncomfortable. By getting the air moving, by using ceiling fans, leaving the air conditioning system on, so that it's actually moving the air, not only are you keeping a more comfortable environment, you're taking away the false positives that a thermostat might give you, false readings that you might have about the heat or the coolness of that particular environment. And if you're using proactive air purification technologies or passive technologies, as we're going to talk about in just a few moments, moving the air is vital to keeping good air quality. By moving the air, you're trapping the particulates, you're taking the proactive air purification to the surfaces, cleaning the bacteria, killing the mold, you're dealing with odors and VOCs. All of that has to do with air movement. So these 7 components, and again, we're talking about particulates, odors, gases, temperature, humidity, and comfort. All of these have to be addressed if you're going to have a multi-strategic solution to this multifaceted problem. Particles, biopollutants, odors, temperature, humidity, gases, and comfort. You need to address all of them. So the first conclusion that should be drawn after understanding the many facets of the problem is that solution is not just about filters. Filters play a very big part in resolving many issues, but they certainly don't address many of the pollutants like odors and gases, and they are restricted by the difficulty of trying to get some of these pollutants to the filter. We'll talk about the value of good filters and the shortcomings of bad ones shortly, but even before that discussion, it's clear that it's not the whole answer to IAQ management. It's not about source removal. If we are producing much of the dead skin that's in any environment, removing us is not the answer. Yes, we can give our cat to Aunt Sally and tell our wife to smoke outdoors, but there are so many things in our environments that simply cannot be removed. After all, who wants to live in a stainless steel house? So many of our construction materials are great feeding ground for mold and bacteria, and how do we fix that problem? And it's not about dilution. Certainly adding fresh air into the home or office is a good way to dilute some of the contaminants, but as I suggested earlier, in some parts of the country, the last thing I want to do is bring so-called fresh air into the environment. At least I wouldn't want to bring it in without it having been cooled, filtered, and purified. Again, certainly a part of the solution, but not the entire solution. Our solution, the Normie approved solution, is a multi-strategic approach with these 3 prongs: air filtration and purification, surface protection, and lifestyle changes. When I wrote my book, Mold-Free Construction, and that's available at moldfreeconstruction.com, I suggested a sanitization protocol, and it incorporates this 3-pronged approach. Take a look here at a recent table that I found that suggested the top 10 solutions to indoor air quality issues. It's interesting because the 3-pronged approach is included right here. You've got utilize air purification, utilize air filtration, dehumidify or humidify, reduce carpeting, revise your cleaning schedule, use hypoallergenic bedding, use green cleaning supplies, reduce volatile organic compounds, respond quickly to leaks or moisture, manage plants, and clean your pets. It's interesting that this three-pronged approach is included. Lifestyle changes that include decluttering, scheduled maintenance, and so forth is incorporated in the revised cleaning schedule. Respond quickly to leaks and use hypoallergenic bedding. Using green cleaning supplies that are low in VOCs deals with surface protection, and I have many more listed in my sanitization protocol. So we want to now close in on air filtration and purification technologies, which is probably the most technical of all the solutions. There are so many air purification technologies and so much marketing hype that it's often difficult to understand exactly what works and what doesn't. So let's simplify the approach. Every piece of air purification equipment in the market today is either active or passive in its approach to resolving indoor air pollution problems. By passive, we mean that, like a mousetrap, it's bringing the pollution to the solution. A filter is a good example of a passive technology because the filter sits there waiting for the air to be brought to the filter. The other option to take care of that pesky mouse would be to buy a cat. That cat is on seek and destroy mode, and she's going out there to take the solution to the pollution. That's a proactive approach to solving the problem. So in that context, let's talk about the different technologies in the marketplace and talk about each, how they work, and the advantages or disadvantages of each. What you'll quickly see is that a synergistic approach utilizing multiple technologies in a combination of passive and active is by far the best and most effective way to deal with all of the potential contaminants in the indoor environment. To take this a step further in evaluating technologies on the market today, all of them, that is, all of the equipment on the market today, utilizes one of 5 technologies: either filtration, ionization, ozonation, ultraviolet, or ultraviolet with target plate. The very best equipment utilizes several of these, as you'll see in a few moments, but we must first understand the value and limitation of each before we have a clear understanding of the efficiency and effectiveness when these are combined. Filters would include all of the different media that we see in the market. They might be fiberglass, foam rubber, carbon or carbon impregnated, polyester, but each serves a different purpose based on its density and configuration. HEPA, high efficiency particulate arrestor, filters, probably the highest quality filter on the market today, incorporated a pleated configuration and is usually appropriate only in commercial environments where the air handlers can handle the tight density of the filter media. For the average consumer, anything above a MERV 7 or 8 rating, according to ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, could negatively impact the efficiency of the air conditioning system and even, in many cases, damage blower motors and other moving parts of the system. MERV, which is the Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value, a standard set by ASHRAE to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of a specific media. Ionization sends an electrical charge into the environment using several different types of components to charge particles and make them flock together or aggregate so they can be carried to the filter. In many cases, submicron particles are so light that they are never brought to the filter, and these are, by most studies, the most harmful to our health. Bypassing the natural filters of our nose and lungs, these particles can wreak havoc on our health. Ozonation is produced by a couple of different methods. Ozone can be very effective in reducing microbial pollutants in the air and on surfaces, but it must be closely monitored and is problematic for a small percentage of the population. Ozone production is regulated by some states, and in particular, the state of California bans air purification technologies that incorporate ozone production in their machines. Fortunately, there are now other technologies that are just as effective without the harmful side effects. Ultraviolet has been widely used in the air conditioning industry, but unfortunately it seems as though many technicians really don't understand how it works, or doesn't, and so many have lost faith in the effectiveness as an air purification technique. With the advent of target plates, the photocatalytic oxidation technology is one of the newest technologies addressing airflow and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping air and surfaces clean of many contaminants. Let's talk about each of these in a little more detail and discuss whether they are active or passive in their approach to air purification. This is a good example of a traditional pleated filter. There are some limitations that inhibit the effectiveness of filters, and much of that has to do with the type of filter that's used and the maintenance, or lack of it, that's required. We've talked about the variety of filter media that can be used, but all filters are limited by the air handler itself in terms of the amount of air that actually gets to the filter. Air exchanges are a way of describing the effectiveness of the filter, but it ignores the reality that much of the air in any environment never actually gets to the filter. Just like the swirling leaf in a swimming pool that never gets to the pool filter, the air in any environment has pockets of air that never move. At least that air never gets exchanged and therefore is never really filtered. Maintenance is probably one of the biggest issues with filters because people often will leave their filters in for a very long time. So long that the media is so full that it actually sucks the cardboard frame of the filter away from the edges of the return, causing blow-by. And again, the air is not filtered. If filters are not changed regularly, they can become a media for mold and bacterial growth, a syndrome that we in the industry call bionesting. The solution is a good MERV 7 or 8 filter, frameless, impregnated with a good antimicrobial. And if you view Best Living Systems module at the end of this module, also attached to this lesson, you'll see the value and efficiency of the perfect fit filter for most 1-inch applications. With all this understood, the filter is still passive, waiting for the contaminants to get to it. We highly recommend a good filter, but it should be only one of the parts of the solution, and it should be one that doesn't cause the very problems that you're trying to solve. Ions are invisible particles, either molecules or atoms, which bear an electric charge. Atoms, for instance, consist of an atomic nucleus that contains neutral neutrons and positively charged protons, as well as orbiting electrons that are negatively charged. And when an atom is in neutral condition, the number of protons and electrons, which are negative, protons positive, electrons negative, is equal. When the number of protons and electrons is not the same, the particle becomes an ion that is either positively or negatively charged. Negative ions can be artificially generated by electrical devices such as ionizers, which use an external power source to generate large quantities of negative ions. Virtually all particles in the air have a positive charge, while negative ions have a negative charge, in which case negative ions and particles magnetically attract to one another. When there's a high enough concentration of negative ions in the air, they will attract to floating particles in large numbers. This causes the particle to become too heavy to remain airborne, and as a result, the particle will fall out of the air and will then be collected by normal cleaning activities such as vacuuming or dusting or even in the filter. The ionization process has been used for years on the construction sites and other locations where particulates need to be removed from our breathing space. Negative needlepoint and pulsating ionization simply charge those particles that are then attracted to one another and either dropped out of our breathing range or taken to a filter. The newest ionization technology is the dielectric barrier ionizer. This component actually creates what some call a bipolar ion or clustered ion, where both positive and negative ions are combined in the same charge. This sounds counterintuitive, but testing has shown that this actually happens, and that the clustered ion, though safe for humans, is lethal to microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, and mold or fungus. This is a completely natural process, utilizes low voltage, so it's an energy-saving process, and effective on a variety of IAQ contaminants. When combined with other components, this technology produces a powerful oxidation process, and Best Living Systems trademarked it as multi-cluster ionization, MCI. It's just a better way to address many of the contaminants in the indoor environment because it produces very low levels of ozone, nearly immeasurable and safe. Best part of all, this technology is proactive. It sends the solution downstream to the pollution and will therefore help keep air and surfaces clean, even quite a distance from the equipment. There has been much concern about ozone, and I just have to say that much of it is inaccurate. Though there is no need now with the newer technologies to incorporate ozone in the air purification technologies, the production of ozone is as natural as lightning and actually causes the clean, crisp smell that we get after a thunderstorm or at the beach or in the mountains. Called nature's cleaning product, ozone can be a very powerful oxidizer and when used correctly can be very effective. Though highly efficient for smoke cleanup and fire restoration projects, more IAQ professionals steer customers away from the use of ozone, even at low levels, due to the sensitivity of young children, the elderly, and immunosuppressed people. I'm thankful that there are technologies that have advanced beyond our need for a discussion about the value or limitation of this specifically proactive technology. This brings us to ultraviolet lamps, the darling of the HVAC industry. It's long been known that UV light at the germicidal wavelength, 254 nanometer, is extremely effective against microbials. The food processing industry, the post office, and other applications have been fully convinced of its effectiveness and utilized it for really tough organisms like E. coli, anthrax, to name a few. Unfortunately, in the air conditioning system, the limitations of the technology enable it to be very effective in cleaning the surfaces on the inside of the air handler, but not very effective in sending any of that cleansing power downstream into the airflow. Why? Well, the UV technology has two major limitations: time and proximity. How long is the microorganism exposed to the light, and how close is it to the light? In most cases, air conditioning contractors have found that due to the high rate of speed with the air racing past the UV light, that the bugs hardly get a sunburn. Ultraviolet light is great for the surfaces inside the system, but not very effective in the air stream. It really is a passive technology, waiting for the bugs to come close to it so it can zap them, change their DNA, or neutralize them. Over the past few years, scientists and engineers have learned the power of a combination of UV, the germicidal wavelength UV, and a target plate. This UV becomes a catalyst for producing a much more powerful oxidizer than actually does get into the airstream, clean the air and surfaces downstream from the air handler. When combining these two, the UV and the target plate can then be coated with multiple coatings of different metals, its shape altered to expose more of the surface to the UV, and in turn produce a powerful clustered ion similar to the dielectric barrier ionizer we discussed earlier. This proactive technology is becoming the choice for all air purification technologies, and when combined with other components, as we'll discuss in a moment, air purification technology has now taken a turn toward becoming the foundation for creating clean, healthy environments indoors. No longer is this technology an option, but a must for anyone who's interested in addressing all the pollutants now found in indoor environments. This concludes our training on IAQ technologies. IAQ Basics 101. Remember that the combination of many components into a single product is the very best way to address all of the contaminants in any environment. You've got a multifaceted problem, you need a multi-strategic solution. If you have a greater interest in the products that have been developed around the clustered ion, multi-cluster ionization trademark, we have provided a module on your page entitled BLS Products to help you better understand the options you may have for your own use or may want to offer to your clients. The trademarked MCI multi-cluster ionization technology are incorporated in all of these products, from HVAC probes to standalones. They're affordable, effective, and efficacious for air and surfaces in virtually any environment. Safe for humans, but lethal to microbes. Thank you for taking the time to get better educated on the basics of IAQ. We offer more advanced trainings in the IAQ field, which includes specific trainings on mold, formaldehyde, as well as more trainings in the indoor air quality field itself. And we look forward to providing more information in the classes ahead.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environment, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was self-unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want to edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Lance here from Normie TV. And we are live from Las Vegas at the Experience Trade Show. Over the next 3 days, during trade show hours, we're going to be doing interviews and a lot of live presentations right here on normie.tv. So if you're watching on any of the social media platforms, we'll be broadcasting there also. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, or just normie.tv. So we're working right now on scheduling quite a few interviews over the next 3 days. The normal broadcasting for Normie TV is going to be interrupted. We may have it running a little bit in between interviews, but we'll be shutting it down. So for those of you that follow us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live. And we're going to try to do a lot of it, as much as possible anyways, during the actual presentations here at the show. A lot of the vendors are here. A lot of the attendees are going to be here. The management side from the Experience, we'll be talking with them. So if you weren't able to make it, we're going to try to give you a little glimpse as to what's really going on here. So stick around. Keep the normie.tv channel open if you want to watch it there or any of the other social media platforms you're normally on. And we will be talking with you later. So take care. And welcome back, everybody. Again, we are here at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas, and I have Doug Hoffman with me. Now, they just opened the doors up to the trade show, and there was a wall of people literally coming over to our booth. And Doug, I know that the PRV 24K, the unit that we were just talking about, is like a big draw. But what kind of reaction did you see from the people that were coming over?
You know, it's really funny here. We got 3 more people that just showed up. This device, this PRV 24K, which actually ionizes the air during the air scrubbing process, I think is going to be one of the hottest items here at the show. You know, we presented it last year at Fort Lauderdale back in the spring, and we got such a huge reception. People were really interested in it. So it's a pretty cool device.
Yeah, you know, the people are going, what's that? You know, it's like they've seen something similar, but nothing like this. And we have the tubes extending out, the lay flat.
Yeah.
So we're actually sending the technology all across our booth, which is a pretty big area.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about this is most guys don't think about an air filtration device when they use it as an air scrubber. It's really recirculating the air that's really close to it. It just can't go out there very far, obviously, because it's got the vacuum sucking the air into the filter. And so it's going to kind of get the air real close to it, but it's not going to take the air far away. So when we start teaching on tails, the idea of running a piece of lay flat out 20, 30, 40 feet, tying it off and putting slits in it, that was a kind of an innovation in a lot of ways. Guys thinking about, oh, well, now I can clean the air in the entire room and circulate all of the air, not just the air right around the air scrubber. Well, then when you add the ionizer to it, wow, it's like a whammy. You know, you've got a technology that's going to be incredibly effective, make the air scrubbing process probably half as long as it would be otherwise. And you're going to get, believe it or not, down into the zeros for the testing.
And that's what the people are asking me. So what does it really do? And, you know, when I started to explain about it, it more or less clumps the particulate into larger pieces so you can filter it out. Then you go, oh, I understand now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and we didn't even talk about, you know, how it helps move around the relative humidity, the higher levels against the floor. It just helps the entire process.
Well, that's right. And that's only half of the process, the ionization process. The other part is sending out that photocatalytic oxidation oxidizers into those areas, those cracks and crevices that maybe they missed with their fogging process or they couldn't get to, so they couldn't wipe it down. Now you're sending an oxidizer out that's going to destroy microbes. My goodness, it's just a win-win.
Yeah, and you're not talking about ozone, though. You're talking about different technology.
That's right. And so one guy asked me about that, by the way. He said, well, can you actually produce hydroxyls without ozone? The answer is yes. This ionizer, when you add the dielectric barrier ionizer to the PCO technology, even without ozone, it's going to give you the same results, in some ways better results than results with ozone.
Yeah, here's actually one of the DBI cells that you were just talking about.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, this is the DBI cell. It's a really interesting technology. This is actually an internationally patented product from Korea, and Best Living Systems is the only company that actually has the rights to sell this in the United States. but this added to the PCO technology, it just supercharges that oxidizers to be incredibly effective.
Now, we were at the Experience show in the spring, and it was a good show. It was busy, but just from what you've seen in the last 15 minutes, we got mobbed with people here.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed sitting here doing this because there's so much to do, so many people to see. This is a huge crowd. It's probably, I would say, 4 or 5 times as large.
Oh, easily,
Yeah.
easily.
So,
Well, we'll have you back later on, and we're going to be doing this over the next 2 days after today. So we're going to do more interviews, and we'll be popping in and out on the Normie TV channel, and all the other platforms are on. So, all right, go meet the crowd.
Thanks. I'm going to. Bye.
Bye. So here we are trying something new, going mobile and live at the same time. So give me one moment. We'll see what else is happening here. Hopefully you should see our Normie booth.
We've got it.
And now we're just going to kind of walk around here. It's David McGrath. Hello, David. Can't miss David in that suit. And as you can see, it's pretty crowded. I'm going to stay kind of close to our booth here. Just kind of giving you an idea of what's going on in the area. Walk a little bit further down. This place is pretty big here. And again, a lot of the other companies that we deal with all the time, they're in the general area here, and we'll be talking with someone a little bit later on. So hang in there, and we'll be back with another interview in about 5 minutes. DeGroff.
How you doing, Lance?
Good, good. And you talking there?
I can.
I don't know. Maybe you killed the microphone. Run two. You're good. Okay. Okay.
Have to raise my voice?
I think it's the suit. I think the color is definitely wiping you out here.
The suit drowns everything out. That's why I don't need to.
Well, you wore a suit like that during the last show.
It's become the status quo. Everybody expects it from me, and they're significantly disappointed if I do any alteration of the design.
Well, your company is always on call, and it's a manpower resource, I guess is the best way.
We are supplemental labor specifically for the restoration industry. I have 20 years experience in restoration. It's all I know. It's what we do. And therefore it's what my guys know and do. We do restoration yesterday. We did it today, and we're going to go do it tomorrow again.
Well, you know, you're here at the show. I mean, you're not an exhibitor, but you are an exhibit. I think that's the best way to describe it, because everybody says, what is he wearing?
Bright orange suit. It gets the eyes on me. And, you know, if I need a part-time job as a traffic cone or something, that goes over pretty well too. I don't need to change.
Well, the big question is it AA or 9-volt batteries?
You can't see the car battery I carry around with me.
Is that what that is? Okay.
That's what's in the bag over there.
So on the realistic side, I mean, you're down in Florida. That's where home base is.
Yes.
And the hurricane had just come through there. I mean, it's another one out in the tropics right now. But how has that affected what's going on in your world?
I mean, overall, it wasn't a significant hit, and it did enter at a rather unpopulated area as far as, you know, comparable storms. We've had a slight uptick. I think we've mobilized 100 people to the area for about 3 or 4 different companies over the last 72 hours or so. So we are active in the area, but it is not nearly the response or, you know, the result that everybody was expecting. So it was, thankfully it was pretty light. You know, there wasn't a lot of damage. There was no loss of life. So, you know, just getting in there, cleaning back and getting life back together for everybody.
Hopefully it kind of stays that way. I know that we've been looking at, there's like 4 or 5 other storms out in the Atlantic right now. And they're talking about one that's forecast to become a Cat 4 in the next few days.
Yeah.
And they don't know where it's going.
That's always the crapshoot. I mean, you can plan the best you want, and then you sit there and wait and see what actually happens. You know, and you could be 300 miles off before it goes. You know how these things turn on a dime. We had the one set off the coast of Florida that was supposed to destroy the world about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, but it saw your suit and it turned right. I think that was a distraction. Oh, no, we're not going there.
Hey, if that's what it takes, you know,
yeah,
keep people
work.
safe, saving lives.
That'll work.
One orange suit at a time.
You know, it's funny when I was riding here to the convention center from the airport, I've been out to Vegas maybe 8-9 times now. I noticed something very specific. There's green on the trees, everything else is brown, and then orange, which is all traffic cones and you. And that's it. That's all you see out here.
I had a great observation about that too. Only people want to put green in the desert. Human beings.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So what do you think of the show? I mean, it just opened and it's mobbed here.
Yeah, jam-packed. Definitely a great turnout. Very exciting event. It's nice to see, one of the original events still being a flagship as it is. And, the new ownership, they're trying really hard and the results are paying off. I'm happy to be here again.
Well, I'm glad you're here. It always, for comic relief, if nothing else, we appreciate you being here. And you do a lot of work with us. You help with some of our trainings. You provide actually lunches and, other resources. So we do appreciate that.
I appreciate Normie since day one. I took my first class with Normie when they required us to be certified and for licensed in the state of Florida. And I maintained a lot of classes and we built a long-term relationship and you guys have had my back. And frankly, it's something I'm extremely humbled by and appreciative of. So thank you very much, Normie and Lance as well.
Well, you're welcome. But the question now is, are you going to be here for the rest of the show?
100%.
Do we have a different flavor suit or?
I'm not allowed, apparently. I went to one of the last trade shows and I swapped out the orange pants for black pants and 50% of the people that complimented me criticized me. They're like, you're not wearing orange pants anymore. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll go change.
Okay. So you just stay with your orange glow.
You got to please the fans, Lance.
I get it. Well, thank you for stopping by. And, again, over the next 2 or 3 days, stop by. We'll chat some more. I want to get some feedback from you as what you're seeing at the show compared to the one that we saw in the springtime.
Absolutely. Would love to be back. Thanks for having us.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Lance here from Normie.tv, and we are again going to be live today at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas. Doors are going to open here in about 10 minutes, and the crowd that we had yesterday seems to be small compared to what we're looking for today. So there were a lot of people here for the training tracks that we had running earlier today. We did quite a few presentations, and we expect a very large crowd in the main trade show hall itself. So we'll be coming to you later on and off between now and the next 3-4 hours with interviews, and possibly we can do another walk around and show you some more vendors and some of the new products that are going on. So if you are following us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live, like you hopefully did for this. And if not, you may want to follow us so you do get future notifications. Again, you can always watch us at Normie.tv or on most of the major social media platforms. Just look up Normie and you should find us. See you all in a little bit. Thank you. Other interview, and I apologize for us coming in and out, but we have people that just keep coming over and talking with us and want to be involved in the process. So here we are. So I have Joshua with us from Property Craft out of Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And well, tell us a little about yourself, because I'm not really familiar with you other than what we just had a slight conversation.
Yeah, no worries. I born and raised in Southern Colorado. Property restoration. So the water, the fire, the flood, the smoke, the mold, the odor. We also have an environmental division that does asbestos, lead, land reclamation, a lot of indoor air quality, just try to be a voice for the property.
So you're dealing with that niche market of people that have to breathe, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we've really tried to bring air quality into all aspects of our business, not just microbial growth, not just asbestos or lead. We're really paying attention to what the air quality is as we're doing a category 1 water loss and really trying to make that environment better as we move through the process.
Oh, okay. So in Colorado, there's no licensing laws.
There's no licensing laws for microbial growth, but that's a platform that I'm standing strong on. And I really do that. We need to start to regulate ourselves as we move forward. We are over-regulated with asbestos, which I love, but it holds the contractor accountable to doing things right, not only for themselves, their employees, but for the property owners and the public that's within those structures as well.
You know what you just said just kind of struck a chord with me, because during a lot of the courses that we teach, I refer back to something that my kids experienced going through band and everything else in high school, that the instructor would constantly tell them to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And that's just what it sounds like you're talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's something that within our company, we really try to strive, not only with our employees, but everybody that we're involved with, from all of our subcontractors, our electricians, our HVACs, really trying to get them to start to understand that from that perspective as well. We are in construction, but there's no reason that we can't construct clean and keep that environment well as we're moving forward. My dad's a regional building inspector in Pueblo County, and so he's part of that regional authority. So it gets real fun around our dinner table all the time.
I can see that. You know, everybody leave the silverware on the table when we talk. You know, nothing flies. Hey, so as far as Colorado goes, is there anything in the wind as far as regulation or licensing on the microbial side?
You know, not that I've heard of. Our company in general, we're on a growth phase, and we're going to move outside of Colorado at some point. As I talk to my C-suite, as I talk to my other owner, we're looking at the states that are actually regulated and starting to regulate a little bit heavier. I think I had said it earlier in the conversation, the asbestos is definitely over-regulated. Right. So not only do we have the EPA, OSHA, but we have CDPHE as well. And it's trying to find the regulation that's most stringent and working our way through that. But if you can follow those sets of rules, the process, it's there for a reason. I never thought I'd be sitting up here saying, hey, we need to be more regulated. But the farther I get in this industry, the farther I work with water, mold, fire, air quality, the more I'm becoming an advocate for us needing to have some sort of regulation.
Well, without the regulation, you're standing out there on the edge by yourself.
Yeah.
And you're competing against people that aren't following any rules or regulations.
Yep, absolutely.
And doing things that are not helpful to the industry. And then you come in trying to do it right, and you're questioned and scrutinized. So we see that all over the country, because, I mean, we teach in all 5 states, and counting DC as a state, that require licensing. And we've actually sent to all governors over the last 5 or 10 years a draft of a bill that kind of works a combination of what all the other states are doing that are licensed. And you get some movement, but it just drags on, and nobody wants to make those decisions.
Yep. I Property Crafts behind you 100%. Whatever you need in Colorado from us, we'll be there with you.
Well, we're not as big out on the West Coast as we are on the East, but we do have a lot of classes and a lot of personnel now starting to take over out there. And I'm just sorry, I'm not distracted. I'm just looking around watching people, you know, wandering, taking stuff off our table. We have the Normie TV stickers and keychain things, whatever stuff.
This conference it's huge right now. If you're around, get over here, at least come to the exhibit, come say hi to Normie. There is so many vendors here. It's unbelievable.
Anything shock you this year? Anything new?
You know, I literally came here right at 2:30, and I've been kind of sitting in this area. I haven't made it all the way through yet. So
Are you going to be in any of the training tracks?
You know, I decided this time not to do it. I just got done with the experience in Fort Lauderdale in April. Worked all summer long. Did the CORE conference, the CORE Collective conference last week in Austin, Texas. And so I decided not to do any of the tracks this time. Shame on me, but didn't want to miss the exhibit.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. That's the important part.
Thank you.
Well, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lance. Very nice to chat with you.
You know, doing interviews the next few days, so feel free to stop back.
Absolutely. We'll make sure to get some of my team over as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
We'll say Mark Quigley, which is the name that he goes by for his friends, which apparently I have now considered. So this is all good. So how you doing?
Pretty good, Lance. Thanks very much.
Yeah, Mark's been with us for quite some time. He's gone through some of our training, and you're located in South Florida, right?
Yeah, Southwest over in Naples.
Oh, okay. Well, you were down there for all the damage from the previous storms from last year.
Actually, Hurricane Ian. So we're still struggling with some of that damage. So yeah, it hit us pretty hard.
Well, you weren't affected by the recent storm that just went through. That was north of you guys.
Yeah, a little bit more rain, but no, it hit up quite a way north of us. So no, not at all.
Well, I don't know if it's good or bad, but there's 5 storms out there now, and there's one they're forecasting as a Cat 4. They don't know where it's going. They say it's heading east. I mean, towards the east coast. So anyways, kind of keep your fingers crossed it doesn't cause.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all, especially with the temperature of the ocean. So
somebody said that around a week or two ago that the Atlantic Ocean by Miami hit 101 degrees.
Yeah, I heard that. That's just bizarre.
The same report I was watching was talking about them going to a category 6 and 7 on the hurricane scale because of the increase in the water temperatures. They feel they're going to need to increase that. It's almost up to tornado speeds.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just that would be horrific.
Yeah. Well, as far as your business goes down there, because I know you've been busy, you know, what are you seeing as far as the industry? Because I know there's a big shift in insurance and everything down there. A lot of insurance companies are bailing out of the state.
Right. So even though I've done the Normie training and I'm a licensed mold assessor, I'm actually from the biohazard industry. So that's where a lot of my time is really spent. So we could be looking at unattended death or suicides or those type of things. But bio also brings into being bacterial contaminations.
Right.
And so a lot of people ask me to come and test because I'm a mold assessor, so I will test, but I'm looking at it from a slightly different point of view. And so I will test for mold, I'll test for microtoxins, I'll test for bacteria. And so we know, insurance will cover for mold, but it gets a little bit hazier when it comes to biohazard. So a lot of the homeowner policies do actually cover for that, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. So I don't generally deal with insurance at all. So because of the fields that I'm in.
Do you do crime scene cleanup?
Yes. Yep. Uh-huh.
How about things like fentanyl, meth labs, stuff like that?
Yeah, so it's with fentanyl, it's becoming a pretty severe problem. So yes, there is that as well.
I know I can tell you in the Northeast, fentanyl has gotten so bad that it's now acceptable to sell Narcan over the counter from almost all drugstores. They're actually giving it away. If you contact the state, they're just giving out Narcan to counteract the fentanyl effects.
Yeah.
And dealing with that, that's one of the things that, the people that are listening right now, if you're in this industry and you're dealing with crime scene cleanup, or just in general, being aware of fentanyl is a must, because you can come in contact with it and not realize it, and all of a sudden become a victim of it without being somebody that's a user.
Yeah, well, I was talking to one of the county that I'm in, I reside in and operate in is Collier County, and I was talking to the undersheriff there a couple of months ago, and he was saying it's becoming a major concern, and there isn't a week that goes by where one of their patrol cars is contaminated, and he even went to extent saying that while there aren't the proliferation of labs, he's expecting it to come. So yeah, it's becoming a growing problem. And so you walk into a contaminated space or an unattended death. I mean, how did that death happen? And so you need to know, was it a drug overdose? Because there is certainly different protocols that you've got to undertake for the cleanup.
One of the big things that we've been talking about with a lot of our members in trainings is being aware of fentanyl and some of the other street drugs, if you want to call it, that are out there that you're not aware of. You could be going in to do a simple mold job. I'm not saying simple, but just something isolated to mold, and come in contact with all this other stuff, dealing with hoarders, dealing with drug addicts. You don't know the people that you're dealing with. And if you don't know how to recognize the symptoms, if you're being affected, it could be too late by the time that you do realize something's wrong. So being aware of that's just something that you have to know.
Well, that's exactly right. So, I mean, one of the things that I do first and foremost is doing a risk assessment. And so if I step onto a site, I've got to assess that risk. What is the risk to myself? What is the risk to my team? And what is the risk to the future inhabitants of that scene? So yeah, that's one of the first steps that you've got to undertake.
One of the things that we see with a lot of our members, and we try to talk about this, and it's a touchy subject, is when you're doing interviews and you're doing your risk assessment, as you call it, you want to listen to the person you talk to. You want to believe what they're telling you. But more times than not, they're not giving you the truth, or at least a full picture of what's really going on. I mean, I've been in the emergency medical field for almost 50 years. And we were, for the last 10 years or so, dealing with people wearing fentanyl patches. And, they'll have a prescription for a fentanyl patch. Problem is, you'll see somebody going through an overdose, and you take their patch off. And as you're checking them, you're finding another 8, 9, 10 patches stuck to them. And these things are dermal absorbent, meaning if you touch them or touch their skin, you are getting affected by it. So if you're not using gloves and PPE or sometimes masks, you could become a victim of trying to help somebody or clean up an environment.
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. And so any situation, the minimum that I walk in with is a powered air respirator. And I learned that lesson the hard way in 2013 down in New Zealand. I had an active asbestos sampling business, surveying business down there, and used to sample a lot of mold as well. And so the government department that we were testing for at that time, they asked us to test this particular building. My mold assessor was there, my asbestos assessor was there, and I was the only one there without breathing apparatus. And I went there because I was going to be there for less than a couple of minutes. I just wanted to set these two guys up, and I was gone. And so did that, walked out. That night I got pretty sick, and luckily the next day I was scheduled to fly back home to Naples, and I ended up on my back for the next 8 weeks under the care of a immunologist because I got mold poisoning. And so that's how I discovered I was highly allergic to mold. But so any environment I generally walk into that is a known contamination, I'm always protecting myself. But even when I'm just asked to go into just an ordinary home, for the last 2 years, ever since COVID happened, I have prioritized my immune system. So I will always be doing things that will undertake to strengthen the immune system, just in case I'm going to step into a contamination that I'm not aware of.
Do you find that on some mold jobs that you're doing, you start to cross the lines into like the crime scene side of meth labs?
No, it's pretty clear cut. So for me, I will get asked to sample for either mold or mycotoxins, and then when I'm asked to deal with a unattended death, then the police have already been involved, and the scene is cleared before anybody else can step in. So yeah, there is a pretty clear delineation between what sort of things that we're dealing with.
So a little bit outside the normal conversation, do you deal with any specialized equipment like explosion meters and stuff like that for sampling the environments that you're going into? Just for your own?
No, nothing really. It's I mean, the main sampling that I do is I do sample a little bit for asbestos, but I'm nothing like I used to do in New Zealand. I mean, down in New Zealand, I did over 200,000 samples. Here, what I discovered is that the licenses that I held for New Zealand and Australia, once I got north of the equator, my intelligence diminished, and those licenses weren't recognized up here, so I can't use them.
Right.
So I don't really do that much of that type of sampling. So the only sampling I'm really doing is mold, mycotoxins, or bacteria.
As far as asbestos, because you mentioned that earlier, I know for years they talked about removing asbestos. You got to remove it. You got to remove it. You got to use leaf blowers and blow out all the spores and do all that. Now it's shifted, at least in the U.S., to leave in place and encapsulate. Is it that way in Australia and New Zealand?
Yes, because the hierarchy of asbestos is, or actually really any hazardous material, it is removal first. And if you can't remove it, you encapsulate it. If you can't encapsulate it, you seal it. And so the ultimate is to remove it. But sometimes if it isn't in bad repair and the fibers aren't being released, then yes, it's probably better to either encapsulate or seal. So that, yes, it really depends on the circumstance.
So where do you see the industry going? And I'm going to ask more specific to the crime scene cleanup and the fentanyl problem.
Well, yeah, it's a growing business, growing industry, really, because it's becoming more and more prevalent. And so, I'm in an environment, an aging environment, being Naples, a lot of retirees. So, I'm not going to say that it's God's waiting room, but it's one of them. So,
well, it's funny you mentioned that, because the aging population, I'm changing gears here, is one of the fastest growing segments of the population to abuse illegal drugs. Heroin, methadone, and any of the other drugs that are pain relief, because it's cheaper to buy off the street than it is to get prescriptions, if you can even get prescriptions now. So are you running into any of that? I mean, fentanyl is a big problem because of pain relief.
Right. Well, no, it's not something that I've really come across. It's again, I'm stepping into an unattended death that's already been cleared by the authorities. So it's not as if I've got to drag the body out.
Right. You come in after the medical examiner has done their deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's the cleaning side that you deal with.
Yeah.
No, and I understand that. The problem is the unknowns. Do you get a history or a report from law enforcement of what you're dealing with? Or are you going in blind and just have to ask questions?
No, you've got to ask questions. So really it begins with a phone call. So the initial phone call that you ask, it's the who, what, when, where, and how. And so you gather as much information as you can before you step into that scene. But one thing I have noticed with a lot of the hoarding cleanups we do, hypodermic needles.
Yeah,
it's which it was initially was quite surprising, and so it's you've got to be prepared for the worst. So even if it has been cleared or whatever, there'll be things that you perhaps didn't expect to find.
It's funny you said that. You mentioned who, what, where, when. Tomorrow, I'm actually doing a presentation on sampling technologies. And the one question that you didn't ask is why. And with what you do, why isn't important. But with the assessment side, testing, the type of testing, it's all about why you do it, why you don't do it. So it's just interesting the way that you listed all of them except for the one on the testing side.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Well, as you can see, the industries are very, very closely matched to each other.
Right.
Crime scene cleanup, mold assessment, mold remediation, water drying, biohazards. It all works together, but it all has its own specific differences.
Yeah, definitely. It's I was involved in the hazard industry down on the South Pacific, and now here I'm involved in the biohazard, but there are certain definite crossovers. And so biohazard here, mold industry here, there are certain crossovers. So you're exactly right. There is certain similarities between all the industries.
I have to ask you, so you mentioned South Pacific. One of the things that I've come across that people don't think about is plants. Now, the different environments and regions that we live in have obviously different types of plants that grow. There's a lot of very toxic and poisonous plants out there. Do you ever run into that at crime scenes or regular mold jobs?
No, not at all. I haven't. No.
Hey, the only reason I bring that up is my wife loves exotic plants. And we have a lot of tropical plants, even though I live in New Jersey. So we bring them in the house, out of the house, depending on the season. There's certain plants, especially we have a few from Hawaii, that the sap is actually poisonous or toxic. That, it's a gorgeous looking plant. It is, unless you ingest or touch the toxins.
Right. Well, I think the closest I come to poisonous plants is southern vine or those type of things, but they're outside really. So no, not an issue.
Well, the other point to that is there's a drug called Digitalis that is a drug that's used for regulating heart rates. It can actually stop a heart, and it is in a plant called, I believe, foxglove.
Right.
Which is very common throughout the U.S. and many parts of the world. That people don't realize just handling that plant can cause your heart rate to change to fast or slow or things like that. And this is all involved around not being a crime, but just being the unexpected things that you come in contact with. And as crime scene cleanup, you never know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. I mean, it is a crime scene, so with those sort of situations, the person has stepped outside of the law, so you don't know what they've been involved with.
Right. And truthfully, the word truthfully doesn't really apply, because
Exactly.
you're not going to get that information from the people that you're working for or with.
Yep, for sure.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Your insight is always interesting, because the crime scene side is different than what we normally deal with. And I know we want to start getting more advanced to crime scene exposure training, because even if you're not doing the cleanup, you need to be aware of what to look for.
Right, of course. Yep.
So, one of the things about meth labs is the volatility of the chemistry. Going in with electronics and just starting them up can cause an explosion.
Right, of course.
That's why I asked you earlier about explosion meters. It's different things that fire departments would carry. But, it sounds like you have a procedure, you have a practice that you go through for safety, which is something that all of our people need to do, no matter what piece of the industry they're in.
Yeah, for sure.
So I thank you, sir. Appreciate it as
Always
always.
a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Lance. So anytime.
And like I said, we're going to be here for the next few days, so we may drag you back in here for something else.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Thank you very much. Give
Thanks a
me one
lot.
second here. Okay, everybody, we are back, and I have Michael Pinto with me right now, who is one of our Normie members and senior trainers, actually. And we did quite a bit of training this morning, where Michael actually did the final session in our training track, dealing with mycotoxins and dealing with sensitized individuals, I believe.
It was very exciting, and it is pretty much new information. The science has been collecting slowly, in my opinion, over the last 12 or 14 years. But when you finally put it all together and actually see the picture that is painting for you about mycotoxins and the dangers that they pose for people, and why they're so difficult to clean up, and why we have to adjust our cleaning methodologies to deal with them, it really is kind of mind-blowing for a lot of people.
Well, you had standing room only in there this afternoon. I was in there and I took a look and said, every chair is like filled here, it's standing room only. So people are getting aware or becoming aware of the sensitized individual issue, and they want more info on it.
Well, the sensitized individuals, and then that ties back to the mycotoxins, because the poisons are clearly what's causing a lot of the health effects for these sensitized individuals. So for those folks who aren't as familiar with that terminology, the medical science, the physical science in regards to the mold, the sampling science, and the remediation science are all coming to a focal point right now that's helping us understand the importance of the mycotoxins, and most importantly, how to deal with the mycotoxins.
How about the medical field? Are they paying real attention to this, or are they still, it's not quite in their arena?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because it's really segments of the medical field. The naturopaths and the the doctors that specialize with and the physician assistants and things like that specialize with the sensitized individuals, they get mycotoxins. They're on it. 4 or 5 years ago, when I was talking about mycotoxins and had the sense from some of the kind of more esoteric research studies and stuff that they were more dangerous or bigger part of the problem than what we understand now, or that we now understand. There was some skepticism on the side of the medical professionals, but the ones who are dealing with sensitized individuals, they get it. The majority of the medical professionals, however, don't deal with that, and they still don't get mold, let alone mycotoxins. So two different parts.
We see that all the time, where somebody will go to a doctor or an allergist, and they're treated with all kinds of injections and oral medications, and then sent back to the environment that's causing them the problems.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to paint with too broad of a brush or say anything negative toward our medical professional colleagues and stuff. But people don't understand. A lot of times the allergist, just by their training and by the way that whole industry is developed, they're about symptom control. They're not necessarily about solving the problem. And so then when you add the extra of the problem solving goes into the environment rather than into the person necessarily, then you've got two strikes against you.
Yeah.
And so I mean, we've done little training seminars and things for allergists, and by and large, they're not interested.
No,
And it
no,
doesn't-
and I've seen that because I've talked with allergists too. And no, we stay in our lane. You know, we provide allergy shots and medications, but nobody addresses the cause.
Yeah, it's symptoms versus cause. And I would point out that that's some of that is actually true for the remediation industry too. How many people are there just to rip out the mold and never, take a close look at where the water's coming from, or how is the HVAC working or not working? And how many times have we talked about HVAC units being oversized for a house, and then you've got excess humidity? Well, if you're just dealing with the mold itself and not fixing those underlying issues, those poor people are left. What is it going to be? 6 months, a year before the mold comes back because you didn't solve the water problem.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I did a presentation this morning. Actually, my segment was before yours. And I talked to the group about words mean things, but they mean different things depending on what industry you're in, what your education level is, what you're exposed to. And telling somebody something that we take for granted because we know how it affects people, they hear something different. And it's very confusing when you try to tell somebody you need to, well, why? It doesn't make sense. My doctor said this.
Yes. And not to turn it completely back toward myself or anything, but that's one of the reasons that the presentation this morning on the mycotoxins was laid out the way that it was. It was foundational first. We have to, people don't even know what mycotoxins are, where they come from, why they stick on surfaces, why they're difficult to clean. So, if you don't back up and start with those basics, even people who have been in the industry for 10, 15 years, they're looking at you, well, why should I change what I'm doing now? Right? Because it's been working so far. Well, it's been working for some, and, I'm not denigrating that, but for the sensitized individual, or you run into a situation where the mycotoxins are playing a heavier role in the exposure issues, and your standard remediation just isn't going to cut it.
Right. And that causes frustration with the people that aren't being trained or not being trained, but the public that you're dealing with. And then you start to get a bad reputation because you're not fixing the issue, because you're not addressing the sensitized individual's needs.
Yeah. And worse than that, though, you're getting a bad reputation, but you're giving a bad reputation to the rest of the industry too.
Yeah.
So how many times have I heard by the time the client gets to us, we've had 3 remediations. We've had 4 remediations. These people are, suffering a little bit.
Absolutely. I've had 6 people out here doing this, and it's over and over. Why are you any different? What are you going to, and then you get to explain to them, the different levels of training and the causes. It makes sense to people at that point. Though you did say something a moment ago that just hit me, and it's a line from a movie I saw. Where you said, turning around about me, what you were saying.
Yeah.
I said, I think the line from the movie went something like, okay, enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think about me? Just breaking it up from.
I like that. So what do you think?
I can't say. It's just live.
Yeah, it's
there's
true.
no editing here.
It's true.
No, it was really great. It is great working with you. We've done some training together. I've attended a lot of your classes. I've done a lot of the admin support, behind the scenes. So we've worked on a lot of stuff, and the reception that you're given from the students is really, it can be, I guess, overwhelming, because they just want to flock around you. Tell me more. And they become information sponges, and you just can't give it to them fast enough.
Yes. And a lot of that is because they aren't getting the answers from people that they expect to get the answers from.
Right.
And I would say the other thing I've kind of made my career on is being that bridge between the professional and the layperson. And I thank God I've got an ability, and it's a gift, to take these very complex issues and present them in a way that people understand at a common level. And it's not saying that people are dumb or anything like that. It's just they don't spend all day reading the studies and being the mold geek like
They're not
I am.
exposed to the industry.
Right.
They don't see that. One of the things that we found out about some of the more advanced courses that you teach, we have to be cautious that you don't let somebody in that has no training.
Right.
Because it becomes a detriment to the class because they're so far behind, they don't understand. And then they're asking questions that the majority of the class that has training already knows the information. So it's something that becomes difficult. You don't want to make prerequisites. However, it's something that we really need to discuss and talk about for these classes.
Yeah, because you have to respect the other people in the class too.
Yeah.
You can't have one person. You run into the other issue too sometimes where people have a lot of experience and they come in and because of the experience they have, they almost act like they're a co-instructor. They just want to comment on everything that you say. And at some point it's like, I appreciate that, but if you want to be an instructor, develop your own material and talk to Normie and see if it passes muster to do a class. But
You're right.
the other thing I did want to mention is that the training also has to be based on something real. And one of the reasons I think it's such a good fit with Wonder Makers and Normie is because Normie talks about professional practices. They talk about this is what you need to do. This is the goal that you need to meet for your different remediation steps.
And there's endpoints. It's not just open,
Right.
There's requirements and things that you have to reach in order to qualify that job is done right.
Right. So sometimes it's not so much, there can be a lot of flexibility in the how we're going to do things, but ultimately we have to get to that endpoint. We have to know where that project is going to end. And then that's what the professional practices do for us. They tell us both how to get there, but they also, because there's steps to it, but they also say at the end, this is what the end result should look like. And that's huge.
So let me put you on the spot here. And what do you think the chances are that we could take the segment you did this morning and actually do it for a Normie continuing education training?
Okay, just put me right on the spot. Thank you there, Lance. I appreciate that.
Not that we're twisting your arm or anything.
Yeah, so now what am I supposed to say? No?
Well,
Well, thank you for the offer.
You got to remember, it's not about you. It's about me thinking about you. That's where that goes.
Yes. Well, actually, what it should be would be about us serving the Normie membership. And if you think that what you heard today was good enough that you would like to put it up on the training and everything, I would be honored. I mean, it's the presentation's already done, and so it's not that much more work to just go through it another time. And I'm sure there's a lot of Normie members who weren't able to make it down here to the Experience Conference, and I think that would be a forum, and then people could ask some questions and stuff too.
Sure could. One of the things that I always talk about is with technology, don't fear the technology. You don't have to understand it completely, but you have to be aware that it's there. Same thing with this. Don't fear learning about mycotoxins and more advanced training and technology in this industry. Be aware that it exists, though, because you can always say, I don't know the answer, but I know where to go to get it.
Exactly. And the fact of the matter is that one of the things we talk about in the session and certainly can emphasize a little bit on the member training is just some clues that you should be familiar with to know that you're walking into the kind of the mycotoxin minefield.
Sure.
So that, because that's going to be the thing that hurts people the most, is that they are doing their standard remediation. They're having great success with that. They expect that this next project is going to be pretty
And
straightforward.
the conditions have changed and the
Or-
requirements have changed.
Or the occupant is different, and if they don't have enough information to identify those clues that tells them that, then they could be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, I think it would be very beneficial for any crowd that we can put, whether it's online or in person, in front of you to learn about this technology, about the research that's been done, about things that they can do to improve the work that they're doing for these sensitized individuals, which is what, 25% of the population now?
Yeah. Yeah. And I want to pick up on that comment too, because one of the things that's most important to me is this idea that in the restoration industry in general, and even in the mold remediation industry, there's so much MUS, that's muss, made up stuff.
Yep.
And so the information that I brought forward this morning that I'm, that we'll have to set up a time to share with the rest of the Normie membership, it's not made up stuff. It's science. It's documented. It's, you do the hard work. You got to get the footnotes. You got to have the studies, legitimate peer-reviewed studies, so that, it's real science behind it. And as I explained in the session this morning, it's not that anecdotal data isn't useful. So if I run a project the same way 5 times and I have success 5 times in a row, that's anecdotal data. And that tells me, okay, I'm on to something. But that's not scientific data that is explaining why you're having that particular success.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because this morning during my presentation, and what mine was about all different types of sampling technology and equipment and things out there. But it all comes down to the question, why? Why do you use that device? Why do you do that type of sample? Why don't you do that kind? And this industry doesn't always address why things are done. And that's what needs to be there.
And I mean, we'll take it back one step previous to that. The one before you was Doug talking about assessments.
Exactly.
And it's the same thing. Why do you do the assessments? Why should you do a better assessment than what you're doing right now? And he's got like 6 things there. You're protecting yourself from liability. You're answering the question is what's going on. You're helping to write a work plan. I mean, he goes through that whole list, but by and large, it's answering the why question so that you can then move confidently from the why to the what are we going to do.
It's funny. I talked with Doug before I did the presentation, and he made a change to the PowerPoint that I had set up for it. It was the word "why" that was on the screen. We're in Vegas. He changed it to WHY on dice. We're in Vegas. It had to be that way. So it made the point.
Indeed.
Well, thank you, sir.
What a blessing.
Been a pleasure. And we'll do more of this, and we will get together as far as picking a time to do a recertification training or some sort of training with your presentation that you did today for the Normie membership. And we'll see about doing it on an open feed like this.
Yeah. And I just got to tell you, thank you, Lance. I mean, if you thought it was good enough to actually invite me back to share with the other Normie members, that's high praise for me. And I appreciate you very much. I joke with you too much, but I do appreciate you.
Nah, you know what? It's such a serious industry, yet you have to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I went to a woman's house once to do an assessment. She was terrified that we were going to find mold and it was going to be a horrific situation. And I could see how she was shaking. And I took her by the arm and I said, come with me. And we walked to the front door. And I said, do you see a bulldozer out there? She's looking. She said, no. I said, we're not knocking your house down. We're just here talking. Relax. It's not that bad. And she calmed down. So there's a fear out there, and we really need to help people with that.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's too many people in the industry, remediators and assessors, who think it's their job to put that fear in people, because I would just say because they can then take advantage of them. And I'm sorry to have to say that about people in our own industry, but there's people in every industry that are going to not do it the right way either.
Well, the easy way is we try to set a bar at a high level, and the measurement of that bar is you do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
That's right.
And that's it.
Yep. And that's what those practices, those Normie professional practices are all based on. That's why those practices get adjusted on a fairly regular basis to keep up with what's
Exactly.
going on in the industry. I'm telling you, I'm so excited to be part of Normie. That is a plug direct to you guys because
Okay. We'll take it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Enough
I mean,
about
it's-
you. What do you think about me? You know,
Yeah.
we'll go
No,
back
no,
to
no.
that.
It's enough about me. It's what I think about Normie.
Right.
So there you go. Blessings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Stand by a second. Experience live. And we are now talking with one of the players, we'll call you, Mike Belzano from BMP Media,
BMP Media,
R&R.
I'm the publisher of R&R.
And these guys are running the show.
Yeah, if you can believe that. And I used to, I always try. I wanted to avoid being called a player when I was younger. And I don't
Okay.
know, somehow I lured my wife into marrying
Trust
me.
me, you're not
anyway.
younger
I'm
anymore.
not.
Neither am I.
No,
It's
we
okay.
had the discussion way too much, you and me.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We are, yeah, I mean, we purchased, our company purchased the experience last year, and we'll probably, Larry, this is Larry Cooper's last show, as has been well documented. So starting on Saturday, we're gonna take over. We're really excited about this. What a great event this has been for so long, and we're just honored to be in it, really.
You know, I've gone to many of the experience shows with Larry doing it, and it's always been such a warm, friendly feeling. And last show was your first one under new management, and I noticed a big change even with this one, feeling more like the old experience show, which is nice.
That's great to hear. Thank you. We one of the things we wanted to do. I mean, this is such a traditional event. Both of the events are so traditional and they're so ingrained in our industry. The last thing we want to do is come up and say, you know what, we're changing the name. We're changing. We're not. No. We want to make it. It's hands-on is the key. Family friendly, fun, things like that. We definitely aren't going to end that anytime soon.
Well, I think one of the big transitions, and we talked about this over the last show, you guys run a lot of other shows also, but this one's kind of special, you know, and I think it's outside the normal mold. And I think you guys got it, you know, I think you listened.
Yeah, BNP Media runs 65 events, and we have about 40 or 50 other regular media brands like R&R. So they do this a lot. They do this for a long time, and you're exactly right. This is not a cookie cutter event, and
No.
we learned that quickly. Yeah, it's just dense. There's a lot of fun things. I learned something today. You know, I'm supposed to be having some kind of a boss type role starting
Okay.
Saturday. I'm like, oh, you know what? I better look into that.
What do you mean I'm in charge? Where'd that come from?
Let this happen. But that's okay. That's okay. I think we're in a position now to kind of, and I was talking to Larry the other day. We just want to, and as you know, we gave him an award last night, but for good reason. He's been a leader of our industry for a long time. And I think that what we want to do is just expand on it if we can. Take what's been great and maybe see how we could tweak it to make it a little better.
Well, I noticed, I mean, obviously this is your bigger show. You do 2 experiences a year, and this is the bigger of the 2, but it's been crowded.
It's a good show. It came out, and it's funny. These events are all like this. The attendance is down, attendance is down, losing sleep. And then suddenly last month, it all comes together. It always seems to work out like that, but it's still, I don't know. It's my Italian and Polish upbringing makes me scared of that a little bit.
Well, you know, it's funny because we did our training track today, and I actually was a speaker at one of them. But when I wasn't, I was going around scanning the ID badges of people. And I started to hit a bunch of badges that wouldn't scan. And I noticed that they were all people from the UAV conference, all wanting to be in and watching our presentations.
There is a drone conference going on right now down
Yeah.
the street. And actually, some people have actually legitimately registered for both of us, not trying to sneak in like our drone
Well,
friends
they
today.
wouldn't scan, so I knew
Okay.
they were bad. But, you know, they were sitting there watching the shows. Going, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
so,
great.
Yeah, so it was really interesting to see all these other people from a completely different industry sitting in on lectures on mold and indoor air quality. And, you know, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good. And we have great content here. We have great relevant content. You know, you talk about, I know you on the IAQ station on Normie TV. There's a few other brands I work for BNP Media. The IAQ it's so important. It's crossing over so many brands. I listened to some of our keynote speakers today. Legitimately, you know, we all wanted to clean and watch the air quality during the pandemic. And suddenly when the pandemic ended, I guess everybody thought, well, problem solved, we're good. But you and I both know that's just simply not
It's not.
true.
Well, the strange thing, I don't say funny, but the strange thing about when COVID hit, the population that we've been trying to talk to for years realized that breathing is a thing. It seems to be something important now. We need to pay attention to that. And there was such awareness brought to it that now people are starting to listen when you talk about other things that are out there affecting their health. You know, when you go to the doctor and they treat your symptom and then send you back to the same place that made you sick, they say, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And they're coming back to the indoor air quality.
Yeah.
You know, I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning company, and they deal with major hospitals and school systems and everything. And he says, oh, we stay in our niche. I said, well, your niche is growing because of what's happening with buildings. He goes, what do you mean? I said, when's the last time you went into a commercial building that had windows that opened? They can't do away with the services you provide.
You're right.
You
That's
know,
a great point.
They don't open, whether it's for security purposes or for keeping temperature control. They don't have windows that open. So your air conditioning company becomes the way that buildings breathe all year long. And he goes, you're right. You know, we've never looked at it that way.
I just watched Dr. Skinner's presentation yesterday, and
Dr. Gavin,
he did a great job, as he always does. And he said some things like that. You know, we all were making jokes about touching dirty knobs and handles and stuff, because that's not, didn't do anything. What happened was the fact that everything was flying through the air.
Yeah,
that was the problem. And it always is, whether there's COVID or not, that's always going to be the problem. And I think people are starting to really turn the corner and realize that that's what we got to look at. And I thank you and Normie for shining a light on that as well. So well.
Well, we talk about it, and during some of the trainings that I do, you know, I talk about how come indoor air quality now has become an issue. And COVID was a main driving force for that. But when you put it in terms that people understand, where I tell them that you can go 20 to 40 days without eating, or a healthy adult can do that. You know, you can go 3 to 7 days without drinking water. You got 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. That's it.
That's it.
You know, so I think in the importance level, it's up there, because you can't say, I'll breathe tomorrow. You know, you can't stop it. And the average person breathes 20,000 times a day. So wait a minute, you mean that's what I do? Well, yes, that's what you do. How can you not pay attention to it?
No, it's exactly right. It's more and more important. And you know what? I read somewhere too that, and I guess this is a duh thing to say, but you never think about it. When you're asleep, you breathe.
Yeah,
when you're walking, you breathe. The only time we think about breathing is when we're thinking about breathing. Other than that, we naturally do it.
Or if there's something wrong with the conditions we're breathing. The wildfires in Canada again highlighted the problem. The eastern part of the United States. Now I know this part, the western part of the United States, deals with the fires from California all the time.
Right.
I'm on the East Coast. We don't have these issues. If it's a localized fire, something small, it goes away in a day. We were infiltrated, I guess the only way to do it, with smoke from Canada for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, you looked up at the sun and it was in the middle of the day, dark out. And we never experienced that. But the air quality got so bad, people couldn't go outside. And what stuck out in everybody's mind was the indoor air quality in most homes is 10 times more polluted than the outdoor air. So people that are sensitized go outside to feel better. They couldn't. So now they were looking at air that wasn't crystal clear. It was foggy, smoky, and it became an attention getter. It's like hitting somebody a cloudy glass of water. Drink that. I'm not drinking that. Well, you can't say I'm not breathing that.
What do you mean? It's the same water. Why wouldn't you drink that? Right.
Well, it's cloudy now.
Right.
You know, so it hasn't been filtered as well or whatever. But it was an attention wake up moment for people.
Yeah. I used to work for a magazine called Snips, which deals in the HVAC, the duct sheet metal, the duct wing of it. So that's big IAQ wing. And then we learned a lot about that. And it's just fascinating how important that is. One of the things we go through life just taking for granted, but it's essential. And just continuing to work on it is what we're doing. And we're going to start, we do a lot at this event, the experience, frankly. There's a lot of discussions about that, a lot of discussions about cleaning, obviously restoration where we live and Again, and you hear a lot of happy people over there. There's a party has begun.
Yeah, well, they put the bar right next to our booth, which was okay.
Yeah. I have a funny feeling you picked this booth specifically for that.
Well, we were here first, and then they brought the bar over. I think Andrea was involved with that.
Andrea?
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, she was involved.
Our lovely event manager, Andrea Hansen.
Yes,
she'll help out
and I
with that.
thanked her for that. I really did.
Very good.
Yeah. So going forward,
yes,
what do you see happening with the experience?
Well, we're going to be in Chattanooga the first week in April, and this specifically, that's what's right in front of us now. Right after the show, we'll start gearing up for that. We're going to be doing a plant tour at Shaw Flooring. That's the reason we're in Chattanooga actually for this.
Great.
We'll be back here at the Caesars Forum next September, right after Labor Day. That's the traditional date.
Okay.
And as far as the ins and outs of the experience, what I'm doing is I'm going around from booth to booth and calling the sponsors and saying, look, we all love the experience. This is the time to discuss what you'd like to see. You know, I don't like this. I like this. Now, again, not wholesale changes at all. Just if you want to tweak something, if you'd like to see something, I can't think of a better time than now to have that discussion. And I'm ready to have that discussion. It's exciting.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the strangeness we were discussing this the other night. We're sitting out at the lounge in the center of the Lynx Hotel where we're staying, and we're talking about the difference of going to an event in Las Vegas. And one of the big things that came up was, besides the gambling and all the other, glitzy stuff, you can actually walk 5 minutes in any direction and come across an oxygen bar where you can sit and just breathe oxygen in for a few minutes to sober up, to feel better, to wake up. Or better yet, they now have IV stations with nurses where you can go for an IV if you're dehydrated.
Well, you walk, I mean, that's great, by the way. Number
It's
one.
not
That's
for me, but,
right. I think a negative, usually I try to be positive, but with Las Vegas, I get a little negative sometimes. But you walk through the casinos and you breathe smoke for 10 minutes getting out. Yeah, I could go for some oxygen after that. It's probably a good idea.
I don't think it's the reason they do it, but how you doing? How you doing? Sorry, we got people just stopping by saying hello.
Your fans. I like it.
So, you know what? It's just a whole different experience out here. It really is.
Yeah.
If you could shorten the 6-hour plane ride, that would make it better. Coming from the East Coast.
You get a direct flight?
Yeah.
That's great. I couldn't even get that from Ohio. I had to stop in Denver and get that nice bumpiness over the Rockies, which is always so fun.
Depends on the time of the day and the thermals rising and stuff. But yeah, we spoke with some of the pilots about that, and they were very friendly and wanted to talk about it.
Very
It's
good.
going to get a little rough now. Okay.
I think that this is where I think I can't ever predict because I can't see us ever leaving Las Vegas in the fall.
No, it's part of the culture. Plus you're getting your West Coast attendance. I know Larry did a show in the middle of the country around a year ago. I forgot where it was.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, that's right. And he was telling us some statistics that it's within 6 hours driving of, I think, 60% of the U.S. population. That's massive.
If you look at a population map, it's just amazing how many people still live east of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
As compared to the West. I mean, it's been 150 years since the gold rush or more, right? But still not a lot of people out here compared to the East Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? The gold rush is something that I talk about with a lot of our members. And I warned them about with advertising and stuff like that. And they go, what do you mean the gold rush and advertising? I said, well, during the gold rush, everybody went out west to do digging and everything else to find their fortune. The only people that made money were the people that sold the picks and shovels.
As we talked about that. You called me a typical salesperson. I think last time I answered this jokingly. I hope.
Yes.
I said, well, they had a need and they provided the need. It doesn't matter. There was no gold.
It oozed out. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So I noticed, I think that was your wife that was here a few minutes ago.
Yeah, she was. She looked at, rolled her eyes. That he won't stop talking, walked
Having
away.
Too much fun and just walked away. So yeah, I get that. Well, I appreciate you spending the time. I know you have a lot to do here with all these vendors and everything, and greatly appreciate it. And you know what? You seem to be listening to the people that are here, because I do notice a big change in the show from the last one.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do. People love coming to this event. There's a loyal audience here, and we're gonna see what they want and continue on from there. So I'm just happy. We're so thrilled to be a part of this. thrilled to be partners with Normie and such great sponsors of this event. And let's hope that continues forever.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And all the changes and everything else and putting the bar next to us. It was all good.
We could have that as part of your sponsorship next year if you want.
I'm going to hold you to that.
In your booth.
We got witnesses. They're all online. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've again at the third day of the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas. I have Jeff Cross with me, who is the publisher. I'm trying to think of all the
I
titles.
put my card right down here so you could read off the
What's
card.
stuff on the card for all the different things you do with all the
So
different
just
magazines?
media director.
Media director.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so the media director. Okay, from CleanFacts, and
CleanFacts, and
there's other magazines involved.
So ISSA, our trade association, owns 3 media brands, 3 magazines. CleanFacts is the one that serves this industry, the one that you're more familiar with, that you know something about.
Little.
And then we have Cleaning and Maintenance Management magazine, which serves the contract cleaners, facilities, those that do the janitorial or custodial cleaning. And ISSA Today, which is the publication for our members, but it's more of a C-suite executive magazine. Those 3. It's all I do.
That wasn't all on the card.
I need a bigger card.
That's what I said. So on the important side of it, this is day 3 of the Experience Show. We got about an hour or so to go until the doors close and then the whole cleanup process starts.
I just came for the espresso you promised me.
I could go for it right now.
I know.
It's freezing. It's cold in here.
It is.
Either that, I'm
It is.
just tired. But how's the show been for you? I mean, this has been very busy. I mean, we've been at the other Experience shows, but this is a really, really busy show for us this year.
Yeah, this is Friday afternoon. Normally,
And there's Larry.
normally it's not this busy. Larry's always interrupting. But yeah, I thought it was very good up and till the very end. Very busy.
Yeah, we were very busy. We did a training today. We had 3 segments this morning that we did on the remediation process. We built a room of containment. We did negative pressure, and the room was packed. It was standing room only, which
that's good.
It's good to see.
Yeah, very good. People want and need the training. So it's nice to see the classrooms having that activity.
Yeah. Hey, 5 minutes ago, there was nobody over here. We sat down, we're talking, they're starting to, circle around. So that's
Yeah,
okay.
they're here.
That's okay. So I know you guys have a show coming up.
We do. ISSA Show North America 23 in Las Vegas, November 13th through the 16th. 13th to the 16th.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think.
It
Monday
sounds
through
about right.
Thursday.
And it's back in Vegas.
It's back in Vegas, Mandalay Bay. Monday is all education. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is trade show and education, networking. It's our 100th anniversary this year, as everyone knows. So we have a big bash celebration there. So just, trade shows we've been doing a long time and we love it. I love the networking, talking to people like
Yeah.
you.
Gavin.
Gavin,
Gavin's always a
he's-
treat.
He's got a good accent. Yes.
Yes. So he keeps you busy, I'm sure.
He does.
So anything special coming up at the convention?
So there's a lot of new things happening, but every year there's different education, different speakers. I'm looking forward to meeting. So I do a lot of interviews, as you know, for my own programming. So I talk to a lot of people over Zoom and we record. I'm going to meet some of them in person. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. I love events like this because you and I have been doing these a long time. And I love just connecting with people again, the networking. That's important to me more than anything else.
I agree. And it's funny, people come up and they shake your hand. I got to look at the names. Oh, I remember you now.
Because it's not like you're around them all the time, but it's once a year. So faces are much easier than names. Yes. Like I know you.
Yeah. I know you.
I know you.
I know you from someplace. I really do. But when Andrea from the event here, and when we went to register, I walked up to the registration desk. She says, "Oh, I got something for you," and I had to look at her name tag for a minute to remember who she was. We talked with her last year, and she knew that I was with emergency services. Her husband's a fireman. And she gave me a patch. It's that kind of stuff that you run into every year when you come back to these things. People recognize you.
They do. Yeah. And I see some of the same people every trade show. You have your regulars, you have your new ones. So it's a good mix of people. And what a good industry. Just they're here because they want to learn and do better. And it's Vegas. That's a draw as well.
Yeah. I know during our classes, we always hand out applications for CleanFacts. If anybody watching wants to get a copy of CleanFacts, how do they go about doing that?
So thank you for that. Yeah, it's amazing how many you at Normie you send us when you have a class. So obviously we have those forms, but most now that are listening and watching this program, just go to cleanfacts.com. There's a subscribe button. You could do it online. It's very easy to do.
Yeah,
just online.
And truthfully, we want our people to be educated in not just a specific, vertical that they're in. They need to know about the other verticals, even if they don't do the work.
Education.
It's
That's what it's
education, but we're also dealing with a different market now. The consumer is educated. They all go on YouTube. They all go on Google. They all research everything. Whether they get the right information or not is a different story. But they can ask you questions. And when you don't know or you haven't heard about what they're talking about, they look at you like, I thought you were an expert. I thought you knew this industry. Well, that's not really my industry. Well, yeah, it is. It's all about breathing.
We're giving away this.
Exactly. It's about speaking confidently about what you do, about your industry. You don't have to do everything there is to do as far as the type of work, but you should be knowledgeable about it.
Right. I'm not sure for anybody watching can hear Larry,
they can hear him.
Oh yeah, they can hear him probably without the microphone system wherever they're located. But yeah, we're getting towards the end of the show and they're doing a lot of giveaways here and it's getting kind of loud. So
yeah.
Hey, we're giving it a shot here,
That's right. Weed out the sounds and but it's been great to be here and see Normie, and you guys always do a great job with what you do as well.
All right, thank you for that. It's a good show. It really was. And we met a lot of new people, a lot of people from Canada, from actually Alaska. We were talking to a bunch of people. So, the word's getting out and they're coming to see us. So anything else? Any surprises?
No, nothing. It's just 25 minutes to go and Larry's going to give away some stuff. So
all right,
that's it.
Thank you very much. And we'll see you at the next show.
All right.
Take care.
So this is
It's so important to be able to tell the story of the work that you do, because that's how we learn, that's how we improve. So as we take a pathway of continuous improvement, if we don't share our stories in remediation, restoration and cleaning, we'll never improve. And this is the right time to do it, and this is the place to come. The experience is the place to come to learn more, to do better.
You are doing a favor for yourself and more importantly for your customers by attending the experience. You're going to gain more knowledge, meet more associates, be able to talk shop with people that truly understand what you do every day, and that's really priceless, and you rarely get that working in the field. So I could say take the time, it's worth it.
So the experience exhibition is amazing. There's a ton of awesome vendors out here. So if you're a restoration and cleaning business owner or somebody that works for one, or you're in charge of growing one, these are the type of events that you need to go to. Every single vendor for every different type of channel for your business to grow or scale your business is here. And it's very important as business owners to be a member of associations and events like this, because who better to learn from than your peers and your competition, learn what they do right, what they don't do right. It's a great opportunity to network for your business. And there's also a ton of classes going on for you to learn everything in and out, anything you've been struggling with your business at this event.
So the thing that I've enjoyed the most about the experience this year is just seeing some of the different associations, the R&R magazine, Normie coming in. You can really see this portion of the industry wanting to change, expand, build those collaborations, even with competitors, which I believe the industry needs to do. This is probably the best IICRC event that I've been to. The experience, the R&R magazine, really enjoying what's happening this year.
The number of people that I've met for the very first time, and it's like, wow, this is my network. These are people that I can help. This is like growing my family in one day.
I'd like to welcome our guest today, David DeGroff from Always on Call. Now, before I bring David in here, I just want to tell you that I've met David several years ago, and we've had a lot of interaction over the years between him attending some of our classes, even our more advanced classes, and what we do with him as far as him being able to provide manpower for our members in different situations. So I'm going to bring him in and we'll get started here. So David, welcome.
Thanks, Lance. How are you today?
Doing well, and hope you're doing the same.
I am, sir.
So,
Thanks for asking.
I really want to get right into this, and then we'll get into a little bit more of the detail. You know, Always on Call has all different meanings to different people. So what is Always on Call?
Always on Call. The simplicity of it is supplemental labor service designed for the restoration industry.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
So we started Always on Call in 2016. I have been in the restoration industry since 2003. I started as a helper, and they had me move into all aspects of the restoration company. Eventually ended up running a company myself, and ended up getting away from that a little bit. And then I ended up starting Always on Call in 2016. It was a little bit of an accident, but it ended up being a major need for our industry.
So you came from the remediation industry and you kind of moved into the manpower side of that. Would that be fair?
That's correct. I started out when I started out as a helper, and then I went into the construction side because of my background. And we started to do, I started to be a project manager for Build Back. And then it inevitably ended up with me running the division and then running the whole company.
I got to ask you, because you said Build Back, and a lot of the companies that I talk to, as soon as I say, do you do Build Back? They say, oh, no, we don't want to be involved with that, because there's not satisfying anybody.
No. It's an industry term. It was a complete and total nightmare. And at one point in time, it was a blessing to move out of dealing with people's Build Back and into running the whole company. Or at least it seemed so when I received the promotion.
Well, I guess from the different aspects of the company that you were in and the jobs you did, I guess your experience kind of helped you get to where you are with Always on Call.
Yeah, I got burned out, and I was looking for other avenues. And based on my construction background, I picked up a job and built a brewery in Orlando. And so as that was wrapping up, I actually had one of my former employees call me, and he said, hey man, listen, he was running another company in town and he landed a huge job at the hospital and he was needing help. But he said, listen, I can't bring in day laborers. He goes, I need some quality people. And I said, okay, what are you looking for? He goes, well, I want you to send them to work for me and I'll pay them, and I'll pay you and you pay them. I said, okay, we'll see how this works. And it started out with, just a couple people here and there. And it actually started in 2015. And it was just like, oh, look, I made $100 this week. And so it started out small and trickle. And then we got one of the storms hit Florida that wasn't too severe, but one of our major clients ended up calling us and we were able to respond with strength, and they continued to call us and continued putting our word out there. And from there, we were able to develop what we have today all these years later.
So this isn't where you pull up at the corner with a pickup truck, a bunch of people jump in the back and you drive them to a job site?
That's a terrible method. Okay. No. So the big difference between us is we do this every day of the year. We're not sending people out to Kmart or Home Depot or Kmart. There's a blast from the past. Anybody that calls, we're not day labor. It's not any person who shows up in the morning and gets sent out to a job, as many people are familiar with. We use the same people day in and day out, and we keep them doing restoration work day in and day out. They did restoration yesterday. They did restoration today, and they're going to go do it tomorrow.
I've heard you talk in the past when we've spoken about, I think you used the term supplemental labor.
That's right. That is kind of the dividing line is we aren't day labor. We aren't temporary labor. We are a business that does restoration, but we go do it for other people. And I felt that warranted an alternate term to differentiate us from all the other avenues and potentials that people have out there.
You know, I've heard people refer to companies, and I'm going to say like yours, but apparently it's not, as like a temp agency, you know, where you're just getting temporary labor. And it's, I don't know, to me, it seems very different. Where you're called, the way you're describing it, it's not a temp agency.
That's right. A temp agency is people show up in the morning, and based on the jobs that came in for the day and the people that showed up, they dispatch them. They have no idea who they're sending out, or those people want to get paid at the end of the day. And there's a multitude of issues that come in with it. Trust me, that's where I started. And once upon a time, I was no different than anybody else. And I saw the path to be able to become different. And that's how it was. It's kind of a catch-22. I need work to be able to provide workers, but I need workers to be able to provide work. So it was a little bit of a balancing act for a long time, but I started to land some key people and was able to keep them in place. And then we started having the clientele follow after the key people. And then you have people that are in place that are able to train the new people. You have relationships with clients that you're able to put new people out there and get them vetted from an outside set of eyes. So we are also able to run training classes periodically where we teach our people the basic skills that they're going to encounter on our job sites, like drywall cutting and chalk lining and things like that. You know, we teach them what the equipment is and stuff. So those are all.
I just want to jump back real quick, and I want to get into the training aspect of all this. But you had mentioned before, you know, you're not a temp agency, but the people still get paid as like it was a temp agency because you're actually billing the contractors that need them, correct? And then you're doing payroll.
Yeah, so we cover the workers' comp and general liability. They're our employees. We call them assigned employees because we just assign them to your job site or to the job site of the client. So the client would request how many people, they would give us the address, the approximate duration. Then we would have our crew show up. They have a 2-hour right of refusal on anybody. We want them to be happy with whatever they're getting. And if they're not happy, then why should they pay for it? That's the way I think about it. So 2-hour right of refusal. You don't think you're going to be able to work with the guy? Let's get him out there. You want somebody else? You know, we'll send him out. You want to be short that guy? That's okay. That's up to you. It's your job. It's your call to make. It's a rare occasion that that's happened. I think twice as it's happened in the last 6 years, but you know, it's good to have that insurance policy there. I want people to feel confident about dealing with this.
Well, one of the big differences from our previous conversations between you and a lot of temp agencies, and I keep going back to that because that's what people think of about, you know, labor like this, is the area that you cover. Most of these temp agencies have a certain area right around where they're located. Do you cover, like you're in the Orlando area, is that what you cover? Or do you cover beyond that?
So our services are kind of twofold. In our local areas, Fort Lauderdale, Charlotte, Orlando, we're able to offer clients, if they need assistance, 2 people for 2 days, or, you know, smaller groups, shorter term. Outside of that area, we're willing to travel wherever the job is, as long as we're going to be beneficial to the client. We've worked as far west as Texas, and we had 250 people going in Texas, and we've been as far north as New York, where we had 100 people going up there, and everywhere in between. I have a crew in Virginia. This started on Monday. We just got a crew back from Alabama last week. We're willing to travel wherever you're at.
So if I was to call you up and say, hey, we just had a storm, I need 2 people, you would have no problem. And if I said I needed 100 people, you wouldn't flinch either.
That's right. Our estimates, we can put upwards of 1,000 to 2,000 people on the ground. Our difficulties always come in with securing lodging when those needs are that great.
So with the recent hurricane that kind of went from the Fort Myers area up through Orlando and out into the Atlantic. Probably has kept you kind of busy.
Yeah, we were definitely busy. We were able to mobilize 350 people. That was a unique storm. The lodging was incredibly difficult there because you're either coming in from Miami or almost Tampa. But yeah, that was a devastating storm. I lived in Fort Myers for a lot of years, so it very much hit home, and it's hard to see all the devastation that occurred in, all the areas I used to run around in.
So with the different techniques and things that people in the remediation industry need, what kind of special training do you guys get, or equipment are they issued, or how does that work? Do they have to bring their own stuff, or how's it work?
So we're providing labor. Our instructions to our crew is to show up in boots, pants, and a plain t-shirt, as in no logos. We don't want anybody showing up with the company's logos on. We don't provide any tools. Everything above the labor would be the client's responsibility. Tools, material, we can get them to the job site or to a meeting place for the client to be able to transport them to each individual job from there. And supervision. We consider ourselves assistants to your technicians. At no point in time are we looking to take liability for your project. We're just able to perform what you need us to perform.
Do you provide different levels of supplemental labor, like a basic worker or supervisor, or people trained to do remediation? How's that work?
So on a larger scale, we have supervisors for our own crews. We're able to send out a supervisor for like a crew of 10. If you order a crew, that's going to have a supervisor. But if you order like 100 people or 200 people, we're going to look to have one supervisor for every 10 people. We feel that those are reasonable groups and sizes based on the things that we've experienced.
Yeah, we call it a span of control. At least if you go under any kind of military assignment, span of control, so many people based on tasks. So no, good. It's good to hear that. So what makes you guys different than anybody else out there doing something similar, if there is such a thing?
I think that I make it different. My experience, the way I always say it is, I am not a labor guy who realized that there was money in our industry. I'm an industry guy who accidentally ended up doing labor. And I know what I wanted to hear from the guy on that side of the phone when I was running the company, when I was my client. So I know his pain, I know his problems, and I feel like I have a good idea on how to solve them. So above and beyond just being able to provide labor, I'm also an asset and a resource. I know a ton of people. I'm involved with groups, especially like Normie. I have a lot of experience. So you never know where I'm going to be able to help. We're always trying to cater our service towards the restoration industry, a specific client, not cater to as many industries as we can to get as much labor.
Do you supply labor into like construction?
A little bit. We do. We offer cleanup crews to construction job sites. We're looking to get a little bit more into that. In the Orlando area where we're strongest, my operations manager is based out of there. And so what we do is we take on demo projects for high-end homes and commercial projects where it's less demo and more deconstruction. And this helps us keep our guys busy year-round. It helps us vet our own crews, as well as be able to teach them additional, give them additional training.
So if we take the crystal ball out, what's the future look like for Always On Call?
Hopefully staying in business. It's continued to grow, and we've just been doing what we've been doing, and that's trying to just provide a good service to the client. We've doubled the amount of hours that we've produced every year since what we've started, and we just look to keep expanding across the country, being able to set up more satellite locations like we have in Charlotte, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale, so that we can help the clients on a smaller basis. What's really started to happen to our longer clientele are people that were GMs at places that have broken off and gone in their own direction, is companies have started to build themselves around our services. So there's a lot of value in being able to keep a small staff of just your key people, keep your payroll low, not worried about keeping a whole host of people with 40 hours a week or they're going to quit on you, and still being able to respond to whatever job comes across you. We're able to help middle that problem.
I know a lot of our members, we have entrepreneurs, smaller companies, and they're always very cautious about jobs that they think are too big for them to handle, manpower wise, drying out projects, something like that. To me, it sounds like you're a solution to that type of situation.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We're a solution to that. But it speaks highly of being involved with a group like Normie, because there's a lot of apprehension when it comes to landing a job that you potentially larger than you've ever had before. What are your tools? What are your resources? What are your specialities? What is your cash flow? Those are all factors that you have to think about. So companies like Always On Call can come in and help solve those problems. But if you have other partnerships that you've met through groups like Normie, then you have other people that you can call and possibly bring in and help segment that project so that it's not a large project. We always try to keep in mind every large project is just a bunch of small projects.
Sounds like the way the government handles things, but in a good way. So what else should we know about you? As an individual? You gave us some of your background, but where's your passion come from here?
Just the business, actually. That's, I don't know, been my gift, my talent, my passion, as you say. Just ever since I've young, I've always just had an eye for business and wanted to succeed in business. And at an early point in my life, I started pursuing the money. And shortly thereafter, I realized that you can't pursue the money. It's about who you help, how you help them, and your impact on the world around you. And if you do those things right and you keep your eye on the prize and work in that direction, then you always have what you need. That's my own personal philosophy on it.
Be careful. You keep talking like that, people are going to think you're a nice guy.
We don't want that.
No, we can't have that. So how would somebody get in touch with you? For two ways. One is if they were interested in working for you, and the other way would be, to get your services to help them out.
My phone number is 407-505-9338. That's my cell phone. Our company office number is 407-637-6433. And our contact information is available at alwaysoncall.info, not .com. Alwaysoncall.info.
Alwaysoncall.info. Okay. Yeah, people I'm sure make that mistake a lot, and they'll put the .com in or .net or all the other things.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you spending time with us. I know you're traveling today, and you got to head out to the airport, so I really appreciate you spending some time here. I think the information and the services that you're able to provide for our industry, especially people within the Normie membership that need additional manpower and quickly, it's a great resource. So thank you for all that you do with that.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about what I do. A personal thanks to you, Tim and Doug, and how Normie's had my back. And, I appreciate everything that you guys do for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a good day.
want to welcome my guest today, Michael Pinto, who is the CEO of Wonder Makers. Now, I've known Mike for quite a few years, and we've done quite a few trainings together over the years and been at many conventions. And he is a wealth of knowledge when it deals with indoor environments as far as sensitized individuals. And that's the purpose of having him here today. The recent outbreak of forest fires in Canada has really changed what's been going on, at least in the central to the eastern part of the United States. Now, I know California has its own issues with wildfires, but that hasn't reached us to this point. But this is a new situation with these fires, with the winds coming out of the north and northwest blowing straight down into the major population areas of the United States on the eastern coast. So I want to bring Mike in here and let him say a quick hello. And if there's anything I missed on the intro, Mike, please let me know, and whoever else is watching this know also. So Mike, say hello.
Well, thanks, Lance. I appreciate being here very much. What I would say, however, is that it's not just the eastern coast that smoke plume from the Canadian forest fires is literally cutting across a good section of the Midwest, too. So here in Michigan, we're not quite as bad as you guys out there on the East Coast, but it's not good either.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, you're obviously further north and closer to the Canadian border than I am. I'm in New Jersey. Is it affecting you, and how is it affecting your area?
Well, yes, it is affecting us. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not good. Anytime you get outdoor air quality that's worse than what you typically get inside, that's a whole flip on the issue in terms of the things that we're used to thinking about and even teaching in a lot of our classes, because the standard line from the EPA is that the outside air can be up to 20 times cleaner than the inside air. And, people spend 90% of their time inside. And so bad indoor air can cause a real problem. And a lot of us in the industry are focused on that. And then when we are faced with a situation like this, where the outside air is dangerous to people, and that is the case, it is literally dangerous to people, then what do? Where do you go to hide, so to speak? So it is impacting us here in the Midwest. The way that it sets up, there's kind of like an arc of smoke that's coming down from Canada, and we're on what would be the left-hand edge of that arc here in Michigan. And Lake Michigan seems to be the borderline in terms of keeping the clean air, over to Chicago and to the west. But right down through Michigan and Indiana and Ohio, and then over Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, the entire East Coast is pretty well hit right now by the residue from the forest fires.
Yeah, we've seen, especially wintertime with Lake Michigan, it creates its own weather systems. So I could see how that would become a border, keeping the weather at bay or the smoke at bay in that part. But what's really interesting is all the news stations, that's all they're talking about now, the unhealthy air conditioning outside and inside that we have to deal with. And, this is kind of like the dirty water glass scenario. We know what's in the outdoor air and the indoor air all the time, and you can't see it, so nobody pays attention to it. Well, not nobody, we do, the industry people do. But if you were to hand somebody a glass of water that had a brown tinge to it, it was discolored, people wouldn't drink it because they could see it and they would know there was things in there that they don't want to take in, even though it does contain, mercury and all kinds of other nasty contaminants regularly. And the same thing that's happening now with the air quality, people can see it. And that's really, I think, what's jumping out and causing people to really take notice to what's going on. You're absolutely right. Normally, the outside air is much better than the inside air. So when people are inside, they normally go outside to breathe better, and they can't in this case. They have to hide inside. So that brings us to the sensitized people that we were talking about. This is, something that's, very close and dear to you. We deal with it on a daily basis here at Normie with people that can't get help from regular assessors, remediators, people that are in the industry. which is why you have a class. You're the lead instructor, the NCRSI class, the class for sensitized individuals that actually is teaching remediators how to deal with them. And also the certified mold professional, which is expanding even beyond that. So those are two of your specialties. And with that, maybe you can answer this question. How come the outside air right now, obviously beyond people being emotionally reacting to it, so troublesome for sensitized individuals, even more so than regular people?
Well, what I would start off with is saying that I think when you're dealing with outside air like we are today, it's everybody has to be concerned about it. The difference is that the sensitized individuals have to be concerned at a higher level than even the normal folks. So I'm sure you've heard over there on the East Coast, they're canceling certain sporting events and outdoor activities and things like that because the air just isn't healthy. And so you want to be, limiting your amount of exposure, just like we tell people in a, water damaged or mold damaged house. Sometimes they have to get out of that house to protect their health. The problem here, of course, as we've been talking about, where do you go if it's the whole outside that's contaminated by the forest fires? And so we're literally looking at it, flipping the whole script upside down, if you will. We now have to think about the houses and the air in the houses being a refuge for the people from what they're potentially going to be exposed to on the out of doors. And for the sensitized individual, it's even more significant for them because a lot of times we talk about mold sensitized individuals, and that's where it starts. But virtually every sensitized individual that I'm familiar with and have worked with over 20 plus years now, they develop cross sensitivities. So they start out with a mold exposure that causes a decrease in their health, and then they become sensitive to other things. They become sensitive to tobacco smoke that they weren't sensitive to before. They become sensitive to some of the chemicals like, low levels of formaldehyde in the home that perhaps they weren't sensitive before. Perfumes, all sorts of things. They develop these cross sensitivities. And when we're dealing with the outside air that's impacted by the wildfires, it's particulates, it's volatile organic compounds, and it's gases. So if they're cross sensitive to anything, it's going to be in one of those categories, and then they're going to have problems with it. So that's really the issue.
I have a few calls into different contacts at different labs that we normally use, especially the ones that deal with VOCs, the volatile organic compounds. And I'm waiting on those callbacks that we just made recently. But I'm looking for what might be in this new smoke plume that we're getting that could be so offensive to people with and without sensitivities. I don't know if you know any of the chemistries that may be, involved with this, though I have noticed the burning odor, and it's different than normal. This isn't like a wood fireplace or a fire pit.
Right. And some of that is going to be dependent upon what sort of forest are burning, whether they're hardwoods or evergreens, things like that. The evergreen forest, which is a good share of what's burning up in Canada right now, because they're closer to the Arctic Circle and that sort of stuff. So those are going to have a lot more PAHs, aromatic hydrocarbons in them, and that's from the oils and everything that's burning in the pine trees and the spruce trees and that sort of stuff. So then you're also going to get a whole chemical stew, if you will, from that, because depending on the temperature and whether they're exposed to actual flame or just the heat from it, where it is, whether it's protected by the bark, all these other things, you just get this massive amount of organic compounds that get liberated into the air during these fires. And then the ash and the smoke, which is basically both of those are small particulates, those tend to sometimes be even more airborne than the VOCs because the chemicals can be a little sticky and a little heavy. But when they attach to these small ash particles, then they're transported, as we're finding out, thousands of miles into the airstream. The heat of the forest fire pushes them up a mile or more, and then they're in the airstream and they're heading downstream. But by the time that it gets to New York City or Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I am, or things like that, most of the gases, the carbon monoxide, the excess carbon dioxide, the nitrogen compounds and that sort of stuff, that's pretty well mixed and diluted. So the two things that are impacting the folks there on the East Coast and the sensitized individuals are mostly going to be those volatile organic compounds, which are those PAHs and particles. So,
on a small scale, I've been involved with emergency medical services for almost 50 years. And I've seen over the years people having severe reactions to being around a fire pit or a campfire. And when you start to look into it, you find out that it wasn't from the wood that they're burning. It was from the accidental dumping of poison ivy into the fire pit that was still around some of the logs. And as they burn the poison ivy, it's aerosolizing and getting encased in that smoke, and they're inhaling that and having severe reactions to it.
Well, and then think of everything else that's going on there. The PAHs I was talking about, the first word for the P is phenols. So there's all these different phenolic compounds that are getting burned up, and that's your oils, and that's your your irritants, like you were talking about with the poison ivy. But remember, forest fires don't stay forest fires. They run across roads, and they literally will melt the tar on an asphalt road, and sometimes the roads actually start to burn. So now you've got all of that oil product, anything that's a building in the way, or a vehicle that gets trapped in the fire, or a house. Of course, you're going to have all of the man-made products, artificial products that then burn. That all goes up in the air, and comparatively, that may be a small percentage of what's burning, but from the sensitized individual, that can actually be a bigger issue sometimes than just the individual smoke particles. Like you said, it's what attaches to the smoke particles. And then those smoke particles are so small, they get breathed in, they go deep into the lungs. And that whole combination, small particles going deep into the lungs and small particles carrying, pardon the expression, crap deep into the lungs. That's not a scientific term there, by the way, Lance. That's just a common term. But there's so much stuff that's on it. It's hard to know from breath to breath what's actually being taken in. And so, again, caution is the byword for anyone, but particularly for the sensitized individuals.
In the remediation industry, in the meteorological industry, they refer to things, especially with hurricanes, hide from the wind, run from the water, because of the amount of damage that can be done. You can hide from the wind, take shelter of that, but in water you can't. Water's going to seep into everything. But we're dealing with something that's unique here because we're 1,000 miles away from these fires, and we are severely being affected. So running isn't really a realistic situation. I think knowledge is something that would help. People understanding the risks, understanding, maybe today's not the day to go outside and, cut my grass, and spend a good 2 hours or 3 hours out there in this serious weather or this heavy fog of smoke. And understanding that will definitely help people. But forecasting this is also an issue. So where could people go to find out how bad their area is and what their risks are to being outside?
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own favorite sources, and there's, weather channels and local governments and state governments, and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. The one that I use, and it's just, again, my favorite because it's going to be there anytime you have these wildfires and stuff, is a federal government website And that is, let me make sure I've got it here so that everybody knows, fire.airnow, as in AIRNOW.gov, fire.airnow.gov. And that one's really cool because you punch on that and it brings up a map of basically North America, and it shows where the plume is coming down with the smoke, where the air quality is being impacted, and then it rates it at each major city, and it's not even just major, it's each fairly significant size city has a dot on it that's either green, which means that it's good air quality, or yellow, which means it's questionable. And then most people think, well, then you get to red and that's bad. But this map actually goes 2 other levels. It goes to like purple and to black. And I looked yesterday, Lance had it, and knowing where you are in New Jersey, I just kind of looked to see where you are, blew it up to look and see in your location. You guys were black. So you're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah, yesterday was really bad. This morning it wasn't too bad, but then we did get an alert that it was going to be going downhill as the day went on. And looking outside now, in June, not a cloud in the sky. It looks like sunset. So, it's that dark. I do have a question. If you were speaking to sensitized individuals as your customers or as a group, what would you tell them to do? I mean, normally, if they're inside their home and they're having reactions to that, they go outside. Now they have to stay inside. So what can they do now that they're in their environments that sometimes give them trouble anyways?
Well, I'm going to approach that from 2 different perspectives, if that's okay. The first one, and I don't mean to sound like I told you so, but you do have to understand, if you're a sensitized individual, it's important for you to take steps now to get your indoor environment clean, because we don't know when we're going to have situations like this where all of a sudden, from no fault of our own, like you said, 1,000 miles away, they got a forest fire and it's having a serious impact on us. And if for some reason our sensitized individuals are saying, well, it's not that bad, and if it does get real bad, or if it gets damper in the house, I can always go outside, or whatever it is, that deferred maintenance or that deferred decision making really is going to have a serious negative impact on them in situations like this, because there may just be times where you can't get away, get away from the problems in your house by leaving your house. You outside, you may be actually facing greater problems than you have in your house. So the first item is just never defer fixing things that you can fix now until some later date, just because it doesn't seem important to you.
Well, it's the clean glass of water. It's not a concern because you don't see a problem. As soon as it's, brownish or discolored, now it's on your mind. Same thing with the air.
Yep, exactly right. But it would be the same thing. That's why they have, on occasion, you'll have boil water orders as well, right? They don't know exactly what's wrong with the water system. And so they tell people to boil the water. That's why one of the things that they chat about, even in front of hurricanes and things, is get a few cases of bottled water so that you can survive, a couple of days if you have to, without having water coming out of your tap. Fix your house. If you know you've got things going on in your house that are contaminants or whatever, get rid of those, fix it, do the remediation properly so that you've got a good, safe place to be. And then you can, potentially survive a little bit better during these outdoor air quality incidents. But putting that aside, because at some point that's water under the dam. Either they have fixed it or they haven't fixed it, but now they're still facing what's going on outside. So the first thing, and the first couple here, I'm just repeating the standard safety precautions that you're going to get from just about any site. If you don't have to go outside, or you can limit your time outside, don't go outside and limit your time outside. If you do go outside, wear some sort of respiratory protection. I know that I'm seeing a lot of information where people are talking about, you can use your COVID mask and stuff like that. And the answer is, the face masks that were being sold as COVID protection, I won't get into that whole discussion all over again, but that is not going to be appropriate, particularly for the sensitized individuals. At a minimum, they're going to need like an N95, and we recommend N99 or N100 filtering face pieces. So that's going to protect a lot coming in. And remember too that a entry spot for some of this contamination into your body is not just the nose and mouth, but the eyes as well. And the fire residue is even worse because of the small particle. So when those get into your eyes and then get diluted by the tears and everything, it actually releases some of those chemicals that are on the particle itself. So the particle may wash out, and get it out of our eyes and everything. But what is left behind and what's being absorbed in through your eyes is some of the chemicals and stuff. So remembering to wash your face when you come in from the outside, wearing a mask to protect yourself, changing clothes if you've been outside for any length, you're not carrying a lot of this stuff in. A lot of similar things that we would talk about if you're coming in from a moldy environment or trying to protect yourself from a moldy environment.
You mentioned about masks, and again, I agree. I don't want to go down that path and let's talk about masks, good or bad, but just to remind people that just because you're wearing a mask, whether it's an N95, N99, N100, half face mask with cartridges, it doesn't protect you from the gases. You're getting filtration from particulates only. Now, that's a good and a bad thing, because especially if you are a sensitized individual, you may also have additional health issues and stuff. You're wearing a mask that's doing a good job filtering particulates. You're going to reduce the amount of air that you can actually breathe in without straining. And again, if you're not trained to wear a mask, if you're not trained to know when you need to take the mask off, when to replace the mask, it could be just as serious as not having a mask. So again, training, preparing, I guess, is kind of in the same thing that you were talking about.
Well, a little bit, although I would say in this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, by the time the contamination, goes 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever it is, the gaseous portions of that, we're not generally seeing high concentrations of carbon monoxide or even the elevated levels of the nitrogen oxides and stuff like that by the time it hits like New York City or something like that. So wearing the filtering protecting mask is actually a very good step, because as I said, even some of the phenols and the aromatic hydrocarbons, the volatile organic compounds, a lot of those are vapors. So that means that they're liquids that have been, the heat has evaporated and there's small droplets in the air. Then those droplets hang on to the particulates, and then the particulates get screened out by the mask. So that N95 is actually doing a fairly decent job stopping the vapors, which again have coalesced onto the particles and the particles. And then, as I said before, the gases have pretty much dissipated. So I'm rather optimistic that the filtering face pieces, at least the good ones, can be a real benefit to individuals and particularly to people who are sensitized.
Well, that's a good piece of info for people to deal with. And again, if I just want to follow up, if you are wearing a mask and don't feel well, you may need to take it off at least short term and stop whatever activities you're doing. I think that's the real message. Try to get to where you feel comfortable and safe and stay that way until this passes.
Yeah. So something else I'm going to throw in, not a lot of people know this or remember this, but if you're wearing a mask, you need to be intentional about improving your liquid uptake, meaning you need to drink more water, people. And part of that is because the mask not only does a good job screening these particles and stuff, but it does filter out some of the water vapor. And so therefore you're breathing drier air, and the drier air is going to allow whatever particles do get through to go deeper into your system. And by drinking more water, you're going to keep your mucous membranes, hydrated, and, a little bit more ability to collect some of those particles, and then even to flush them through your system. There's pretty good studies that show that people who are being exposed to wildfire smoke over a course of a few days will build up levels of different toxins in their body. And a lot of times that's just because they're not drinking enough water to flush them out. And I know several people, particularly in the naturopath and the integrated medicine field, who say green tea in particular, water and or green tea can be helpful in terms of just detoxing some of that stuff that's getting into your, first into your bloodstream and then into your internal organs and stuff, just because of the contaminants in the air.
Well, just kind of on a side note, going in a slightly different direction, and I agree with what you're saying, and I just wanted to mention that wildfires, forest fires, things like this are not the only thing that cause these types of contaminations in the air that affect people and sensitized individuals. If you remember back, we had some recent volcanoes that had erupted and put so much ash into the air. It was affecting people thousands of miles away. It grounded air traffic through Europe for around a week. So there's a lot of things that are in the air that are going to affect people, and the sensitized group many times over, even more.
So I want to pick up on that as well. I mean, one of the reasons that they ground airliners in situations like this, either because of the wildfire or the volcanoes, is because of the aggressive nature of those small particles, particularly as they're compressed and put through a jet engine. They can score and damage the insides of those to the point where they can actually have engine failure. And if you think about that, if these particles are corrosive enough that they're damaging stainless steel parts, they can't be good for our lungs. So just lots of warnings to us. There's plenty of evidence around, even just common sense evidence, that would tell us that we shouldn't be exposed to a lot of this. And you were asking earlier, some of the other things people can do. Obviously, if you have whole house HVAC and if you've got filters on the HVAC, you can run the HVAC system even if you just run it on fan, because that pushes air into the house and through the system. And typically, most home air systems and HVAC systems, unless they have a energy recovery ventilator or heat recovery ventilator or something like that, that's intentionally bringing air in. Typically, those are only bringing in 10% outside air. High efficiency furnaces, the ones that have the PVC pipes instead of like the chimneys and stuff, again, those are going to bring in minimal outside air unless they're on the heat cycle, where they bring in the air obviously to dilute the the gases that are being created when they burn the gas or the oil for the furnace. So if you're on the air conditioning mode and you've got a high efficiency furnace and you've got decent filters on it, running that and just running it even on the fan on the on switch rather than on the auto switch should make a good difference. Now, I also want to point out the people who have portable air conditioners, window mount air conditioners, some of these other ones that have, pipes that go in and out and everything, what they call pack units, like you see on the wall of a hotel. Oof, that's tough because there's very little filtration on those. And that's a lot of times bringing in 10, 20, 30% outside air just automatically as you turn those on.
Well, most commercial buildings are spec'd that way. They have to bring in 15 to 20% fresh air. So they're dealing with those issues also.
And I'm not going to get into the whole discussion of the energy efficiency that may not be the energy efficiency, right. But they build the building so tight that they do have to bring in more of the outside air. And then in conditions like this, Lance, you know this as well as I do, they don't have the filtration on those big HVAC units like we have even on a smaller residential unit. So that's a tougher way to go on some of that. But at the same time, that brings up the last main point that I wanted to make, and that is that sometimes we can't rely, if you're a person or you're staying in a hotel because of, your job that took you there to New York City and all of this or whatever it is, sometimes you have to be a little bit more proactive, and particularly if you're sensitized. We talk about creating a refuge, even if you can't fix your whole house. Is there a bedroom? Is there a den? Is there a room in your house that you can turn into a refuge that's going to have better air quality and protect you? And this advance, I'm just blown away. The advance in the air purification systems, which we call proactive air purification, where you're not just relying on it to go through a filter to collect this stuff. You've got ionizers and one of the better ones I think is this multi-cluster ionization and things. These sorts of products can help create these reservoirs of clean air inside a building, so that even if you have to run the air conditioner and it's bringing in some of this contaminant and your filters aren't the greatest, at least you can protect yourself in a bedroom where you spend 8 hours a night when you're sleeping and things like that. That can be a big difference.
It's not a new concept. They teach and talk about that for hurricanes and tornadoes, to have a safe area in your home, a place that's protected from, from things coming through the exterior walls. Well, this is just taking it to another level where you're going to keep your breathable air as clean as possible.
Well, I like that analogy. You're in those cases, for a tornado. So here in the Midwest, we don't have the hurricanes as much, but it's a tornado. And that's exactly what they tell you. You need to have a secure location that in the case of a tornado, you can go into and be better protected from, the damaging effects of the wind. And in a situation like this, particularly the people who are already at risk because they're sensitized, they need to have, think about having that secure location from an air standpoint, just like we would think about having a secure location from a weather standpoint. And doing that with some of these proactive air purifiers. Heck, I was looking at the Best Living Systems website yesterday. They've got plug-in models. Literally just plug into an outlet and is enough to, have some air cleansing that's going on in a room size. They've got ones that are the size of, like a sports bottle or a drinking glass that's designed to fit in a cup holder in a car to improve the air quality in a car. But you can plug those in and use those in a hotel room or in a bedroom or something like that. And these are not necessarily, super expensive items or anything like that. They're reasonably priced and they're worth it.
You know what? And everything you're talking about comes down to do something, improve your condition, be proactive yourself to try to take care of the environment you're in, stay in a healthier and a safer place during conditions like this. And it's going to happen more and more. We didn't really talk about statistics, but from the Weather Channel, they ran some stats yesterday saying that year to date, they have burned up in Canada and the US. Well, let me rephrase that. The yearly average for the US and Canada on forest fires is between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres. The fires so far to date in Canada are 9.3 million. So they're 50% over the yearly total of burned up forest and what it's putting into the air that we're all breathing and changing weather conditions around the world.
And we're in June.
And we're in June. And it's first going to get hot and the fire season is going to first come on. And then we got California to deal with and the West Coast. Prepare yourselves, people. Be proactive and take care.
Well, that's what I said. Just if there's things that you can fix now, fix them. If there's things that you can do to prepare for, because this supposedly this one from Canada, hopefully by the middle of next week, will have moved on with some shifting weather patterns. Don't just go back to normal and say, that one's over. I don't have to worry about it, because something's going to happen again. And those who are already suffering, those who are kind of on an edge health-wise, sometimes I talk to my clients about being literally almost like standing on a knife's edge, and we want to get you off of that edge so that you don't fall over into a worse scenario. And the way to do that is, it's pretty tough to have the proactive air purifier when you're in the middle of a problem. So you may have to get one now. Let me just also finish with this. I know it's the fire issues and everything, but I'm a victim of my own thinking, so to speak. Neither my wife or I both of us are blessed that we don't have a lot of mold sensitivities or anything like that, even with all the crazy work I've done in the industry. And neither one of us really have expressed a lot of allergies over the years. And this summer, or actually this spring, over the last couple of months, I noticed that my wife was feeling less and less normal, so to speak. And finally, when we dug into it, it was turned out that she was having some respiratory issues and some stuff like that. And the initial doctor visit was, yeah, it's a really awful pollen season. We never followed the pollen ratings or anything because she was never, identified as being allergic. And once we got the idea that she was, being impacted by the outdoor pollen, not something that was going on in our house, ended up getting one of the Chaos air purifiers that Normie recommends. And within hours, she was telling me that she was feeling better running that in the house. And within 2 days, she had already given it to her sister and made me buy her another one. So that's just how it
Okay, then. Well, the stuff works. And, that's the whole thing. And we always talk about, even, tongue in cheek, about you either have a good filter or you are one. And it's all about protecting that you are one. You want to have as much protection around you as you can. But we are going to end this segment. I do want to thank you for your time. And I didn't mention it earlier, but this is one of the segments that we're doing in a multi-part presentation on the seriousness of the wildfires, how it's affecting the U.S. and people with sensitivities, without sensitivities, and what they can do. So hopefully you'll tune in and some of the other segments as we show them. And I want to thank you again for your time. It's always great talking to you, Mike.
Bless you, Lance. It was good. I hope it was helpful for people.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are back at the Experience Show here in Chattanooga, and we now have somebody special here. And yes, I'm giving you a bigger buildup because, when you start going up the pyramid and you have different players that you're talking to, eventually you get to the top. And I think that's where we're at. This is Scott Walters from BNP Media, and I guess you're like the top of the pyramid for what's going on here and all the trade shows you do.
Well, thank you for that elaborate introduction, Lance. I don't know how true it is, but I'm happy to support Normie, and we're glad Normie's part of the experience, and we love everything you guys are doing, and I'm happy to sit here and have a conversation with you. Absolutely.
Well, that's appreciated. And truthfully, the experience is just one of the shows that you do, and you're involved with media production and everything else. What actually do you guys do at BNP?
So BNP Media is a fourth generation family owned business. B2B media. We cover many different sectors. We're in obviously restoration, remediation, cleaning, but we're also in security, packaging.
You might want to just keep the mic a little closer. There's a lot of background noise.
Okay.
There you go.
We're also in security, manufacturing, architecture, construction, food, beverage, packaging. We cover a lot of different business sectors. I'm the chief events officer, so I oversee all of BNP's in-person and online events. And then I also have P&L responsibilities for all of our webinars, our video, and our podcast business. So we're a full service B2B media company, and the in-person event business is what I primarily oversee.
Well, I mean, you touched on a lot of stuff that we do. Obviously, we do live streaming TV. We do live radio broadcasting. We're on 6 different radio platforms, streaming radio, and 13 podcast platforms. So I can't imagine what you're going through dealing with all the live shows all over the country too. I know logistics of that.
Yeah, we do at BNP. We do over 50 in-person events a year. It's a huge, obviously, revenue generator for the company. We have a full service events division, marketing, operations, logistics, everything's in-house. So yeah, the events business is very important to BNP Media.
And the Experience Show is new to you guys.
That's right. Yep.
You're new owners of it.
Yeah, we purchased the Experience events, the spring conference and trade show in the spring, and then the fall trade show in Las Vegas from Larry Cooper in 2022. We took ownership of the 2 events in 23. Larry and his team helped with us on that transition. So they were still very much a part of, the transition period there. But this year in 2024 is the first year that we're Cooperless, for lack of a better term. And the way the community has rallied and all the participation and support we've been given has quite frankly been overwhelming. So yeah, we're excited to be the new owners. It fits nicely under our R&R brand magazine as a sub-product of that magazine. And, we're happy to be here.
So the training wheels are off. I don't see any skin knees or elbows. So this is all good. And, we've been to both shows that you guys have been in control of, and we've been to a lot of the shows that Larry had over the years, and it's exciting. We're looking forward to the next show, which is in Vegas. That's your big show of the year.
Yep.
And, I understand you're already selling booths and selling out all kinds of services for that already. And we're just now into this one.
Yeah. The spring show is by design a smaller event. It's East Coast based. It rotates. Last year it was in Fort Lauderdale. The year before that it was in Cincinnati. It goes to these kind of tier 2 cities to be more relevant to a greater portion of the population in the community in the restoration remediation space. The Las Vegas show stays in Las Vegas. It's at Caesars Forum. It's the first week of September. I think this year the dates are the 5th through the 8th or something like that. It's that Tuesday through Friday after Labor Day each year. And that is the bigger of the 2 events. Yes, we've been selling booth space. We've got, I think, about 35% of the floor already pre-sold. We're selling booth space here at this event before the fall. And then obviously, we're moving forward with selling space and sponsorships for Las Vegas. That's the big one.
I'll make a suggestion for the Vegas show. You need a Segway rental division, because the walking, it is so massive there, all the buildings. I mean, it's exciting to be able to go through that kind of an event. It's big.
Yeah. Yeah. The forum is, as you know, across the street over a walkway in the Close Hotel in Vegas. Everything looks good on a map. Oh, it's right across the street. I'll get right to it. But nothing in Vegas is close. So yeah, there is definitely, maybe that's a side business we could work up.
There you go.
Kind of Segway rental.
Segways are us.
Sponsorships on top of that. Normie produced or provided. You guys might get some action on that.
Well, we'll talk. We got some time.
I like an idea guy. That's good.
You know what? It's out of the box that the box comes in. That's the way to do it. Well, I know you're busy. You got a lot of stuff going on here, but I do appreciate you stopping by and saying hello to everybody. And again, the top of the pyramid. This is what I was looking for.
Well, I like reaching the top of the pyramid too. I know you and Doug are co-partners in crime here. No pun intended, but it's a pleasure working with you guys. You're true professionals, and
thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Lance, just started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another, and I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that. And then one thing led to another. And I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources. And fortunately, I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
We've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh, gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. Yeah, but I think I officially started working in the business when I was in 3rd grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only 3rd grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Petty John's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen. So we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is, while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. Many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
So
that's very well put.
Yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March
24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So you begin whenever, years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah." "How do you know?" "Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization for mediators and microbial inspectors known as NORMI, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality. As long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how and where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here. An amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So
Well, let me
business and industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. It changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly.
Absolutely. And that was the whole purpose for asking that question like that. You know, when you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions. And
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
That's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh.
One of the first whys is this right here.
Can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew, and clearly, oh, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor, and I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. They know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at, because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off, and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video, see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet, because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted oriental rug, or even a machine made loose rug, is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super, super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the Oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Qashqai's. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. Then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. Two women, by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on a dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn, and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality: what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never, ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all's been happening over the years. And to see that this, by the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Qashqai tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC number won certification, by the way. Ron Tony says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And by washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on it. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is finished, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am anymore, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. And there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible before they. But you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's the question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanvari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanvari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanvari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just one second, you'll see in this video. It's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see
Oops.
that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home, and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
This is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was that the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put the bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned, and that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. They're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, Oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rug? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper. Maybe a little more expensive in the short term, always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary. That is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what is the carpet cleaner? What does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military, and this is a not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And the first, I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there.
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else? PSI, man things, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter & Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. Because if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. Look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see these the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling. Will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out. Give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And now this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water. A little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, that instead of washing rugs in it. Didn't she?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming. When you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe is needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all over across the country who can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, NORMI, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job. But we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay.
right now.
Can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm going to sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one, too.
Okay, so let's talk about this though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of
floor mat. Yep.
And then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoes. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please, and we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Petty John's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Brendan's family, all of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house, or in your office, or in your car, or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an assistant cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load, and we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Petty John Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years in there as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, "No man is an island unto himself." We're not here by ourselves, and we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are just are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with a part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care.
Come to the blind presentation after we're finished with the interview. So for 5 minutes, we're going to be doing the blind and window treatment. And if you would like a raffle ticket, find the train engineer.
Hey everybody, we are back live from the Experience Show in Chattanooga again, and I have Michael Pinto with us. And we've talked many times on these different TV platforms that we're broadcasting on now, but he was doing a presentation today, actually following the presentation I did. So I want to bring him in to say hello and talk a little bit about what he was talking about. How you doing, Mike?
I'm blessed. Lance, thank you very much for having me in, and appreciate being here at the show. Of course, I got a Normie shirt on because I'm
There you go.
here as a volunteer instructor for Normie and just trying to help out.
Well, I kind of felt like I was the warm-up act for you this morning because you went on right after I did. And, you had a big crowd there. You were talking about mycotoxins and such.
That's good. I don't know if I've ever had a warm-up act
There you
before,
go.
so I'm impressed by that. I think I'm moving up in the world.
Well, I actually, they had me sandwiched in between Doug starting his presentation. His ended, mine went, and then, you following what I did. So it was a good group that I had. And I think I saw yours was much bigger even.
Well, and I think the rationale for what they did actually makes some sense, all kidding aside. So Doug started off this morning talking about assessment. You were then talking about how to market a mold business. And then I was talking about a more specific aspect of the mold remediation industry, which is the mycotoxin cleaning and even getting in a little bit into the sensitized individuals. And so if if somebody had been on the Normie track, that actually made logical sense in terms of how to proceed in that area. You start with a general assessment, then the general marketing of the business. And then if that's successful, and one of the things I was trying to explain to people is that you have to take another step to get good at the mycotoxin cleaning to help the sensitized individuals.
Oh, absolutely you do. But this just clarifies that I was wrong about that it was a rock, paper, scissors thing, getting the order set up. It was actually a rationale to it. So what did I know?
No, I thought it worked really well. But the reality of the situation is that for somebody who really wants to take on mold remediation for the mycotoxins and for the sensitized individuals, they should be good at the general remediation first. It's a tough way to do it, to come into the industry brand new and say, okay, I'm going to focus on the sensitized individuals, or I'm going to focus on mycotoxin cleaning, because there's so much, background level stuff that they need to know to then add on to get there.
Well, it kind of would be like somebody going to become a specialist in medicine before they became a doctor.
Exactly right. Yeah.
You
don't
need the
want,
basic skills first.
yeah, you don't want somebody who doesn't know the pinky from the toe to, be a specialist. You've got to work your way up through all that. So
Yeah.
good analogy. I'll be using that in one of my classes, I'm sure.
That's okay. I'll send you an invoice. We're
Yeah,
good.
that's fine. Like
Yeah.
that's ever going to get paid, but go ahead, send it to me.
Yeah. Just as somebody that cares. I know how that works.
Right, that's right. Love you too. Right.
Yeah, there you go. So another experience show, you've been to many of them. We have, this is their smaller event, but we know that the one coming up in the fall, late summer, early fall, that's their big event out in Las Vegas,
Correct.
which they're already selling. And I think they told me more than a third of it's already sold. So it's going to be a big show.
Well, and it's interesting. I've been at enough of these things. I don't necessarily ever downgrade just because it's a smaller number of attendees. What that means sometimes is that you've got a little bit more time to talk to people, and you can do a bit more education, whether it's here in the booth or whether it's in the sessions. I was blessed this morning because my session ran right up until lunchtime, and that allowed people to stay another 20-25 minutes and ask questions.
Yeah.
And you know what? My feeling was, if the experience thinks I'm an expert enough to be there as a speaker, I'm going to stay there as long as people want to ask me questions.
Absolutely. The one thing I noticed here, and this is they're smaller of the two shows, is you get a show like this, you have more time to talk to people, like you said, and the people that are here are the ones that are truly the followers of the industry. Not just somebody that because it was a show and a bunch of people are going, they're going to go. These are the people that are at all the shows.
Well, and I'm certainly not knocking Chattanooga or anything like that, but there isn't the hole away from the convention hall like there is in Las Vegas, where people can immediately walk over to the casinos or whatever it is. And there's just so much more bright lights and attraction. Here, you have to kind of dig for a little bit for the local attractions. And so as a consequence, I think you get people that stay in the show longer. And I thought it was really good attendance at the educational sessions this morning. I thought that,
there was,
even at Doug's at 8:30 in the morning, had a lot of people in it.
Yes. But in reality, to give it the feel of Las Vegas, we have David DeGraff here wearing his fluorescent orange suit, which hopefully we're going to get him to stand still long enough a little bit later on to be able to talk to him also, because he's part of this industry. He provides very valuable service. He's not on the educational side, but he provides the manpower.
And also, doesn't he have something to do with the chemicals too, or no?
No. He's more of a manpower provider. You have a major job or disaster.
Okay.
You need 200-300 people. That's who you call.
Okay.
He sends the crew in to help out with that. But back to you and what you were doing. Everything you talked about this morning, the people that come to these types of things are starving for. They want that information. They're hearing it from the customers about mycotoxins, endotoxins, all the types of problems like that.
So, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but one of the things that I really work hard at in these presentations is to make sure that it's not only good information and credible information, but it's digestible. So several times I noticed during the presentation today, I was talking about studies, as in medical or environmental studies that get published in peer-reviewed journals, that a lot of times the layperson just isn't going to A, take the time to get into that, or B, is going to get lost in it. And so being able to read those, extract the 2 or 3 core items from it, link it to core items that I've taken from other studies, and then make sense of it all. That's what the process was all about today. And it was, as a speaker and as an instructor, I think you're familiar with this as well. When you're up in front of people, whether it's in a classroom or in a presentation setting like that, you can look at their eyes and you can figure out most of the time whether they're getting it or not.
Absolutely.
And it was, to me, that was the most gratifying thing today, is I'm looking out the people in the audience, and they're getting it. And that, again, is not because I'm such a great instructor or anything, but because I'm working hard to give them factual information. And a couple of questions at the end, I had to tell them, I don't have an answer for you, and I'm not going to make one up just to sound like I'm an expert. But I will go back. I took some notes. I will go back. I'll do some research, and I'll be prepared for that question next time.
Yeah. And you know what? Again, back to the point I made earlier, the people that are here because this is their industry. They want to be here and they want the information. They want to be in front of the customers, asking them questions that they can't answer. They want to have those answers. That's why they're here. That's why they come to listen to you talk.
Well, and I think the other thing too is particularly in mycotoxins, where it's a kind of a cutting edge, newer subject matter in the industry and stuff. How do you separate the fluff from the reality? And I think that's, and hopefully they know that if it's me as a speaker or anybody from Normie, that's what they're going to get. They're not going to get the fluff. They're going to get the facts. And so I think that's one of the reasons that Normie has a whole track of sessions here. They don't just, people who are putting on the show don't just give Normie those sessions because they like you. They give them to Normie because they know that you're going to bring people into the show and into the educational sessions, and you're not going to lie to them.
I started this morning when I was talking to the group with mine. One of the first things I said to them is, I am not going to tell you what you should be doing. I'm not going to tell you what you shouldn't be doing. And more importantly, I'm not here to try to sell you anything. And they all started laughing because they're so used to these power plays when they're in these types of events, people trying to sell them their wares. It was pure information. It was pure suggestions. And they appreciated that.
Yeah. You're giving them information rather than an infomercial.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, because of, just the presence of YouTube and TV and everything else, a lot of the information is really wrapped into infomercials. So just as a counterpoint in some respects, I was telling my group that right off the bat, I don't take any finder's fees. I don't take any commissions. If I mention a product or a company or a name or piece of equipment, it's because I think it works. And because I've seen it work, or it works in this particular venue. And you want to make sure that you're not pushing this stuff too far. But the fact of the matter is, when you aren't encumbered by that, I'm not a salesperson for any of these people. That gives you a lot of freedom when you're doing
credibility.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's also the case.
That's a very big part of it. And people like that. People are looking for the reality. They're so tired of being sold things, or the snake oil salesman telling them that things will do things that they're not capable of. We weren't doing that. It's all about, here's information. We're not telling you you need to use this. This is for you to decide what you want to do. At least that was the approach I took. And they appreciated that. And then they got engaged in it and wanted to talk more about it because they had experiences like I was describing to them.
Well, and then I think the other thing is that when they're going through some of that and you're trying to explain it to them, if they know that you're not financially tied to it, they can take it from a whole different perspective. They don't have to be quite so skeptical. In addition to that, when it's, the reason I'm sharing this with you is because I've seen it work, and I don't go much beyond that. I mean, unless there actually has been a study done that I've seen, or something, kind of a higher level in terms of information. There is still some value to saying, well, here's an experienced person in the industry who has seen this and seen it work.
Right.
That's worth something.
Well, that's why they line up, and that's why I was your warm-up act. That's all I can say. Mike, I appreciate the time, and
Lance, it's always so good to chat with you. Thank you for making this available on so many different platforms. I wish I even had a fraction of the understanding of the media stuff. Yeah, it's magic.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Yes,
but thank you
All right,
again.
Take care.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mold Matters podcast. I'm your host, Jeremy Evans, alongside my co-host, Mike Adams.
Jeremy, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm good, but you did the countdown and you never say 2, but you said 2 this time.
Oh, really?
You usually go 5, 4, 3.
And then I go silent.
And then you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on in your world right now, but.
No, my bad.
Oh,
how are you doing?
No, I'm good. I'm
Yeah?
good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got back from vacation. Took the family to Disneyland with 6 grandkids, all under 7 years old.
Oh, wow. How was that?
Actually, no, all under 8. One's 8. It was a lot of work, Jer.
It wasn't a vacation then?
No, it was fun. It was fun.
That's fun, but
a
it's
lot of work.
tiring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm good.
All right. So you're rejuvenated.
Yes.
I haven't had any vacation, but I feel rejuvenated because we're having a special guest today.
We have a great guest.
A good friend of ours that we've become friends over the last year or so, Doug Hoffman. For those of you that are in the mold remediation or mold certification, or just in the mold industry in general, I've probably heard of Doug. He's been around the industry a while and kind of made a good name for himself, especially in the last several years as a quality instructor on how to mitigate mold, how to build your home such that it's going to be less inclined to grow mold. He's got a book on that we might talk about here a little bit later. And so I'll give a little bit. Doug, you're already online, but we're going to give you a little introduction here. Doug is the founder and executive director of Normie. So, we've talked about Normie a time or two on here, I think, but there are a couple of organizations that do training and certification for mold remediators. And Normie is one of the top premier organizations out there. It stands for National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors.
Is it mold inspectors or microbial inspectors?
It's microbial inspectors.
Oh, yeah, that was a change, right?
Good catch, Mike.
It was a change. Yeah, about a year and a half ago.
I forgot about
Good
it. Well,
catch.
Just when people think I'm not paying attention in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
I surprise them. Yeah.
That is we won't go into it, but that's an important distinction, right? Right, Doug?
Yes,
it is. It is.
So, his life passion has been helping people understand how to live healthier indoors and empowering them with the ability to have clean air. I remember you saying one time in your book, I think, that you spent part of your career building homes that made them moldy, and then now you're doing the rest of your career to reverse the effects of some of those early mistakes that you saw in the industry.
Yeah,
so
that's exactly right. Yeah.
But anyways, Doug, we've been glad to get to know you, and we're glad you've come on the podcast. We found great synergy with Doug, and we kind of have that shared vision of trying to help people live happier, healthier lives by helping the microbial, load in their homes and things like that. So welcome, Doug.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Mike and Jeremy, great to be with you today and excited to share some information. I think one of the things that I love doing is teaching and training. And I think I've always believed that the person that's the best trainer is the one who can take complex subjects and make them easy to understand. And that's what we try to do in our training programs. And I appreciate your recognizing that. And hopefully today we're going to take a subject that's sometimes a little complex and make it simple so that we all understand how it can affect our health.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, well, I guess if you had to encapsulate the topic of what we're going to talk about under one umbrella, what would you say? Because I've read through.
Well, it's definitely under the indoor air quality discussion. And we're talking about how our houses become contaminated. We don't often think about air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, but that's one of the most common ways that houses get contaminated indoors. And then because we don't deal with it correctly, we build little toxic soups that we live in. So yeah, I think if that helps kind of focus on what we're going to be talking about, that's the idea.
Yeah, I like it. And let's jump right in there. We've talked about this on the podcast before, but the construction, because that's kind of your background, construction background. Let's talk about some of the changes that you've seen in that construction industry that have either contributed to or possibly helped with, microbial growth indoors. But what have you seen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to go back really old because I'm an old guy. But I can go back into the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in Florida and I grew up in the construction industry. My dad was a plumbing contractor, as you know. And so I grew up in the construction industry, started working over the summers. This was back before they actually had child labor laws. So when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, my dad told me, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade, son, and you may never use it, but you'll never go hungry. And he was exactly right. So I learned the construction trade. And back then we were building block houses, essentially, concrete masonry unit houses. And believe it or not, they didn't even have any insulation on the inside walls. They would put up furring strips and then drywall right over the top of it. So I remember in the 60s and 70s when they started insulating houses, so they were moving toward tightening them up. And as they began to tighten them up, and that's one of the big changes that's happened, they've gone from that now to houses like the one that I built for myself. As you know, that's a monolithic foam home, incredibly tight house. That difference has made a huge difference, not only in the way we live indoors, but the way we react to our indoor environments, because now we've really tightened them up. And that's why I addressed this subject so comprehensively, I guess, in my book, in Mold Free Construction, because that's probably one of the biggest change. The other big change, of course, is the products that we're using. And it used to be we were using wood and concrete, and now we're using plastic. Almost everything is plastic and PVC and petroleum products and off-gassing stuff. And, completely different kind of view of homes today than it was certainly when I was growing up.
So with that tightening up word, we tighten up our homes. I've thought about that wording. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, we do. Yeah. We, like you said, the insulation is part of that tightening up, right?
That's right.
You're saying. And then,
that's right.
And the
weather stripping,
weather stripping, the whole wrap that we do around the homes, that came about, the Tyvek wrapping that they do. When did that start?
That started in the late 80s, early 90s. So this was all as a result of the Jimmy Carter days when we started. There was an oil embargo and everybody was concerned. I remember about getting gas and it being rationed,
Yeah, we waited for hours for gas. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get gas every other day, based on your license plate or whatever it was.
Yeah.
My point is that the Carter days is when they really started tightening things up. Weather stripping was hard to buy. I'll tell you a funny story, Jeremy. I don't know if you know what a jalousie window is, but when I was growing up, my house had jalousie windows. And what that was essentially strips of glass that are 4 inches wide, and they just kind of sit against each other. It's like they're layered, almost like a cabana shutter.
Oh, and so I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So you open it up or you close it, and there's this huge gap between each layer of glass.
Yeah.
Well, I remember at our house in the late 70s going through and putting weather stripping between every single one of those panes of glass.
Yeah.
Wow.
All the way around the house.
we did a church house in Kauai that had those windows around the entire church house.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
Exactly. Yeah. Which was great for ventilation, but
well, and isn't that how it goes? As you see innovation, even still, I mean, they're innovating in the construction industry, in the plumbing, in all the industries, there's innovation. And you always have to wait to see.
Well, the pendulum always swings too far.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to fix a problem and it goes a little bit too far this time fixing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you don't see it for you know, you don't see it immediately. It might be a few 5-10 years down the line before you start to see the effects of maybe that decision.
I think that's right. And it's I put it in the category of giving the absolute benefit of the doubt that the motivations are right for the changes that we make. It's the unintended consequences. It's the things we don't know are going to happen when we make this choice. And I think that's what happened then, because there was this conflicting interests, basically, between energy savings and how is it affecting our indoor air quality. And there wasn't ever a consideration about both.
Yeah. So let's launch into that. Tell us about, so the unintended consequences. Yeah, because our homes are definitely much more energy efficient. I can attest to that. I live in an older home right now that was built in the 60s, and it feels drafty. You know, right now in the winter, we're in the 30s, getting down into the 30s Fahrenheit, and you can feel the draftiness in certain parts of the home.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not quite as tight as the newer homes, but yeah, what are those unintended consequences? Let's talk about those.
So I'll tell you one thing that's interesting, Jeremy, you may or not know, but there are some cities now, San Antonio is one of them, that requires that you do a blower door test when you build the house. After you finish the house, before they'll give you a certificate of occupancy to prove that you've constructed a very tight home. So it's becoming part of legislation across the country to build these really, really tight homes. And so there's good to it. And as long as it's balanced, as long as you understand exactly what you're doing, I think there's some real benefits to having a house that's really tightened up, where you don't have a lot of the air infiltration issues that are going to contaminate our indoor environments.
Yeah. So,
well, I was going to throw in this is off the subject just a little bit, but along the same time that we started wrapping the houses tighter, like, you know, late 70s, early 80s, we also, maybe it was in the 70s, that huge switch to sheetrock or drywall as opposed to lap and plaster walls. And then also particle wood or particle board, or, you know, pressed wood came along.
Yeah.
And I often think that stuff just led to all kinds of mold problems. You know, you put a drop of water on a piece of lumber, a good piece of lumber, that water just sits on it, right? You put a drop of water on pressed wood or particle board, it immediately soaks in. Yeah. And so we've done some dumb things as well
with the building materials.
With the building materials and the changes with what we've done. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Doug?
No, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. I think obviously you're not going to build a house out of stainless steel, but the bottom line is if you don't consider what kind of products that you're using and where you're using those products, absolutely, you're going to create some problems with them absorbing moisture where otherwise other products absolutely wouldn't. So yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And so, you know, with air infiltration, that's kind of where we're going, air and moisture filtration, but with the tightening of the homes and minimizing the air infiltration from outside to the inside, because this is actually something I want to hear your thoughts on this. I want to hear the negative consequences of it, but because you do often hear, and I actually, in many cases out here in Utah where it's dry air, I've kind of, there are many cases when I think, yeah, we do need that fresh air to come in, and it kind of helps. Fresh moving air, you know, can often be a good remedy for, you know, for some issues. So talk us through a little bit, because it sounds like you're saying air infiltration, generally we want to mitigate from coming inside. Talk about the consequences of that and what we need to do about it.
Sure. Well, the air infiltration issues that we're talking about, I think, are a little bit different in the South than they are in the North. The different in dry climates versus high humidity climates where we are. But I guess what's common with all of that is that, yes, fresh air is a really important addition to our having, I think, good air quality. You've got to dilute the contaminants. I know that's one of the things the EPA says the answer to indoor air quality pollution is dilution. And there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, if you take a glass of oil and you put it in the ocean, it's not going to have much of an effect. But you put a glass of oil in your sink, you know, now you got a problem. So the idea of just the volume of air that you could bring in from the outside makes a big difference in terms of diluting the contaminants. But from an air infiltration issue, I think what we don't think about, Jeremy, are the things that you don't see that's coming in with that air on the airstream itself. And even if you're in the north and you're dealing with dry air, so you don't have a relative humidity problem, which we have in the south, when you're bringing air in from the outside, you're bringing in high relative humidity, much higher than you want indoors, 70, 80% in some cases. But besides that, what about the stuff that you can't see? The pollen, the mold spores, the microbes that are floating on whatever it is that's outside that's floating around in the air, those nanoparticles that you can't see. You see them in a shaft of light in the morning, you know, when you're looking at your bedroom window. Well, all of that stuff is in the air outside as well. And so now what's happening is that, like a little magic carpet ride, it's riding on that stuff, and the microbes are riding with that stuff as it comes in through those cracks and crevices in the windows and the doors. And so that's what I think actually needs to be mitigated. And there are a couple of ways to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have so tight a house that you have no air infiltration. That wouldn't be a smart idea. But the idea and the way we approach it, and I certainly did with my house when I built that, is to have a place where I am bringing fresh air in through a fresh air makeup. And now I'm controlling the air that comes into my house. So I'm still bringing air in from the outside. But in my case, and the way we train on this, and my thoughts are, yeah, I'm going to bring it in, but I'm such an indoor air quality geek that I'm going to make sure that it's cooled or heated and filtered and purified before it ever comes into the environment. And you can't do that if you're just allowing the cracks and crevices to bring that fresh air in.
I see.
You know, years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a pretty good sized company, and we had a big fancy computer controlled HVAC system for our plant. I think our plant was maybe 80,000 square feet or something. It was a big plant, but I could control, I think they call them the economizers. I could control the economizers and decide how much fresh air I wanted versus how much do you want to try to save on your electricity bill, you know? Right. And I was always like, look, man, we all just seem way more productive if we get lots of fresh air in here. So it wasn't my money. So I didn't worry about the electricity bill. I just turned that thing up and got as much fresh air in that building as I could. And it paid off.
Especially a plant where you've got chemicals and of stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it does kind of sound. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to share a concept with you. I'm talking about just kind of making it easier to understand. When your house is under negative pressure, if it's a vacuum and you're sucking air in through the cracks and crevices from the outside, one of the ways that you could mitigate that is by opening a window, right? Because all the air is then going to go through the path of least resistance. It's going to go through that window before it ever goes through a crack or crevice.
Yeah.
So that's the concept of fresh air makeup. If you can control fresh air coming into the HVAC system, like Mike just talked about, you're bringing air in from the outside, but you're controlling it. And because it's the path of least resistance, then it's going to lower the chance of it coming through those cracks and crevices.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff and I were just down in California helping a lady out, remediating her home. She hadn't been able to live in this home for a couple of years. And we treated it, and she said it's better, but it's still not quite right. And I didn't think it was. I left the day we treated it. I left, and I thought, well, I don't think we got it, Jeff. I told Jeff, I don't think we've got it. Went back the next day, started to really look around because it was rainy the first day and kind of later on in the afternoon. So we really started looking around, and we had treated the crawl space, but I hadn't really looked at the crawl space that close. But what I did the second day is she had two hatches that went into the crawl space from the inside of the house. One was in the master bedroom and one was by the front room. I took both of those covers off and just put clear plastic over the covers and taped them tight. That plastic blew up like a balloon. I mean, so it told me all of her crawl space air is ending up in that house. It was incredible.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, you know, that the pressure, negative or positive air pressure on a home. So you talked about, obviously, if it's negative, that means it's kind of
It's a vacuum.
Your inside is the vacuum, right? It's pulling in from the outside.
Your door's going to slam shut when you open it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is there an ideal pressure you want on your home, and what is that?
There is. The ideal pressure would, and some of this depends on where you live in the country, but ideal is either balanced, where it's zero, or it's a little bit positive. And if you go into a hospital, almost all of their surgical centers in that hospital is under positive pressure. And the reason is because they want to blow the microbes out, believe it or not suck them in.
Right.
So
just
positive
about
pressure,
to the waiting room.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Where we're sitting waiting on our sick patients. Yeah, I think a little bit under positive pressure is a good idea. That's not always easy to accomplish, and it's got to be done right from the beginning. But balanced is what my goal has always been, and that's what I did in my house, was to make sure that it was absolutely zero balanced. And so then if it does go under negative pressure, when you turn on a bathroom fan, or you turn on the range hood, or you turn on the dryer, anything that's going to suck air out of the house, now is pulling fresh air in through that fresh air makeup. So that's what I think, from my humble opinion, is what we really want, is just a balance of not negative or positive.
So Doug, is it safe to give this advice to people who they don't want to spend a lot of money, but they want to know, is my house positive or negative pressure? If you turn off all of your appliances in your home, your HVAC, everything off, and just open your front door with everything else closed, that probably should not want to open farther, or probably should not want to close. Would that be accurate, you think?
I think that is accurate. Unfortunately, though, Mike, I think a lot of the times a negative pressure or positive pressure is as a result of the HVAC system, and it actually running. And so if it's sized improperly, then it can put the house under negative pressure or under positive pressure, where if it were turned off, you might end up with just a balance, zero.
Right. Yeah.
So sometimes it's the biggest contributor, especially if it's sized improperly, the biggest contributor to creating that pressure differential.
So is it it's the size of the HVAC unit that contributes to the positive or negative pressure? Is it also the amount of returns versus supply registers? Does that play into it? So it's kind of an equation of those things combined.
Yes.
I can see how that could get kind of complex. I don't know how to, I wouldn't be the one you'd call to say, help me fix my pressure per se.
Come balance my house, Jared.
Come balance my house.
Yeah.
But I can imagine it being complicated. Like, I need to figure out if you got the right size first. Yes. And then, okay, maybe you only have one return, and I don't know.
And where is the return located? And
It is a complicated process, but fortunately, there's a lot of science behind it. And unfortunately, a lot of HVAC guys don't know that this exists. But you probably remember in my book, what I did for my house was I hired a mechanical engineer, and it only cost me a couple of $100, but he ran what's called a manual J and a manual D. The manual J calculates the load calculation on exactly what size air conditioning system you need, based on that house, that specific house sitting on that specific lot. That's the manual J. And then the manual D designs the ductwork. So when you do that, now you're kind of in the commercial arena. They always do that for commercial environments.
Yeah.
They just don't typically do it for residential environments, but that's how you solve the problem that you're talking about. Retrofitting is not easy. If you have a house that's under positive pressure or under negative pressure, it can be done. It's just not easy. It's not nearly as easy as to do it from the start, which is another one of those unintended consequences. I saved a few $100 because I didn't hire a mechanical engineer. Now I got to deal with the consequences for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's move.
Let me ask one more thing that keeps sticking out in my mind. On this house I talked about in California, it was a fairly modest, just a Rambler house, one level, but they had just a ginormous air conditioning unit on the outside.
Yeah.
Is that as big an issue as an undersized or oversized furnace itself, or how does that play in? Is it the furnace you're looking at, or is it the air conditioner, or both?
Yeah, it's actually the air conditioning, the sizing of the air conditioning system itself, I think is probably one of the most neglected areas addressing indoor air quality. And the way I think about it is this way. If it's oversized, an air conditioning system is primarily designed to dehumidify, to take moisture out of the air. That's what it's primarily designed to do. If it's oversized, then it's going to short cycle and it's not going to run long enough to get the moisture out of the air. So you got a moisture problem. On the other side, if it's too small, it's going to run and run and run and run and run and never get the moisture out of the air. So you've got the same result, which is what you and I deal with all the time, mold. You've got the same problem on either side. If it's undersized or oversized, you're going to have a moisture problem.
Yeah.
So
in that crawl space example that Mike gave, because that's technically not, a living space usually. And so, that's almost a whole nother deal, right? Because the HVAC system, if it's not plumbed, down into the HVAC or down into the crawl space, you've got the living space that, say you get that under a neutral or positive pressure, that crawl space could have its own dynamic in and of itself, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's an artificial environment. Yeah, it's an artificial environment, Jeremy, almost like your attic, It's your attics are typically much hotter than it is outside, right? It's like your crawl space is much much wetter than it is outside. So it's an artificial environment that's creating problems. And now if that's not sealed off and isolated from the conditioned space, from the living space, then you're going to have all kinds of issues inside.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, is there any way, because, we've talked about this in the podcast, how often that moldy crawl space, causes issues inside the living space, right above it. I mean, it's just impossible to keep the mold and contaminants from coming up. Stack effect, or maybe it's pressure issues. I'm not sure what it always is, but is there any way to mitigate that, from pushing up into the house? And what do you suggest there?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think so. Here's a concept. I know you'll really like this. You'll grab onto this, but we always tell our guys when we're training them that, especially on the assessment side, if they're doing mold assessment, they need to go to a subdivision somewhere where they're building houses and look at those houses and the crawl spaces under construction and see how many holes there are in the floor. Holes for plumbing, holes for electrical, holes for the tub, And if you don't seal those up, what's going to happen? All that stuff in the crawl space is going to come up into the environment.
Yeah.
So yes, it's not an easy task retrofitting. But what we think in terms is you really only have two choices with a crawl space. You either isolate it from the conditioned space, which means sealing off that floor and subfloor in some way so that crawl space is truly outside air and not contaminating the inside, or you incorporate the crawl space with the living space and make it conditioned space, so that now you've sealed it from the outside and it becomes part of the air that you breathe. And that's the concept of a conditioned crawl space, where you've got the floor sealed, you've got the perimeter wall sealed, and now what you're doing is you're essentially air conditioning the crawl space.
Right.
Yeah. And the other thing I thought about was the vents in the crawl space. I think that's incredibly important. This house did not have vents that I'm talking about. We had them cut vents and then go back and treat the house one more time. And she's back in the house now. But that crawl space had no vents.
Well, and that's something we talked about too, because here in Utah where we're dry, it really in most cases is a great idea just to get ventilation in that crawl space, because it's dry air.
Right.
But we talked to some of our guys in the South and they're like,
well, that makes it worse. Yeah,
that makes it worse. You're just inviting all this humid air into the house.
Yeah.
So I know some of that's regional, like you're saying, and probably situation specific to.
So what recommend down in your area, Doug, down in Louisiana? Do you recommend
for crawl space vents or?
Yeah, we highly recommend that it be completely a part of conditioned space, a part of the living environment, that you isolate it from the outside. Yeah, I think the problem is, like you said, in the South, you're dealing with 80+% relative humidity outside. You can't get enough vents to get that air exchanged underneath the crawl space. Even if it's on pilings, it's really hard to get the air moving underneath that crawl space and getting rid of the moisture. So what we always recommend is, if you're going to have vents, which some people are not going to go the conditioned route, if you're going to have vents, then you need to figure out a way to isolate that floor, somehow seal it underneath so that you're not bringing those contaminants indoors.
Yeah, I see. And sorry to go back to the sealing up the cracks and stuff in the subfloor and flooring between the crawl space and the living space, but is that not standard protocol for a construction, a contractor, or is that something you need to request if you're building a home? Or
well, I'm sure that's probably a regional thing as well. I'm sure there are probably some municipalities where they require that, like I said, in San Antonio, where they're requiring blower door testing. That would be part of things that they would require as their local code. But that's one of the reasons why I wrote Mold-Free Construction, Jeremy, because I think a lot of things are different in different parts of the country. Some places they will allow things the way they wouldn't allow things in another part of the country. Short story, I built a house for a friend in Atlanta. I was actually living in Florida at the time, had a Florida license, had all my licenses in place. It was actually Rome, Georgia. It wasn't Atlanta. Went to Rome, Georgia, was going to build this 3,000 square foot house for this guy. I went up there in a suit and tie, took all of my licenses and all my credentials, sat down with the guy that was going to approve the drawings. And he said, "You ever built before?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, okay, well, you can build this one." I said, "Don't you want to see my licenses?" And he said, "No, son, if you don't build a good house, you'll never build another one here." And so
interesting.
Yeah. So, different parts of the country do different things in regards to minimum standards.
Well, in different parts of the world also. I was just on a phone conversation with one of our licensees in Australia. And he said it's unbelievable in Australia what they get away with,
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to just talk about a couple more things, Doug, while we have you. I know your time's precious, but we're talking about air infiltration. We haven't talked about water infiltration too much, but the air coming into our homes can bring in contaminants. If you do it right and filter it, that fresh air makeup can be a good thing. Mike talked about, commercial settings. It's pretty common practice. Am I not mistaken, in commercial facilities to have some kind of fresh air makeup coming in?
Yeah, it's required by code. Yeah, it's required.
Maybe let's talk about that for a second. Why is that? And then why is it different in residential, or why is there that difference there?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll tell you what, it's like a question of the ages. It used to be back in, again, going back to the 70s and 80s, one of the big changes that they made in regards to these energy concerns was that they lowered the amount of fresh air that was required to be brought into a building. Prior to the 70s, they actually had a standard for commercial buildings, how much had to be made. And there were suggestions at that point that maybe they should actually do that with residences. And then because of the energy crisis and on the commercial buildings, they lowered the amount of air that was required to bring into the outside. Then the discussion from an international building code standpoint was, well, do we even really need to address it on residences? And so it never really got addressed. And it's a little frustrating to me, because even though now it's required on commercial, it's not required on residential. On commercial, the manual J, the manual D I was talking about, that's required, but it's not required on residential.
Interesting.
So I don't know all the politics. I hate to use that word, but I don't know all of what went into those kinds of decisions, but it's certainly not the way I think that houses should be built, because you can, again, mitigate a lot of problems by doing some pretty simple things.
Yeah. So you'd be a proponent of getting that more in the residential setting, where you can get more fresh air in there, as long as you can filter it, right? Filter
Absolutely.
it. Make sure it's good.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, of course, my view of this whole thing from my book and the standpoint of the construction side of the industry my whole view of this is looking at the house holistically. It's a living, breathing organism, and you can do one thing and screw something else up. So what you need to do is you need to think in terms of, how does this whole thing work together as a system? And I think that's the really important steps that need to be taken when somebody is either building or retrofitting.
So let me just, I know this next question could be a whole nother podcast. In fact, we're planning a podcast.
I know where you're going with this already.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going ERV, HRV. Yeah.
ERV, HRV. What?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm a believer in certain situations. Again, I think it's kind of you have to look at the holistic view of that particular environment and find out whether or not that actually works. If you're retrofitting, they absolutely, I think, have a place if you're wanting to go to a positive pressure environment or you want to go to neutral pressure. Those kinds of things really work. I think that, again, it's almost, I don't want to say case by case, but it's almost, that's kind of the way I view it. So in the HVAC industry, they call those appurtenances. They're things that you add on to the air conditioning system, just like a dehumidifier. I'm not a big believer in adding dehumidifiers to the HVAC system. I think if the house is designed properly and you have a manual J and a manual D run on the house and it's sized properly, you should never need a dehumidifier. A dehumidifier is kind of a Band-Aid, and I kind of feel that way about ERVs. It's like, I can see a place for them, but it would be under certain conditions.
Just, and we don't have anything but just a little bit of anecdotal experience with these. My personal opinion is I think you need to be careful with these things because I think you can build up a mold load within the core of that thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we have a house we're dealing with right now, and it's very moldy, or it feels moldy. We're picking up mold on tests, and there's no sign of it in there. And then we kind of dissected the ERV the other day, and it just felt
awful.
Awful in there.
Yeah.
And
once
so
we opened it, in fact, once we opened it, I started getting physical symptoms. Like it was not.
Yeah,
good.
and so again, we're kind of on the beginning end of the journey. We've researched it quite a bit on the internet, but we haven't, all we have, like we said, is just a couple experiences with some customers. And so we're trying to figure out, but I like what you said. I mean, if you figure out the right, system and size for the house, maybe that's the better way to go than trying to get.
And every case is its own deal.
Yeah.
You can't.
Can I tell you a quick story about an interesting HVAC system that I saw? I'd never seen this before. I went out to an oil rig, BP oil rig, and it's about 6,000 square feet. And one air conditioning system cools the entire rig, 320 rooms, individual rooms. And at the end of every single duct run to that room, at the grill going into the room was a VAV to control the volume of air going into that room and the temperature. So every single room had its own thermostat. Now they had a computer running this thing that took up a whole room. But the point is that when somebody went into their room to sleep and they wanted it 65 degrees, they could have it 65 degrees and the person next to them have it at 72 degrees. So that particular appurtenance, that piece of equipment, you can imagine throughout that entire rig, every single one of those was unbelievably contaminated with mold problems because they all have a coil, they all have fins to direct the air, and it was just a massive cleanup job. And so you're exactly right. I think that's the kind of thing you're looking at. Now in that environment, they didn't have a choice. They had to do that because of the way the thing was constructed and what they wanted to accomplish in terms of keeping the rooms separated. But my goodness, what a major problem, mold issue.
Yeah. So kind of our last question then, Doug, let's maybe talk. I know you're in the, you're the founder and CEO of Normie. You also have gotten into the air filtration industry, because obviously that fits really well with what you do with air quality. So maybe let's kind of conclude with talking about what can you do to mitigate your air quality infiltration issues. You know, you could, I don't know if you want to mention air filtration or any other ideas you have for people that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to put the chicken before the egg here. Actually, I got into the indoor air quality air purification equipment business prior to Normie. I got involved in that actually in 1996. And that's when I wrote my book, in the late 90s. And so I was actually selling and designing air purification and air filtration equipment before the turn of the century, as they say. And then Normie was created in 2004. And so it obviously only made sense as we were doing training on mold remediation for our guys. They would say, well, what kind of air purifiers should we use? And what kind of air filters should we use? Well, why is that important? And it was a really easy connection between Normie, which was the training and certifying agency, and Best Living Systems, which was our products company. And of course, full disclosure, I own both, but we do a lot of really cool stuff with air purification. We've got some really unique trademarked patented technologies that nobody else in the country has. And what's cool about that, Jeremy, and I think what's really important to this discussion is that we were talking about mitigating air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems. They can't be 100% mitigated. I mean, I have air purification technologies in my house, obviously, and air filters, good filters. So every time you open the door and walk in from the outside to the inside, we're like Pigpen. We're bringing stuff in behind us. And so you're no matter what you do in terms of effectively dealing with air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, you've still got the everyday contaminants that we're dealing with, the flecking off of our skin and odors that we get from cooking and all those sorts of things. So we're big believers in air purification and air filtration technologies, high-tech stuff, and that's what Best Living Systems is all about. And I appreciate your giving me an opportunity to talk about that because it's some pretty cool stuff. We just won a honorable mention innovative award from ASHRAE on some of our air purification technology. So it's a big deal. And of course, our members have opportunities to make those available to their clients where it seems to fit.
Yeah. Yeah. We've began using some of your Best Living Systems products. And I'm a big fan. I think it's a great addition to what we do in our work, especially with,
one concept that we've always tried to share with our customers is after we're done, we want to make this home very inhospitable to mold. And that's kind of the idea there. Just arm your home.
Yeah.
That mold does not like to hang around in there.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, that's why we get along so well, man.
I know it. We're kindred spirits. We talked about that. Yeah.
I know. I've been saying for years, when we tell our remediators and our assessors to go out and do mold projects, it's not just about fixing the problem. It's about fixing the problem and then making sure you're creating an environment in which that problem is not going to come back.
Yeah.
And that's way beyond just a hit and run kind of approach that a lot of these guys take.
We had a guy come to one of our conferences and he was speaking about how to get repeat customers. And we were like, no. We don't want repeat customers. We didn't do our job if we have a repeat customer,
That's right. That's exactly right. We do it right. We don't have to have them come back to us.
Yeah, exactly. So we could do a whole nother podcast on some of the cool technologies.
In a while.
Yeah, maybe if you want to come back again, Doug, we could do one even on the PCO technology because we've mentioned it here and there, and I think it's kind of an exciting thing. And I guess I will say this is a caution I always have to make because I do run into a lot of people who think that they have a legitimate mold issue in the home. And they mistakenly believe if I put this device in my home, that's going to fix my mold issue. There's a couple step process. You got to really mitigate the mold or do a really comprehensive sanitization protocol like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And then that second step of putting in some air filtration devices or some of this PCO photocatalytic oxidation technology. and some of the ionizers that you guys have come up with and probes and things. I think it's a very, anyways, it's just a great way to, like you guys have said, to make the home inhospitable. If you'll come back, we'll have you tell us all about it. But for now, Doug, every guest we have on the show, as a token of gratitude, we let you kind of advertise for yourself. Maybe mention some websites, or if anyone listening wants to know more about Normie or Best Living Systems, how do they get in contact?
Well, thank you very much, guys. Love working with you, and look forward to many years of fixing people's unhealthy homes, which is kind of exciting to do. So Normie, our simple website is www.normie.org. Normie.org. Very simple. We've got a great staff of people that can answer your questions. If you email us or call us directly, that's pretty easy to do. Best Living Systems' new website is blsproducts.com. blsproducts.com. And we just put in place, in fact, introduced last week, a new affiliate program for guys who want to build a team of people to sell some of these products and represent that company, some of the neat stuff that we're doing there. But that's where it is, and we're just happy to help. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of blow our horn. We think we've got something that's unique and something that is definitely needed. We always say that we're all about helping people have cleaner, safer, and healthier environments. And I think when you look at these multifaceted problems and you've got a multi-strategic solution, you're on the right track. And that's what we're trying to do.
And let me just say in conclusion, because parts of the mold remediation and sanitization industry have a reputation as being quite closed-minded. I wouldn't say all of it, but it's been very refreshing getting to know you, Doug, because you do have kind of this expansive vision and you're pushing innovation, I think, which is very much needed. There are so many gaps and holes in some of the current protocols out there that we're, and I wouldn't even say we have all the answers completely yet ourselves. We're all figuring it out, but it's been good to get to know someone like you, where you're
great. Yeah.
Where you're open-minded, you're pushing the innovation, trying to figure out, better ways each day to improve the mold remediation protocols out there. So hats off to you, and to many more years as we try and navigate this world and figure out how to make homes healthier. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think we got a big market out there. I always tell people the only people who need what we have to offer are people who breathe. And so I think
that is true.
I think we're going to have a big market for a very, very long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Doug.
Thanks for joining and for your expertise. I learned some good stuff today. I do need to learn more about HVACs, and that's something I should put on my to-do list. So thanks for your time, Doug.
Guys.
Okay.
We'll be in touch.
We'll catch up down the road. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Lance here from Normie TV, and we are live from Las Vegas at the Experience Trade Show. Over the next 3 days, during trade show hours, we're going to be doing interviews and a lot of live presentations right here on Normie.tv. So if you're watching on any of the social media platforms, we'll be broadcasting there also. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, or just Normie.tv. So we're working right now on scheduling quite a few interviews over the next 3 days. The normal broadcasting for Normie TV is going to be interrupted. We may have it running a little bit in between interviews, but we'll be shutting it down. So for those of you that follow us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live. And we're going to try to do a lot of it, as much as possible anyways, during the actual presentations here at the show. A lot of the vendors are here. A lot of the attendees are going to be here. The management side from the Experience, we'll be talking with them. So if you weren't able to make it, we're going to try to give you a little glimpse as to what's really going on here. So stick around. Keep the Normie.tv channel open if you want to watch it there, or any of the other social media platforms you're normally on. and we will be talking with you later. So take care. And welcome back, everybody. Again, we are here at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas, and I have Doug Hoffman with me. Now, they just opened the doors up to the trade show, and there was a wall of people literally coming over to our booth. And Doug, I know that the PRV 24K, the unit that we were just talking about, is like a big draw. But what kind of reaction did you see from the people that were coming over?
You know, it's really funny here. We got 3 more people that just showed up. This device, this PRV 24K, which actually ionizes the air during the air scrubbing process, I think is going to be one of the hottest items here at the show. You know, we presented it last year at Fort Lauderdale back in the spring, and we got such a huge reception. People were really interested in it. So it's a pretty cool device.
Yeah, you know, the people are going, what's that? You know, it's like they've seen something similar, but nothing like this. And we have the tubes extending out, the lay flat.
Yeah.
So we're actually sending the technology all across our booth, which is a pretty big area.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about this is most guys don't think about an air filtration device when they use it as an air scrubber. It's really recirculating the air that's really close to it. It just can't go out there very far, obviously, because it's got the vacuum sucking the air into the filter. And so it's going to kind of get the air real close to it, but it's not going to take the air far away. So when we start teaching on tails, the idea of running a piece of lay flat out 20, 30, 40 feet, tying it off and putting slits in it, that was a kind of an innovation in a lot of ways. Guys thinking about, oh, well, now I can clean the air in the entire room and circulate all of the air, not just the air right around the air scrubber. Well, then when you add the ionizer to it, wow, it's like a whammy. You know, you've got a technology that's going to be incredibly effective, make the air scrubbing process probably half as long as it would be otherwise. And you're going to get, believe it or not, down into the zeros for the testing.
And that's what the people are asking me. So what does it really do? And, you know, when I started to explain about it, it more or less clumps the particulate into larger pieces so you can filter it out. Then they go, oh, I understand now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and we didn't even talk about, you know, how it helps move around the relative humidity, the higher levels against the floor. It just helps the entire process.
Well, that's right. And that's only half of the process, the ionization process. The other part is sending out that photocatalytic oxidation oxidizers into those areas, those cracks and crevices that maybe they missed with their fogging process or they couldn't get to, so they couldn't wipe it down. Now you're sending an oxidizer out that's going to destroy microbes. My goodness, it's just a win-win.
Yeah, you're not talking about ozone, though. You're talking about different technology.
That's right. And so one guy asked me about that, by the way. He said, well, can you actually produce hydroxyls without ozone? The answer is yes. This ionizer, when you add the dielectric barrier ionizer to the PCO technology, even without ozone, it's going to give you the same results, in some ways better results than results with ozone.
Yeah, here's actually one of the DBI cells that you were just talking about.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, this is the DBI cell. It's a really interesting technology. This is actually an internationally patented product from Korea, and Best Living Systems is the only company that actually has the rights to sell this in the United States. But this added to the PCO technology, it just supercharges that oxidizers to be incredibly effective.
Now, we were at the Experience show in the spring, and it was a good show. It was busy, but just from what you've seen in the last 15 minutes, we got mobbed with people here.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed sitting here doing this because there's so much to do, so many people to see. This is a huge crowd. It's probably, I would say, 4 or 5 times as large.
Oh, easily,
Yeah.
easily.
So,
Well, we'll have you back later on, and we're going to be doing this over the next 2 days after today. So we're going to do more interviews, and we'll be popping in and out on the Normie TV channel, and all the other platforms are on. So,
all right,
go meet the crowd.
Thanks. I'm going to. Bye.
Bye. So here we are trying something new, going mobile and live at the same time. So give me one moment. We'll see what else is happening here. Hopefully you should see our Normie booth.
We've got it.
And now we're just going to kind of walk around here. It's David McGrath. Hello, David. Can't miss David in that suit. And as you can see, it's pretty crowded. I'm going to stay kind of close to our booth here. Just kind of giving you an idea of what's going on in the area. Walk a little bit further down. This place is pretty big here. And again, a lot of the other companies that we deal with all the time, they're in the general area here, and we'll be talking with someone a little bit later on. So hang in there, and we'll be back with another interview in about 5 minutes. DeGroff.
How you doing, Lance?
Good, good. And you talking there?
I can.
I don't know. Maybe you killed the microphone. 1, 2. You're good. Okay. Okay.
Have to raise my voice?
I think it's the suit. I think the color is definitely wiping you out here.
The suit drowns everything out. That's why I don't need to exist.
Well, you wore a suit like that during the last show.
It's become the status quo. Everybody expects it from me, and they're significantly disappointed if I do any alteration of the design.
Well, your company is always on call, and it's a manpower resource, I guess is the best way.
We are supplemental labor specifically for the restoration industry. I have 20 years experience in restoration. It's all I know. It's what we do. And therefore it's what my guys know and do. We do restoration yesterday. We did it today, and we're going to go do it tomorrow again.
Well, you know, you're here at the show. I mean, you're not an exhibitor, but you are an exhibit. I think that's the best way to describe it, because everybody says, what is he wearing?
Bright orange suit. It gets the eyes on me. And, you know, if I need a part-time job as a traffic cone or something, that goes over pretty well too. I don't need a change.
Well, the big question is it AA or 9-volt batteries?
You can't see the car battery I carry around with me.
Is that what that is? Okay.
That's what's in the bag over there.
So on the realistic side, I mean, you're down in Florida. That's where home base is.
Yes.
And the hurricane had just come through there. I mean, there's another one out in the tropics right now. But how has that affected what's going on in your world?
I mean, overall, it wasn't a significant hit, and it did enter at a rather unpopulated area as far as, you know, comparable storms. We've had a slight uptick. I think we've mobilized 100 people to the area for about 3 or 4 different companies over the last 72 hours or so. So we are active in the area, but it is not nearly the response or, you know, the result that everybody was expecting. So it was, thankfully it was pretty light. You know, there wasn't a lot of damage. There was no loss of life. So, you know, just getting in there, cleaning back and getting life back together for everybody.
Hopefully it kind of stays that way. I know that we've been looking at, there's like 4 or 5 other storms out in the Atlantic right now. And they're talking about one that's forecast to become a Cat 4 in the next few days.
Yeah.
And they don't know where it's going.
That's always the crapshoot. I mean, you can plan the best you want, and then you sit there and wait and see what actually happens, you know, and you could be 300 miles off before it goes. You know how these things turn on a dime. We had the one sat off the coast of Florida that was supposed to destroy the world about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, but it saw your suit and it turned right. I think that was a distraction. Oh, no, we're not going there.
Hey, if that's what it takes, you know,
yeah,
keep people
work.
safe, saving lives.
That'll work.
One orange suit at a time.
You know, it's funny when I was riding here to the convention center from the airport, I've been out to Vegas maybe, you know, 8-9 times now. I noticed something very specific. There's green on the trees. Everything else is brown, and then orange, which is all traffic cones and you. And that's it. That's all you see out here.
I had a great observation about that too. Only people want to put green in the desert, human beings.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So what do you think of the show? I mean, it just opened and it's mobbed here.
Yeah, jam-packed. Definitely a great turnout. Very exciting event. It's nice to see, you know, one of the original events still being a flagship as it is. And, you know, the new ownership, they're trying really hard, and the results are paying off. I'm happy to be here again.
Well, I'm glad you're here. It always, for comic relief, if nothing else. We appreciate you being here. And you do a lot of work with us. You help with some of our trainings. You provide actually lunches and, other resources. So we do appreciate that.
I appreciate Normie since day one. I took my first class with Normie when they required us to be certified and for licensed in the state of Florida. And I maintained a lot of classes and we built a long-term relationship, and you guys have had my back. And frankly, it's something I'm extremely humbled by and appreciative of. So thank you very much, Normie and Lance as well.
Well, you're welcome. But the question now is, are you going to be here for the rest of the show?
100%.
Do we have a different flavor suit or?
I'm not allowed, apparently. I went to one of the last trade shows and I swapped out the orange pants for black pants, and 50% of the people that complimented me criticized me. They're like, you're not wearing orange pants anymore. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll go change.
Okay, so you just stay with your orange glow.
You got to please the fans, Lance.
I get it. Well, thank you for stopping by. And, again, over the next 2 or 3 days, stop by. We'll chat some more. I want to get some feedback from you as, what you're seeing at the show compared to the one that we saw in the springtime.
Absolutely. Would love to be back. Thanks for having us.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Lance here from Normie.tv, and we are again going to be live today at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas. Doors are going to open here in about 10 minutes, and the crowd that we had yesterday seems to be small compared to what we're looking for today. So there were a lot of people here for the training tracks that we had running earlier today. We did quite a few presentations, and we expect a very large crowd in the main trade show hall itself. So we'll be coming to you later on and off between now and the next 3-4 hours with interviews, and possibly we can do another walk around to show you some more vendors and some of the new products that are going on. So if you are following us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live, like you hopefully did for this. And if not, you may want to follow us so you do get future notifications. Again, you can always watch us at Normie.tv or on most of the major social media platforms. Just look up Normie and you should find us. See you all in a little bit. Thank you. Another interview, and I apologize for us coming in and out, but we have people that just keep coming over and talking with us and want to be involved in the process. So here we are. So I have Joshua with us from Property Craft out of Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And well, tell us a little about yourself, because I'm not really familiar with you other than what we just had a slight conversation.
Yeah, no worries. I born and raised in Southern Colorado. Property restoration. So the water, the fire, the flood, the smoke, the mold, the odor. We also have an environmental division that does asbestos, lead, land reclamation, a lot of indoor air quality. Just try to be a voice for the property.
So you're dealing with that niche market of people that have to breathe, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we've really tried to bring air quality into all aspects of our business, not just microbial growth, not just asbestos or lead. We're really paying attention to what the air quality is as we're doing a Category 1 water loss and really trying to make that environment better as we move through the process.
Oh, okay. So in Colorado, there's no licensing laws.
There's no licensing laws for microbial growth, but that's a platform that I'm standing strong on. And I really do that. We need to start to regulate ourselves as we move forward. We are over-regulated with asbestos, which I love, but it holds the contractor accountable to doing things right, not only for themselves, their employees, but for the property owners and the public that's within those structures as well.
You know what you just said just kind of struck a chord with me, because during a lot of the courses that we teach, I refer back to something that my kids experienced going through band and everything else in high school, that the instructor would constantly tell them to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And that's just what it sounds like you're talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's something that within our company, we really try to strive, not only with our employees, but everybody that we're involved with, from all of our subcontractors, our electricians, our HVACs, really trying to get them to start to understand that from that perspective as well. We are in construction, but there's no reason that we can't construct clean and keep that environment well as we're moving forward. My dad's a regional building inspector in Pueblo County. And so he's part of that regional authority. So it gets real fun around our dinner table all the time.
I could see that, everybody leave the silverware on the table when we talk, nothing flies. Hey, so as far as Colorado goes, is there anything in the wind as far as regulation or licensing on the microbial side?
Not that I've heard of. Our company in general, we're on a growth phase, and we're going to move outside of Colorado at some point. As I talk to my C-suite, as I talk to my other owner, we're looking at the states that are actually regulated and starting to regulate a little bit heavier. I think I had said it earlier in the conversation, the asbestos is definitely over-regulated. Right. So not only do we have the EPA, OSHA, but we have CDPHE as well. And it's trying to find the regulation that's most stringent and working our way through that. But if you can follow those sets of rules, the process, it's there for a reason. I never thought I'd be sitting up here saying, hey, we need to be more regulated. But the farther I get in this industry, the farther I work with water, mold, fire, air quality, the more I'm becoming an advocate for us needing to have some sort of regulation.
Well, without the regulation, you're standing out there on the edge by yourself.
Yeah.
And you're competing against people that aren't following any rules or regulations.
Yep, absolutely.
And doing things that are not helpful to the industry. And then you come in trying to do it right, and you're questioned and scrutinized. So we see that all over the country. Because, we teach in all 5 states, and counting DC as a state, that require licensing. And we've actually sent to all governors over the last 5 or 10 years a draft of a bill that kind of works a combination of what all the other states are doing that are licensed. And you get some movement, but it just drags on and nobody wants to make those decisions.
Yep. I Property Crafts behind you 100%. Whatever you need in Colorado from us, we'll be there with you.
Well, we're not as big out on the West Coast as we are on the East, but we do have a lot of classes and a lot of personnel now starting to take over out there. And I'm just sorry, I'm not distracted. I'm just looking around watching people, wandering, taking stuff off our table. We have the Normie TV stickers and keychain things, whatever stuff.
This conference it's huge right now. If you're around, get over here, at least come to the exhibit, come say hi to Normie. There is so many vendors here. It's unbelievable.
Anything shock you this year? Anything new?
I literally came here right at 2:30 and I've been kind of sitting in this area. I haven't made it all the way through yet. So
are you going to be in any of the training tracks?
I decided this time not to do it. I just got done with the experience in Fort Lauderdale in April. Worked all summer long. Did the CORE conference, the CORE Collective conference last week in Austin, Texas. And so I decided not to do any of the tracks this time. Shame on me, but didn't want to miss the exhibit.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. That's the important part.
Thank you.
Well, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lance. Very nice to chat with you.
Doing interviews the next few days, so feel free to stop back.
Absolutely. We'll make sure to get some of my team over as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
We'll say Mark Quigley, which is the name that he goes by, for his friends, which apparently I have now considered. So this is all good. So how you doing?
Pretty good, Lance. Thanks very much.
Yeah, Mark's been with us for quite some time. He's gone through some of our training, and you're located in South Florida, right?
Yeah, Southwest, over in Naples.
Oh, okay. Well, you were down there for all the damage from the previous storms from last year.
Actually, Hurricane Ian. So we're still struggling with some of that damage. So yeah, it hit us pretty hard.
Well, you weren't affected by the recent storm that just went through. That was north of you guys.
Yeah, it a little bit more rain, but no, it hit up quite a way north of us. So no, not at all.
Well, I don't know if it's good or bad, but there's 5 storms out there now, and there's one they're forecasting as a Cat 4. They don't know where it's going. They say it's heading east. Towards the east coast. So anyways, kind of keep your fingers crossed it doesn't cause.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all, especially with the temperature of the ocean. So
somebody said that around a week or two ago that the Atlantic Ocean by Miami hit 101 degrees.
Yeah, I heard that. That's just bizarre.
The same report I was watching was talking about them going to a category 6 and 7 on the hurricane scale because of the increase in the water temperatures. They feel they're going to need to increase that. It's almost up to tornado speeds.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just, yeah, that would be horrific.
Yeah. Well, as far as your business goes down there, because I know you've been busy, you know, what are you seeing as far as the industry? Because I know there's a big shift in insurance and everything down there. A lot of insurance companies are bailing out of the state.
Right. So, even though I've done the Normie training and I'm a licensed mold assessor, I'm actually from the biohazard industry. So
Right.
that's where a lot of my time is really spent. So we could be looking at unattended death or suicides or those type of things. But bio also brings into being bacterial contaminations.
Right.
And so a lot of people ask me to come and test because I'm a mold assessor, so I will test, but I'm looking at it from a slightly different point of view. And so I will test for mold, I'll test for mycotoxins, I'll test for bacteria. And so we know, insurance will cover for mold, but it gets a little bit hazier when it comes to biohazard. So a lot of the homeowner policies do actually cover for that, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. So I don't generally deal with insurance at all. So because of the fields that I'm in.
Do you do crime scene cleanup?
Yes. Yep. Uh-huh.
How about things like fentanyl, meth labs, stuff like that?
Yeah, so it's with fentanyl, it's becoming a pretty severe problem. So yes, there is that as well.
I know I can tell you in the Northeast, fentanyl has gotten so bad that it's now acceptable to sell Narcan over the counter from almost all drugstores. They're actually giving it away. If you contact the state, they're just giving out Narcan to counteract the fentanyl effects.
Yeah.
And dealing with that, that's one of the things that, the people that are listening right now, if you're in this industry and you're dealing with crime scene cleanup or just in general, being aware of fentanyl is a must, because you can come in contact with it and not realize it and all of a sudden become a victim of it without being somebody that's a user.
Yeah, well, I was talking to one of the county that I'm in, I reside in and operate in is Collier County, and I was talking to the undersheriff there a couple of months ago, and he was saying it's becoming a major concern, and there isn't a week that goes by where one of their patrol cars is contaminated. And he even, went to extent saying that while there aren't the proliferation of labs, he's expecting it to come. So, yeah, it's becoming a growing problem. And so you walk into a contaminated space or an unattended death. I mean, how did that death happen? And so you need to know, was it a drug overdose? Because, there is certainly different protocols that you've got to undertake for the cleanup.
One of the big things that we've been talking about with a lot of our members in trainings is being aware of fentanyl and some of the other street drugs, if you want to call it, that are out there that you're not aware of. You could be going in to do a simple mold job. I'm not saying simple, but just something isolated to mold, and come in contact with all this other stuff, dealing with hoarders, dealing with drug addicts. You don't know the people that you're dealing with. And if you don't know how to recognize the symptoms, if you're being affected, it could be too late by the time that you do realize something's wrong. So being aware of that's just something that you have to know.
Well, that's exactly right. So, I mean, one of the things that I do first and foremost is doing a risk assessment. And so if I step onto a site, I've got to assess that risk. What is the risk to myself? What is the risk to my team? And what is the risk to the future inhabitants of that scene? So yeah, that's one of the first steps that you've got to undertake.
One of the things that we see with a lot of our members, and we try to talk about this, and it's a touchy subject, is when you're doing interviews and you're doing your risk assessment, as you call it, you want to listen to the person you talk to. You want to believe what they're telling you. But more times than not, they're not giving you the truth, or at least a full picture of what's really going on. I mean, I've been in the emergency medical field for almost 50 years. And we were, for the last 10 years or so, dealing with people wearing fentanyl patches. And, they'll have a prescription for a fentanyl patch. Problem is, you'll see somebody going through an overdose and you take their patch off. And as you're checking them, you're finding another 8, 9, 10 patches stuck to them. And these things are dermal absorbent, meaning if you touch them or touch their skin, you are getting affected by it. So if you're not using gloves and PPE or sometimes masks, you could become a victim of trying to help somebody or clean up an environment.
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. And so any situation, the minimum that I walk in with is a powered air respirator. And I learned that lesson the hard way in 2013 down in New Zealand. I had an active asbestos sampling business, surveying business down there, and used to sample a lot of mold as well. And so the government department that we were testing for at that time, they asked us to test this particular building. My mold assessor was there. My asbestos assessor was there, and I was the only one there without breathing apparatus. And I went there because I was going to be there for less than a couple of minutes. I just wanted to set these two guys up, and I was gone. And so did that, walked out. That night I got pretty sick, and luckily the next day I was scheduled to fly back home to Naples, and I ended up on my back for the next 8 weeks under the care of a immunologist because I got mold poisoning. And so that's how I discovered I was highly allergic to mold. But so any environment I generally walk into that is a known contamination, I'm always protecting myself. But even when I'm just asked to go into just an ordinary home, for the last 2 years, ever since COVID happened, I have prioritized my immune system. So I will always be doing things that will undertake to strengthen the immune system, just in case I'm going to step into a contamination that I'm not aware of.
Do you find that on some mold jobs that you're doing, you start to cross the lines into like the crime scene side of meth labs?
No, it's pretty clear cut. So for me, it's I will get asked to sample for either mold or mycotoxins, and then when I'm asked to deal with a unattended death, then the police have already been involved, and the scene is cleared before anybody else can step in. So yeah, there is a pretty clear delineation between what sort of things that we're dealing with.
So a little bit outside the normal conversation, do you deal with any specialized equipment like explosion meters and stuff like that for sampling the environments that you're going into? Just for your own?
No, nothing really. It's I mean, the main sampling that I do is I do sample a little bit for asbestos, but nothing like I used to do in New Zealand. I mean, down in New Zealand, I did over 200,000 samples. Here, what I discovered is that the licenses that I held for New Zealand and Australia, once I got north of the equator, my intelligence diminished and those licenses weren't recognized up here, so I can't use them.
Right.
So I don't really do that much of that type of sampling. So the only sampling I'm really doing is mold, mycotoxins, or bacteria.
As far as asbestos, because you mentioned that earlier, I know for years they talked about removing asbestos. You got to remove it. You got to remove it. You got to use leaf blowers and blow out all the spores and do all that. Now it's shifted, at least in the U.S., to leave in place and encapsulate. Is it that way in Australia and New Zealand?
Yes, because the hierarchy of asbestos is, or actually really any hazardous material, it is removal first. And if you can't remove it, you encapsulate it. If you can't encapsulate it, you seal it. And so the ultimate is to remove it. But sometimes if it isn't in bad repair and the fibers aren't being released, then yes, it's probably better to either encapsulate or seal. So that, yes, it really depends on the circumstance.
So where do you see the industry going? And I'm going to ask more specific to the crime scene cleanup and the fentanyl problem.
Well, yeah, it's a growing business, growing industry, really, because it's becoming more and more prevalent. And so, I'm in an environment, an aging environment, being Naples, a lot of retirees. So, I'm not going to say that it's God's waiting room, but it's one of them. So,
well, it's funny you mentioned that, because the aging population, I'm changing gears here, is one of the fastest growing segments of the population to abuse illegal drugs. Heroin, methadone, and any of the other drugs that are pain relief, because it's cheaper to buy off the street than it is to get prescriptions, if you can even get prescriptions now. So you're running into any of that. I mean, fentanyl is a big problem because of pain relief.
Right. Well, no, it's not something that I've really come across. It's again, I'm stepping into an unattended death that's already been cleared by the authorities. So it's not as if I've got to drag the body out.
Right, you come in after the medical examiner has done their deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's the cleaning side that you deal with.
Yeah.
No, and I understand that. The problem is the unknowns. Do you get a history or a report from law enforcement of what you're dealing with, or are you going in blind and just have to ask questions?
No, you've got to ask questions. So really it begins with a phone call. So the initial phone call that you ask, it's a who, what, when, where, and how. And so you gather as much information as you can before you step into that scene. But one thing I have noticed with a lot of the hoarding cleanups we do, hypodermic needles.
Yeah,
it's which it was initially was quite surprising, and so it's you've got to be prepared for the worst. So even if it has been cleared or whatever, there'll be things that you perhaps didn't expect to find.
It's funny you said that. You mentioned who, what, where, when. Tomorrow, I'm actually doing a presentation on sampling technologies. And the one question that you didn't ask is why. And with what you do, why isn't important. But with the assessment side, testing, the type of testing, it's all about why you do it, why you don't do it. So it's just interesting the way that you listed all of them except for the one on the testing side.
Right. Right.
So,
Yeah.
well, as you can see, the industries are very, very closely matched to each other.
Right.
Crime scene cleanup, mold assessment, mold remediation, water drying, biohazards. It all works together, but it all has its own specific differences.
Yeah, definitely. It's well, I was involved in the hazard industry down on the South Pacific, and now here I'm involved in the biohazard, but there are certain definite crossovers. And so biohazard here, mold industry here, there are certain crossovers. So you're exactly right. There is certain similarities between all the industries.
I have to ask you, so you mentioned South Pacific. One of the things that I've come across that people don't think about is plants. Now, the different environments and regions that we live in have obviously different types of plants that grow. There's a lot of very toxic and poisonous plants out there. Do you ever run into that at crime scenes or regular mold jobs?
No, not at all. I haven't. No.
Hey, the only reason I bring that up is my wife loves exotic plants, and we have a lot of tropical plants, even though I live in New Jersey. So we bring them in the house, out of the house, depending on the season. There's certain plants, especially we have a few from Hawaii, that the sap is actually poisonous or toxic. That, it's a gorgeous looking plant. It is, unless you ingest or touch the toxins.
Right. Yeah, well, I think the closest I come to poisonous plants is southern vine or those type of things, but they're outside really. So no, not an issue.
Well, the other point to that is there's a drug called Digitalis that is a drug that's used for regulating heart rates. It can actually stop a heart, and it is in a plant called, I believe, foxglove.
Right.
Which is very common throughout the U.S. and many parts of the world. That people don't realize just handling that plant can cause your heart rate to change to fast or slow or things like that. And this is all involved around not being a crime, but just being the unexpected things that you come in contact with. And as crime scene cleanup, you never know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. I mean, it is a crime scene. So with those sort of situations, the person has stepped outside of the law, so you don't know what they've been involved with.
Right. And truthfully, the word truthfully doesn't really apply, because you're not going to get that information from the people that you're working for or with.
Yep,
so,
for sure.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Your insight is always interesting, because the crime scene side is different than what we normally deal with. And I know we want to start getting more advanced to crime scene exposure training, because even if you're not doing the cleanup, you need to be aware of what to look for.
Right, of course. Yep.
So, one of the things about meth labs is the volatility of the chemistry. Going in with electronics and just starting them up could cause an explosion.
Right, of course.
That's why I asked you earlier about explosion meters. It's different things that fire departments would carry. But, it sounds like you have a procedure, you have a practice that you go through for safety, which is something that all of our people need to do, no matter what piece of the industry they're in.
Yeah, for sure.
So I thank you, sir. Appreciate it. As
always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Lance. So anytime.
And like I said, we're going to be here for the next few days, so we may drag you back in here for something else.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Thank you very much. Give me
Thanks a
one
lot.
second here. Okay, everybody, we are back, and I have Michael Pinto with me right now, who is one of our Normie members and senior trainers, actually. And we did quite a bit of training this morning, where Michael actually did the final session in our training track, dealing with mycotoxins and dealing with sensitized individuals, I believe.
It was very exciting, and it is pretty much new information the science has been collecting slowly, in my opinion, over the last 12 or 14 years. But when you finally put it all together and actually see the picture that is painting for you about mycotoxins and the dangers that they pose for people and why they're so difficult to clean up and why we have to adjust our cleaning methodologies to deal with them, it really is kind of mind-blowing for a lot of people.
Well, you had standing room only in there this afternoon. I was in there and I took a look and said, every chair is like filled here, it's standing room only. So people are getting aware or becoming aware of the sensitized individual issue, and they want more info on it.
Well, the sensitized individuals, and then that ties back to the mycotoxins, because the poisons are clearly what's causing a lot of the health effects for these sensitized individuals. So for those folks who aren't as familiar with that terminology, the medical science, the physical science in regards to the mold, the sampling science, and the remediation science are all coming to a focal point right now that's helping us understand the importance of the mycotoxins and, most importantly, how to deal with the mycotoxins.
How about the medical field? Are they paying real attention to this, or are they still, it's not quite in their arena?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because it's really segments of the medical field. The naturopaths and the the doctors that specialize with the physician assistants and things like that specialize with the sensitized individuals, they get mycotoxins. They're on it. 4 or 5 years ago, when I was talking about mycotoxins and had the sense from some of the kind of more esoteric research studies and stuff that they were more dangerous or bigger part of the problem than what we understand now, or that we now understand. There was some skepticism on the side of the medical professionals, but the ones who are dealing with sensitized individuals, they get it. The majority of the medical professionals, however, don't deal with that, and they still don't get mold, let alone mycotoxins. So two different parts.
We see that all the time, where somebody will go to a doctor or an allergist, and they're treated with all kinds of injections and oral medications, and then sent back to the environment that's causing them the problems.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to paint with too broad of a brush or say anything negative toward our medical professional colleagues and stuff, but people don't understand. A lot of times the allergist, just by their training and by the way that whole industry is developed, they're about symptom control. They're not necessarily about solving the problem. And so then when you add the extra of the problem solving goes into the environment rather than into the person necessarily, then you've got two strikes against you. Yeah. And so we've done little training seminars and things for allergists, and by and large, they're not interested.
No, and I've seen that because I've talked with allergists too. And no, we stay in our lane. We provide allergy shots and medications, but nobody addresses the cause.
Yeah, it's symptoms versus cause. And I would point out that's some of that is actually true for the remediation industry too. How many people are there just to rip out the mold and never, take a close look at where the water's coming from, or how is the HVAC working or not working? And how many times have we talked about HVAC units being oversized for a house, and then you've got excess humidity? Well, if you're just dealing with the mold itself and not fixing those underlying issues, those poor people are left. What is it going to be? 6 months, a year before the mold comes back because you didn't solve the water problem.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I did a presentation this morning. Actually, my segment was before yours. And I talked to the group about words mean things, but they mean different things depending on what industry you're in, what your education level is, what you're exposed to. And telling somebody something that we take for granted because we know how it affects people, they hear something different. And it's very confusing when you try to tell somebody you need to, well, why? It doesn't make sense. My doctor said this.
Yes. And not to turn it completely back toward myself or anything, but that's one of the reasons that the presentation this morning on the mycotoxins was laid out the way that it was. It was foundational first. We have to, people don't even know what mycotoxins are, where they come from, why they stick on surfaces, why they're difficult to clean. So, if you don't back up and start with those basics, even people who have been in the industry for 10, 15 years, they're looking at you, well, why should I change what I'm doing now? Right? Because it's been working so far. Well, it's been working for some, and I'm not denigrating that, but for the sensitized individual, or you run into a situation where the mycotoxins are playing a heavier role in the exposure issues, and your standard remediation just isn't going to cut it.
Right. And that causes frustration with the people that aren't being trained or not being trained, but the public that you're dealing with. And then you start to get a bad reputation because you're not fixing the issue, because you're not addressing the sensitized individual's needs.
Yeah. And worse than that, though, you're getting a bad reputation, but you're getting a bad reputation to the rest of the industry too.
Yeah.
So how many times have I heard, by the time the client gets to us, we've had 3 remediations, we've had 4 remediations. These people are suffering a little bit.
Absolutely. I've had 6 people out here doing this, and it's over and over. Why are you any different? What are you going to, and then you get to explain to them, the different levels of training and the causes. It makes sense to people at that point. Though you did say something a moment ago that just hit me, and it's a line from a movie I saw. You said, turning around about me, what you were saying.
Yeah.
I said, I think the line from the movie went something like, okay, enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think about me? Gee, just breaking it up from.
I like that. So what do you think?
I can't say. It's just live.
Yeah,
there's
true.
no editing here.
It's true.
No, it was really great. It is great working with you. We've done some training together. I've attended a lot of your classes. I've done a lot of the admin support, behind the scenes. So we've worked on a lot of stuff, and the reception that you're given from the students is really, it can be, I guess, overwhelming, because they just want to flock around you. Tell me more, and they become information sponges, and you just can't give it to them fast enough.
Yes. And a lot of that is because they aren't getting the answers from people that they expect to get the answers from.
Right.
And I would say the other thing I've kind of made my career on is being that bridge between the professional and the layperson. And I thank God I've got an ability, and it's a gift, to take these very complex issues and present them in a way that people understand at a common level. And it's not saying that people are dumb or anything like that. It's just they don't spend all day reading the studies and being the mold geek like I am.
Exposed to the industry.
Right.
They don't see that. One of the things that we found out about some of the more advanced courses that you teach, we have to be cautious that you don't let somebody in that has no training.
Right.
Because it becomes a detriment to the class, because they're so far behind, they don't understand. And then they're asking questions that the majority of the class that has training already knows the information. So it's something that becomes difficult. You don't want to make prerequisites. However, it's something that we really need to discuss and talk about for these classes.
Yeah, because you have to respect the other people in the class too.
Yeah.
You can't have one person. You run into the other issue too sometimes, where people have a lot of experience and they come in and because of the experience they have, they almost act like they're a co-instructor. They just want to comment on everything that you say. And at some point it's like, I appreciate that, but if you want to be an instructor, develop your own material and talk to Normie and see if it passes muster to do a class. But
you're right.
The other thing I did want to mention is that the training also has to be based on something real. And one of the reasons I think it's such a good fit with Wonder Makers and Normie is because Normie talks about professional practices. They talk about this is what you need to do. This is the goal that you need to meet for your different remediation steps.
And there's endpoints. It's not just open,
Right.
there's requirements and things that you have to reach in order to qualify that job is done right.
Right. So sometimes it's not so much, there can be a lot of flexibility in the how we're going to do things, but ultimately we have to get to that endpoint. We have to know where that project is going to end. And then that's what the professional practices do for us. They tell us both how to get there, but they also, because there's steps to it, but they also say at the end, this is what the end result should look like. And that's huge.
So let me put you on the spot here. And what do you think the chances are that we could take the segment you did this morning and actually do it for a Normie continuing education training?
Okay, just put me right on the spot. Thank you there, Lance. I appreciate that.
Not that we're twisting your arm or anything.
Yeah, so now what am I supposed to say? No?
Well,
well, thank you for the offer.
You got to remember, it's not about you. It's about me thinking about you. That's where that goes.
Yes. Well, actually, what it should be would be about us serving the Normie membership. And if you think that what you heard today was good enough that you would like to put it up on the training and everything, I would be honored. I mean, it's the presentation's already done, and so it's not that much more work to just go through it another time. And I'm sure there's a lot of Normie members who weren't able to make it down here to the Experience Conference, and I think that would be a forum, and then people could ask some questions and stuff too.
Sure could. One of the things that I always talk about is with technology, don't fear the technology. You don't have to understand it completely, but you have to be aware that it's there. Same thing with this. Don't fear learning about mycotoxins and more advanced training and technology in this industry. Be aware that it exists, though, because you can always say, I don't know the answer, but I know where to go to get it.
Exactly. And the fact of the matter is that one of the things we talk about in the session and certainly can emphasize a little bit on the, member training is just some clues that you should be familiar with to know that you're walking into the, kind of the mycotoxin minefield.
Sure.
So that, because that's going to be the thing that hurts people the most, is that they are doing their standard remediation. They're having great success with that. They expect that this next project is going to be pretty straightforward.
And the conditions have changed and the requirements have changed.
Or the occupant is different. Right. And if they don't have enough information to identify those clues that tells them that, then they could be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, I think it would be very beneficial for any crowd that we can put, whether it's online or in person, in front of you to learn about this technology, about the research that's been done, about things that they can do to improve the work that they're doing for these sensitized individuals, which is what, 25% of the population now?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to pick up on that comment too, because one of the things that's most important to me is this idea that in the restoration industry in general, and even in the mold remediation industry, there's so much MUS, that's muss, made up stuff.
Yep.
And so the information that I brought forward this morning that I'm, that we'll have to set up a time to share with the rest of the Normie membership, it's not made up stuff. It's science. It's documented. It's, you do the hard work. You got to get the footnotes. You got to have the studies, legitimate peer-reviewed studies, so that, it's real science behind it. And as I explained in the session this morning, it's not that anecdotal data isn't useful. So if I run a project the same way 5 times and I have success 5 times in a row, that's anecdotal data. And that tells me, okay, I'm on to something. But that's not scientific data that is explaining why you're having that particular success.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because this morning during my presentation, and what mine was about all different types of sampling technology and equipment and things out there. But it all comes down to the question, why? Why do you use that device? Why do you do that type of sample? Why don't you do that kind? And this industry doesn't always address why things are done. And that's what needs to be there.
And I mean, we'll take it back one step previous to that. The one before you was Doug talking about assessments. And it's the same thing. Why do you do the assessments? Why should you do a better assessment than what you're doing right now? And he's got like 6 things there. You're protecting yourself from liability. You're answering the question is what's going on. You're helping to write a work plan. I mean, he goes through that whole list, but by and large, it's answering the why question so that you can then move confidently from the why to the what are we going to do.
You know, it's funny. I talked with Doug before I did the presentation, and he made a change to the PowerPoint that I had set up for it. It was the word "why" that was on the screen. We're in Vegas. He changed it to WHY on dice. We're in Vegas. It had to be that way. So it made the point.
Indeed.
Well, thank you, sir.
What a blessing.
Been a pleasure. And we'll do more of this, and we will get together as far as picking a time to do a recertification training or some sort of training with your presentation that you did today for the Normie membership. And we'll see about doing it on an open feed like this.
Yeah. And I just got to tell you, thank you, Lance. I mean, if you thought it was good enough to actually invite me back to share with the other Normie members, that's high praise for me. And I appreciate you very much. I joke with you too much, but I do appreciate you.
Now, you know what? It's such a serious industry, yet you have to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I went to a woman's house once to do an assessment. She was terrified that we were going to find mold and it was going to be a horrific situation. And I could see how she was shaking. And I took her by the arm and I said, come with me. And we walked to the front door. And I said, do you see a bulldozer out there? She's looking. She said, no. I said, we're not knocking your house down. We're just here talking. Relax. It's not that bad. And she calmed down. So there's a fear out there, and we really need to help people with that.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there's too many people in the industry, remediators and assessors, who think it's their job to put that fear in people because I would just say because they can then take advantage of them. And I'm sorry to have to say that about people in our own industry, but there's people in every industry that are going to not do it the right way either.
Well, the easy way is we try to set a bar at a high level, and the measurement of that bar is you do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
That's right.
And that's it.
Yep. And that's what those practices, those Normie professional practices are all based on. That's why those practices get adjusted on a fairly regular basis to keep up with what's going on in the industry. I'm telling you, I'm so excited to be part of Normie. That is a plug direct to you guys because
we'll take it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Enough about you. What do you think about me?
Yeah.
We'll go back to that.
It's enough about me. It's what I think about Normie.
Right.
So there you go. Blessings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Stand by a second. Experience live. And we are now talking with one of the players, we'll call you, Mike Balzano from BMP Media.
BMP Media.
R&R.
I am the publisher of R&R.
And these guys are running the show.
Yeah, if you can believe that. And I used to, I always try, I wanted to avoid being called a player when I was younger. And I don't know, somehow I lured my wife into marrying me.
Trust me,
anyway.
you're not younger
I'm
anymore.
not.
Neither am I.
No,
It's
we
okay.
had the discussion way too much, you and me.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We are, I mean, our company purchased the experience last year, and we'll probably, this is Larry Cooper's last show, as has been well documented. So starting on Saturday, we're gonna take over. We're really excited about this. What a great event this has been for so long, and we're just honored to be in it, really.
I've gone to many of the experience shows with Larry doing it, and it's always been such a warm, friendly feeling. And last show was your first one under new management, and I noticed a big change even with this one, feeling more like the old experience show, which is nice.
That's great to hear. Thank you. We one of the things we wanted to do. I mean, this is such a traditional event. Both of the events are so traditional and they're so ingrained in our industry. The last thing we want to do is come up and say, you know what? We're changing the name. We're changing. We're not. No. We want to make it. It's hands-on is the key. Family friendly, fun, things like that. We definitely aren't going to end that anytime soon.
Well, I think one of the big transitions, and we talked about this over the last show, you guys run a lot of other shows also, but this one's kind of special, you know, and I think it's outside the normal mold. And I think you guys got it, you know, I think you listened.
Yeah, BNP Media runs 65 events, and we have about 40 or 50 other regular media brands like R&R. So they do this a lot. They do this for a long time. And you're exactly right. This is not a cookie cutter event. And
No.
we learned that quickly. Yeah, it's just dense. There's a lot of fun things. I learned something today. You know, I'm supposed to be having some kind of a boss type role starting
Okay.
Saturday. I'm like, oh, you know what? I better look into that.
What do you mean I'm in charge? Where'd that come from?
Let this happen. But that's okay. That's okay. I think we're in a position now to kind of. I was talking to Larry the other day. We just want to, and as you know, we gave him the award last night, but for good reason. He's been a leader of our industry for a long time, and I think that what we want to do is just expand on it if we can. Take what's been great and maybe see how we could tweak it to make it a little better.
Well, I noticed, I mean, obviously this is your bigger show. You do 2 experiences a year, and this is the bigger of the 2, but it's been crowded.
It's a good show. It came out, and it's funny. These events are all like this. The attendance is down, attendance is down, losing sleep. And then suddenly the last month, it all comes together. It always seems to work out like that, but it's still, I don't know. It's my Italian and Polish upbringing makes me scared of that a little bit.
Well, you know, it's funny because we did our training track today, and I actually was a speaker at one of them. But when I wasn't, I was going around scanning the ID badges of people. And I started to hit a bunch of badges that wouldn't scan. And I noticed that they were all people from the UAV conference, all wanting to be in and watching our presentations.
There is a drone conference going on right now down the street. And actually, some people have actually legitimately registered for both of us, not trying to sneak in like our drone
Well,
friends
they
today.
wouldn't scan, so I knew
Okay.
they were bad. But, you know, they were sitting there watching the shows. Going, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
so,
great.
Yeah, so it was really interesting to see all these other people from a completely different industry sitting in on lectures on mold and indoor air quality. And, you know, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good. And we have great content here. We have great relevant content. You know, you talk about, I know you're on the IAQ station on Normie TV. There's a few other brands I work for BNP Media. The IAQ it's so important. It's crossing over so many brands. I listened to some of our keynote speakers today. Legitimately, you know, we all wanted to clean and watch the air quality during the pandemic. And suddenly when the pandemic ended, I guess everybody thought, well, problem solved, we're good. But you and I both know that's just simply not
It's not.
true.
Well, the strange thing, I don't say funny, but the strange thing about when COVID hit, the population that we've been trying to talk to for years realized that breathing is a thing. It seems to be something important now. We need to pay attention to that. And there was such awareness brought to it that now people are starting to listen when you talk about other things that are out there affecting their health. You know, when you go to the doctor and they treat your symptom and then send you back to the same place that made you sick, they say, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. And they're coming back to the indoor air quality.
Yeah.
You know, I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning company, and they deal with major hospitals and school systems and everything. And he says, oh, we stay in our niche. I said, well, your niche is growing because of what's happening with buildings. He goes, what do you mean? I said, when's the last time you went into a commercial building that had windows that opened? They can't do away with the services you provide.
You're right.
You
That's
know,
a great point.
They don't open, whether it's for security purposes or for keeping temperature control. They don't have windows that open. So your air conditioning company becomes the way that buildings breathe all year long. And he goes, you're right. You know, we've never looked at it that way.
I just watched Dr. Skinner's presentation yesterday, and
Dr. Gavin,
he did a great job, as he always does. And he said some things like that. You know, we all were making jokes about touching dirty knobs and handles and stuff, because that's not, didn't do anything. What happened was the fact that everything was flying through the air.
Yeah,
that was the problem. And it always is, whether there's COVID or not, that's always going to be the problem. And I think people are starting to really turn the corner and realize that that's what we got to look at. And I thank you and Normie for shining a light on that as well. So well.
Well, we talk about it, and during some of the trainings that I do, you know, I talk about how come indoor air quality now has become an issue, and COVID was a main driving force for that. But when you put it in terms that people understand, where I tell them that You can go 20 to 40 days without eating, or a healthy adult can do that. You know, you can go 3 to 7 days without drinking water. You got 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. That's it.
That's it.
You know, so I think in the importance level, it's up there, because you can't say, I'll breathe tomorrow. You know, you can't stop it. And the average person breathes 20,000 times a day. So wait a minute, you mean that's what I do? Well, yes, that's what you do. How can you not pay attention to it?
No, that's exactly right. It's more and more important. And you know what? I read somewhere too that and I guess this is a dumb thing to say, but you never think about it. When you're asleep, you breathe.
Yeah,
When you're walking, you breathe. The only time we think about breathing is when we're thinking about breathing. Other than that, we naturally do it.
Or if there's something wrong with the conditions we're breathing. The
Yes.
the wildfires in Canada again highlighted the problem. The eastern part of the United States. Now I know this part, the western part of the United States, deals with the fires from California all the time.
Right.
I'm on the East Coast. We don't have these issues. If it's a localized fire, something small, it goes away in a day. We were infiltrated, I guess the only way to do it, with smoke from Canada for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, you looked up at the sun and it was in the middle of the day, dark out. And we never experienced that. But the air quality got so bad, people couldn't go outside. And what stuck out in everybody's mind was the indoor air quality in most homes is 10 times more polluted than the outdoor air. So people that are sensitized go outside to feel better. They couldn't. So now they were looking at air that wasn't crystal clear. It was foggy, smoky, and it became an attention getter. It's like hitting somebody a cloudy glass of water. Drink that. I'm not drinking that. Well, you can't say I'm not breathing that.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's the same water. Why won't you drink that? Right.
Well, it's cloudy now.
Right.
You know, so it hasn't been filtered as well or whatever. But it was an attention wake up moment for people.
Yeah. I used to work for a magazine called Snips, which deals in the HVAC, the duct, sheet metal, the duct wing of it. So that's big IAQ wing. And then we learned a lot about that. And it's just a fascinating how important that is. One of the things we go through life just taking for granted, but it's essential. And just continuing to work on it is what we're doing. And we're going to start, we do a lot at this event, the experience, frankly. There's a lot of discussions about that, a lot of discussions about cleaning, obviously restoration where we live. And again, and you hear a lot of happy people over there. There's a party has begun.
Yeah, well, they put the bar right next to our booth, which was okay.
Yeah. I have a funny feeling you picked this booth specifically for that.
Well, we were here first, and then they brought the bar over. I think Andrea was involved with that.
Andrea?
Yeah.
Yes.
She was involved.
Our lovely event manager, Andrea Hansen.
Yes, and I thanked her for that.
Yes.
I really did.
Very good.
Yeah. So going forward,
yes,
what do you see happening with the experience?
Well, we're going to be in Chattanooga the first week in April, and this specifically, that's what's right in front of us now. Right after the show, we'll start gearing up for that. We're going to be doing a plant tour at Shaw Flooring. That's the reason we're in Chattanooga actually for this.
Right.
We'll be back here at the Caesars Forum next September, right after Labor Day. That's the traditional date.
Okay.
And as far as the ins and outs of the experience, what I'm doing is I'm going around from booth to booth and calling the sponsors and saying, look, we all love the experience. This is the time to discuss what you'd like to see. You know, I don't like this. I like this. Now, again, not wholesale changes at all. Just if you want to tweak something, if you'd like to see something, I can't think of a better time than now to have that discussion. And I'm ready to have that discussion. It's exciting.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the strange things we were discussing this the other night, we're sitting out at the lounge in the center of the Lynx Hotel where we're staying. And we're talking about the difference of going to an event in Las Vegas. And one of the big things that came up was, besides the gambling and all the other, glitzy stuff, you can actually walk 5 minutes in any direction and come across an oxygen bar where you can sit and just breathe oxygen in for a few minutes to sober up, to feel better, to wake up. Or better yet, they now have IV stations with nurses where you can go for an IV if you're dehydrated.
Well, that's great, by the way. Number one,
that's for me, but,
right. I think usually I try to be positive, but with Las Vegas, I get a little negative sometimes. But you walk through the casinos and you breathe smoke for 10 minutes getting out. Yeah, I could go for some oxygen after that. It's probably a good idea.
Well, I don't think it's the reason they do it, but how you doing? Sorry, we got people just stopping by saying hello.
Your fans. I like it.
So, you know what? It's just a whole different experience out here. It really is.
Yeah.
If you could shorten the 6-hour plane ride, that would make it better. You know, coming from the East Coast.
You get a direct flight?
Yeah.
That's great. I couldn't even get that from Ohio. I had to stop in Denver and get that nice bumpiness over the Rockies, which is always so fun.
Depends on the time of the day and the thermals rising and stuff. But yeah, we spoke with some of the pilots about that, and they were very friendly and wanted to talk about it.
Very
It's gonna
good.
get a little rough now. Okay.
I think that this is where I think I can't ever predict this. I can't see us ever leaving Las Vegas in the fall.
No, it's part of the culture. You know, plus you're getting your West Coast attendance.
Yeah.
You know, I know Larry did a show in the middle of the country
Mhm.
around a year ago.
Mhm.
I forgot where it was.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, that's right. And he was telling us some statistics that it's within 6 hours driving of, I think, 60% of the US population. That's massive.
If you look at a population map, it's just amazing how many people still live east of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
As compared to the West. I mean, it's been 150 years since the gold rush or more, right? But still not a lot of people out here compared to the East Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? The gold rush is something that I talk about with a lot of our members. And I warned them about with advertising and stuff like that. And they go, what do you mean the gold rush and advertising? I said, well, during the gold rush, everybody went out west to do digging and everything else to find their fortune. The only people that made money were the people that sold the picks and shovels.
Ezra, we talked about that. You called me a typical salesperson. I think last time I answered this jokingly. I hope.
Yes.
I said, well, they had a need and they provided the need. It doesn't matter. There was no gold.
It oozed out. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So I noticed, I think that was your wife that was here a few minutes
Yeah,
ago.
she was. She looked at and rolled her eyes. That he won't stop talking and walked
Had
away.
Too much
Yeah.
fun and just walked away. So yeah, I get that. Well, I appreciate you spending the time. I know you have a lot to do here with all these vendors and everything, and greatly appreciate it. And you know what? You seem to be listening to the people that are here, because I do notice a big change in the show from the last one.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do. People love coming to this event. There's a loyal audience here, and we're gonna see what they want and continue on from there. So I'm just happy. We're so thrilled to be a part of this. Thrilled to be partners with Normie and such great sponsors of this event, and let's hope that continues forever.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And all the changes and everything else, and putting the bar next to us. It was all good.
We could have that as part of your sponsorship next year if you want.
I'm going to hold you
Bar
to that.
in your booth.
We got witnesses. They're all online. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
I've again at the third day of the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas. I have Jeff Cross with me, who is the publisher. I'm trying to think of all the
I
titles.
put my card right down here so you could read off the
What's
card.
the stuff on the card for all the different things you do with all the
So
different
just
magazines?
media director, media director.
Media director.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so the media director. Okay, from CleanFacts, and
CleanFacts and
there's other magazines involved.
So ISSA, our trade association, owns 3 media brands, 3 magazines. CleanFacts is the one that serves this industry, the one that you're more familiar with, that you know something about.
Little.
And then we have Cleaning and Maintenance Management magazine, which serves the contract cleaners, facilities, those that do the janitorial or custodial cleaning. And ISSA Today, which is the publication for our members, but it's more of a C-suite executive magazine. Those 3. It's all I do.
That wasn't all on the card.
I need a bigger card.
That's what I said. So on the important side of it, this is day 3 of the Experience Show. We got about an hour or so to go until the doors close, and then the whole cleanup process starts.
I just came for the espresso you promised me.
I could go for it right now.
I know.
It's freezing. It's cold in here.
It is.
Either that or I'm
It is.
just tired. But how's the show been for you? I mean, this has been very busy. I mean, we've been at the other Experience shows, but this is a really, really busy show for us this year.
Yeah, this is Friday afternoon. Normally,
2:20. And there's Larry.
Normally it's not this busy. Larry's always interrupting. But yeah, I thought it was very good up and till the very end. Very busy.
Yeah, we were very busy. We did a training today. We had 3 segments this morning that we did on the remediation process. We built a room of containment. We did negative pressure, and the room was packed. It was standing room only, which
That's good.
is good to see.
Yeah, very good. People want and need the training. So it's nice to see the classrooms having that activity.
Yeah. Hey, 5 minutes ago, there was nobody over here. We sat down, we're talking, they're starting to, circle around. So that's
Yeah,
okay.
they're here.
That's okay. So I know you guys have a show coming up.
We do. ISSA Show North America 23 in Las Vegas, November 13th through the 16th. Or 13th to the 16th.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think
It
Monday
sounds
through
about right.
Thursday.
And it's back in Vegas.
It's back in Vegas, Mandalay Bay. Monday is all education. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is trade show and education, networking. It's our 100th anniversary this year, as everyone knows. So we have a big bash celebration there. So just, trade shows we've been doing a long time, and we love it. I love the networking, talking to people like
Yeah.
you,
Gavin. Gavin's always a treat.
He's got a good accent. Yes.
Yes. So he keeps you busy, I'm sure.
He does.
So anything special coming up at the convention?
So there's a lot of new things happening, but every year there's different education, different speakers. I'm looking forward to meeting. So I do a lot of interviews, as you know, for my own programming. So I talk to a lot of people over Zoom, and we record. I'm going to meet some of them in person. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. I love events like this because you and I have been doing these a long time, and I love just connecting with people again. The networking, that's important to me more than anything else.
I agree. And it's funny, people come up and they shake your hand. I got to look at the names. Oh, I remember you now.
Because it's not like you're around them all the time, but it's once a year. So faces are much easier than names. Yes. Like I know you.
Yeah. I know you.
I know you.
I know you from someplace. I really do. But when Andrea from the event here, and when we went to register, I walked up to the registration desk. She says, "Oh, I got something for you," and I had to look at her name tag for a minute to remember who she was. We talked with her last year, and she knew that I was with emergency services. Her husband's a fireman. And she gave me a patch. It's that kind of stuff that you run into every year when you come back to these things. People recognize it.
They do. Yeah. And I see some of the same people every trade show. You have your regulars, you have your new ones. So it's a good mix of people. And what a good industry. Just they're here because they want to learn and do better. And it's Vegas. That's a draw as well.
Yeah. I know during our classes, we always hand out applications for CleanFacts. If anybody watching wants to get a copy of CleanFacts, how do they go about doing that?
So thank you for that. Yeah, it's amazing how many you at Normie you send us when you have a class. So obviously we have those forms, but most now that are listening and watching this program, just go to cleanfacts.com. There's a subscribe button. You could do it online. It's very easy to do.
Yeah.
Just online.
And truthfully, we want our people to be educated in not just a specific, vertical that they're in. They need to know about the other verticals, even if they don't do the work.
Education.
It's
That's what it's
education, but we're also dealing with a different market now. The consumer is educated. They all go on YouTube. They all go on Google. They all research everything. Whether they get the right information or not is a different story. But they can ask you questions. And when you don't know or you haven't heard about what they're talking about, they look at you like, I thought you were an expert. I thought you knew this industry. Well, that's not really my industry. Well, yeah, it is. It's all about breathing.
Exactly. It's about speaking confidently about what you do, about your industry. You don't have to do everything there is to do as far as the type of work, but you should be knowledgeable about it.
Right. I'm not sure for anybody watching can hear Larry,
they can hear him.
Oh yeah, they can hear him probably without the microphone system wherever they're located. But yeah, we're getting towards the end of the show, and they're doing a lot of giveaways here, and it's getting kind of loud. So
yeah,
hey, we're giving it a shot here.
That's right. Weed out the sounds, and but it's been great to be here and see Normie, and you guys always do a great job with what you do as well.
All right, thank you for that. It's a good show. It really was, and we met a lot of new people. A lot of people from Canada, from actually Alaska. We were talking to a bunch of people. So, the word's getting out and they're coming to see us. So anything else? Any surprises?
No, nothing. It's just 25 minutes to go, and Larry's going to give away some stuff. So
All
I
right.
guess that's it.
Thank you very much. And we'll see you at the next show.
All right.
Take care.
It's so important to be able to tell the story of the work that you do, because that's how we learn, that's how we improve. So as we take a pathway of continuous improvement, if we don't share our stories in remediation, restoration and cleaning, we'll never improve. And this is the right time to do it, and this is the place to come. The experience is the place to come to learn more, to do better.
You are doing a favor for yourself and more importantly for your customers by attending the experience. You're going to gain more knowledge, meet more associates, be able to talk, shop with people that truly understand what you do every day, and that's really priceless, and you rarely get that, working in the field. So I could say, take the time; it's worth it.
So the experience exhibition is amazing. There's a ton of awesome vendors out here. So if you're a restoration and cleaning business owner, or somebody that works for one, or you're in charge of growing one, these are the type of events that you need to go to. Every single vendor for every different type of channel for your business to grow or scale your business is here. And it's very important as business owners to be a member of associations and events like this, because who better to learn from than your peers and your competition, learn what they do right, what they don't do right. It's a great opportunity to network for your business. And there's also a ton of classes going on for you to learn everything in and out, anything you've been struggling with your business at this event.
So the thing that I've enjoyed the most about the experience this year is just seeing some of the different associations, the R&R magazine, Normie coming in. You can really see this portion of the industry wanting to change, expand, build those collaborations, even with competitors, which I believe the industry needs to do. This is probably the best IICRC event that I've been to. The experience, the R&R magazine, really enjoying what's happening this year.
The number of people that I've met for the very first time, and it's like, wow, this is my network. These are people that I can help. This is like growing my family in one day.
Hi, everybody. I would like to introduce you to my guest tonight, and it is Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA. And for those of you that have heard us talk over the years about Cleanfax magazine and the ISSA magazine, he is the man. So, Jeff, you want to come in and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourself for those folks that have not met you yet.
Well, thanks, Lance. I've been around the industry for many, many years, and I'm the media director for ISSA, as you mentioned, which is 3 magazines, but the one that most recognized is Cleanfax, which is the one for cleaning contractors and restoration professionals like you Normie folks are. So I used to own my own company, and I was a journalist in my early days, started my own cleaning and restoration company, and got the itch to write again. And sometimes when I'm stuck at the desk, I wonder, why did I ever do that? Because I think that right now it is beautiful, a beautiful day, and what a great day to be out there going from one job to the other. But I'm stuck at my desk looking at you, Lance, which is not a bad thing. But so I've been doing this work for quite a while, and I love it. 3 magazines. We do videos, we do webinars, we do everything with media to promote our industry. So I've been with ISSA for about 7 years now. Yeah. And other companies before that owned Cleanfax.
So what are like some of the main differences between the different publications? I mean, they're obviously for slightly different markets or verticals.
Yeah. So Cleanfax, which is the one that you folks help us to promote. I know when you do a class, you send us subscribers to this. It's like I mentioned for cleaning contractors, carpet, floor cleaning, commercial cleaning services, and restoration. We focus on both. It's a split audience. We have the largest print distribution and email distribution out there. So that's one of our publications. The other is CMM, which is Cleaning and Maintenance Management Magazine. And that's more for your building service contractors, your in-house facility crews, those that clean buildings and maintain them, the ones who manage those operations. So some who are out there trying to get jobs or get land accounts, and others trying to hold them and keep them in-house. So a split audience there in a way, but it all works with our content, and we make sure that we have something for both sides of that audience. And then ISSA Today magazine is our member benefit publication. So if you're an ISSA member, you receive this in the United States. If you're outside the US, it's an email delivery. And that's more of a higher level. We call it the C-suite, which means people with important titles like CEO, CFO, COO, and all that. So when you think about our media brands, we have something for everyone. But if you're doing anything with mold, inspections, cleaning, Cleanfax is your magazine. And I know Doug he writes for us. In fact, if you look at the next issue of Cleanfax, you'll see an article that Doug is featured in, a really good piece that we put together.
Yeah, I know he's been writing a bunch of stuff for a while now, but to me, well, first of all, you had mentioned about the ISSA magazine, and that's something that all the ISSA members get. A lot of our members do have a dual membership with ISSA. Actually, we have a special discount arrangement for our Normie members that want to join as a dual membership with ISSA. So that's something that they would be getting, correct? That magazine?
Yes. And if they're watching this recording, if they're watching our episode here, they can reach out to me and I'll figure out what's going on. But if you're a member of ISSA, whether it's with ISSA or the dual membership, we will send you the print copy. So as long as we have the address, sometimes that's the issue. People might sign up for an organization. We don't have their address, but if we have their email, they're getting the digital copy as well.
Okay. Well, from a business standpoint, being involved with receiving all these different magazines, it's input, it's information coming at you. And there's so many different verticals under indoor air quality, which everything that we're talking about here really comes under that. I would assume that they would get a lot of insight from the different facets of the industries from these different magazines, because they are different and they're looking at it from different perspectives, whether it's the maintenance facility side or the actual contractor side. And I can only see that as being helpful.
I agree. It is helpful and it is a different perspective. We all have the same goal to clean, to restore, to bring back to conditions that are acceptable, to protect health, to make buildings, homes safer, cleaner. And when it comes to media content, we all know that you have your devices, you have your iPads, you have your computer. I know I consume my news in digital format for the most part, but our magazine brands, the print, the digital, they're more thought leadership. They're not so much the breaking news as the things that we need to know about as professionals. And some of it might be a reminder because we have many seasoned contractors who are a part of our audience. And we know a lot of our publications are used for training as well, because, Lance, you've been around a while, just like me. You might get an article and it's like, yeah, I know that. But do the people who work for you or that know that? So a lot of our material is forwarded on and shared amongst others.
I think that's the biggest thing that has been lacking in this industry previously. The amount of information that's out there that's really available and credible being passed out to the masses that really need it. And that's not just the contractors. Like you said, you have a magazine for facility management, and we haven't even talked about the public, because we know there's a need in the public. We just don't have the want there yet. But that's changing since COVID. All of a sudden, I know you've noticed it, and I have, that people are like, this whole breathing thing is a thing, and indoor air quality is important. And I'm sure that's affected your business and your publication side.
It has. So, we focus, we're a B2B media team. We focus on business to business content. So when we write something, it's for people like Normie members, ISSA members, it's for them. But we get a lot of traffic on our websites from consumers. And we know when someone's looking at something and the numbers are astronomical on the topic, the ones reading that is probably outside our industry to some degree. So people out there that you're working for that might be in the buildings we clean or the homes, they're looking for content as well, because they want to have the same thing, clean air to breathe. What do I do to make my house healthier? The air I'm breathing inside, I can see the dust particles in the sunlight. What do I do with that? They're looking for information, and they're finding it with with groups like ours.
You know, we're constantly putting out the same message about, you know, how important breathing is, how to improve your environment, how to make it healthier, safer, cleaner. Those are the tag words that we go with. And that's really the direction that I think everybody here is really striving for. But the consumer, they're hungry for this information. And the more that they come in contact with our organizations, the more specific they are as far as who does work for them. I get calls from contractors that are like, how do I get certified with you? I said, well, we have our No, I got to do it right away. Well, what's the rush? I'm working with the customer and they won't let us do the work unless we're Normie certified.
Well, good for Normie.
Well, the word's getting out there, and you know, that wasn't a shameless plug for us. That's just the way the phone calls come in.
You're allowed 3.
3? Oh, okay,
3.
that's one. That's one. Keep score. But the reality of it is people are seeing that there are stable and reputable methods out there, and they're starting to learn that. And they're learning it because now the want is there. People want this type of environment to be in. And it's publications like yours, it's the training classes that are going out there from all these different organizations pushing the same message. I think that's making the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm. That was, if that's a question, that's the longest one I've ever had, Lance. That's a good one.
It's from working with Doug for so many years. You ask the question and you get the whole delivery.
I hope he doesn't see this, but
I'm sure he will.
So
go ahead.
So to comment on your comment, I think that things that make real change in our industry is going to be consumer driven. So if you have a product to sell, if you have an air purifier or a mold removal product or whatever it is that works, then contractors, sure, they'll buy it and they'll use it. But what if the consumers demand it? You mentioned someone had to be certified by Normie to do the job. Consumer demand. And that's where it's at. We think of green cleaning. You know, if that was not in demand by the consumer, by those who are paying the bills, who we work for, it wouldn't happen. Think of recycling. You know, we all know we should recycle, but where's that demand? By the consumer. It's driven by them. So that's cool that someone called you and needed to be certified. We had that with ISSA as well. When the pandemic started, we have our GBAC division, and we had people saying, I need to be certified right now. Like, okay, here's the process. No, I mean, right now has to be done. Well, think about it before, you know, hopefully you're a member, got certified, or is a member now, but any professional out there that might be watching this, you got to plan what you're doing and be ready instead of being reactive to the demand by the consumer. But I think that's it, Lance, consumer demand. And I think Normie's probably been successful because people are aware of what you're doing, and thus the professionals need to be part of you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But you mentioned something a minute ago about GBAC, and a few weeks back we did an interview with Gavin, and he's a big player with the GBAC side. Mm-hmm. How does that affect the magazine production that you guys do? I mean, what kind of involvement is GBAC with what you're producing?
Well, having Gavin on with, you know, on our videos and stuff with his Australian accent has helped tremendously.
Yeah.
But besides the accent, and he's proud of that, by the way, Gavin writes for us, and Patty Ollinger, our executive director, writes for us as well. And we have Michael Diamond now, who's part of our team. We're using these experts to write, to be on video, to provide content and quotes, to help the industry out. The reception's been great. They know what they're talking about. I'm not the expert. I'm the journalist. I'm asking the questions. And they, you know, a journalist who doesn't know the answers is probably a better one. So that's where I'm at. I asked them to provide the content, like that interview I did with Doug and Gavin for the article that's coming out. I asked, I don't know, 8 questions or so, and the content that we have in that article is fantastic. So it'll be in two of our magazines, actually, ISSA Today and Clean Facts. So when you deal with issues like clean and disinfecting and remediation, all of these things that are high level, you want the very best experts. And I think that's what we have with GBAC. You know, they've been with us a few years now, and they're doing great work. And of course, we work with Normie as well, and the training you folks do is great. I've nothing but respect for the programs. And the thing is, people have to embrace it and take it and use it and tell their customers about it too.
Well, that's the biggest thing, and
Mhm.
and the word spreads. And again, that's why I mentioned the call. But we get a lot of calls like that, and usually they pass them over to me because that's some of these, crisis. I need to be certified now. Well, that's nice. We'll see what we can do to help you out, but there's only so much we can do because of our requirements. But that's something that does happen quite a bit. But I do have a few other questions for you, and then I think we're going to switch this around a little bit. We're going kind of a different direction, but
Yes.
I understand that ISSA is approaching a 100-year anniversary, and I mean, you don't look a day over 99. So, I'm sure you could give us a little insight as to this 100-year path that they've gone on.
Sure. I look very young because of the makeup. When you're on camera, you have to have someone put the makeup on you. So there you go. And you look great too, Lance, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I love your office too. Very fancy. That's why you get all those phone calls.
That could be it. There's nobody behind me answering the phone. That's the problem.
Right.
That's why they're all
It's
coming to
empty.
me. Yeah.
Yeah. So ISSA we celebrate our 100-year anniversary next year. So if you want to send a present or something, I'll let you have my address. So that's always welcome.
Okay.
But it started with 7 companies. And I think the first trade show was in Missouri in 1923. So it started with a few people getting together saying, hey, we need some collaboration. We need to unify the industry. What can we do? And so about 100 years ago, they got together and ISSA was formed. And over the years, it's grown. So it started with those few members. And over the years, people recognize the value, because really, what is a trade association for? It's to provide member benefits, and we have a laundry list of those, but also a place to be heard. We have our government advocacy department. We have a way to speak to leaders out there in the world, and we want to make cleaning a better place, the industry a better place. So it started small, and since then, now we have 10,500 member organizations. And you think about what that means. We're not talking about people, we're talking about companies. And a company can have 100 employees, it could have 10,000 employees. So the number of those who are impacted, who can take advantage of ISSA, is a tremendous number. And we're also global. We have offices in Australia, in Korea, Italy, and we reach the masses. We have offices to help with that. So I can't remember how many countries we're in, but it's significant. We're global as an operation. And we're always looking to provide whatever people need, whether it's through media. I get an idea from a member. Hey, what about this topic? We'll create it. We'll put it out there. We have training. We have our trade shows, and we have other events as well that we put out there for our members and others as well. But we concentrate on our members.
You mentioned global. We had been talking several years back, just prior to COVID, and we were going to be going out to Australia to do some training out there. And one of the delays that we ran into was the wildfires that were covering the whole continent. And so that delayed us going out, and then COVID hit and we couldn't go. So COVID did create a situation where we weren't able to go out to Australia and provide the training that we were going to be doing. But at the same time, COVID created such a worldwide awareness of breathing issues, indoor air quality, viruses, bacteria, and all these other health things that were always there, but kept, out of sight, out of mind kind of a thing. They put it right in front of everybody. So it did change the way that our model kind of functioned. We lost out a little bit on being able to do the training at that time, but it created such a worldwide awareness that it has really opened up the markets. And our members are seeing that. I am sure that the ISSA teams are realizing that too, that it's a whole new game now.
It is. And the concern I have is keeping that momentum going. So you're right. When COVID hit and we have the pandemic, in a way, it was good for our industry because it did raise that awareness. But what about now? I looked on the news this morning. It looks like the numbers are going back up right now. They're talking about another surge, but eventually this is all going to level out and we're going to get past the pandemic. What do we do with the awareness? You mentioned indoor air quality and breathing. I know that's a big component of what you do at Normie. What are you going to do to keep it going, Lance? What are you going to do?
Well, theoretically, people can't stop breathing. So, it's kind of like even in real depressions, food services continue because people need to eat. So, the other industries slow down. So there's certain things that you can't stop. So the breathing industry can't go away. It's just whether it becomes something that's reachable for people to be able to decide whether they're going to have less quality of the air they breathe so they can afford food, depending how bad the times get. And hopefully we never reach a situation like that. But with the awareness, I don't think that's going away anytime soon, at least for a generation. People have a generational memory, I think is the way I've heard it used, that, as the next group grows up, they have different things to focus on, and the previous generation's issues and problems, well, it's not theirs,
Yeah. So, like I mentioned earlier, things are driven by consumers or people who use buildings who are breathing that air that's so necessary, as you mentioned. And I've seen cases where in technology where people can monitor what they're doing, monitor what they're breathing. I think that's going to be a game changer because your generation coming up, they like the data, they like the assurance. So you think about someone in the past, they just look at the surfaces, they say it's clean or it's not clean. Does it smell good? It smells good, so it must be clean. But now we can look at the data, we can look at the testing. And I think that's going to drive things. So consumer awareness is going to help. And I see your point about it's going to be around for a generation, but how quickly we can forget when things are put aside. That's my concern. We don't want to lose that momentum. So we got to keep that going.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned about the technology and the data. And, we had talked, previously that we're in the process of rolling out an entire monitoring program on a nationwide platform, and eventually it'll go international. But it's about monitoring data at locations and making that data available to the people that make adjustments and decisions monetarily as to what they do with their indoor air quality, plus the public. I mean, the short version is all this data that's being captured can be put on a very simple 60-inch TV at the front door of a big corporation as you walk in. Your current indoor air quality conditions are, and people see it walking in. So,
and they might walk out.
And walk out. Yeah. No, that's absolutely correct. It's kind of like the restaurant that you go into that all of a sudden the health department's gone in and given them a C rating instead of that A+ rating. It's like, maybe I'll go eat next door. It's another way of showing confidence in your facility and your ability to keep it clean to the consumer. And again, it's all consumer driven, like you said. So, I mean, this stuff is what's going to keep this going, for some time. Our monitoring program will be launching next month. That is something we've had a lot of excitement about. And I know we haven't talked in a lot of detail with you about that, but it's something that's going to break quickly. The people involved in our beta testing right now, I mean, I've gotten nothing but favorable remarks about it. There's a lot of excitement around it. So I think that's part of what's going to help this education going forward continue.
So it's a cool project you're working on. And I have to think that anyone walking into a building and they see the air quality. I mean, when you're on the interstate and you're driving and there's an alert on a sign that says air quality is whatever, you pay attention to that.
Absolutely.
Why is it low? And what is that fog I'm driving into? So I know you're talking about a higher level product that's going to really show the data, but we do want to know where we're going. And when we get there, what's it going to be like? We have to breathe, as you mentioned, but what are we going to be breathing?
Well, that's a funny statement because you mentioned before about, having the air smell better, and there's things we can do to make the air smell better in our environments. But what you're doing is actually adding VOCs or volatile organic compounds, chemicals to that breathable air to give it that smell. You're not really smelling roses. You're smelling something that's artificially creating that smell, and you're inhaling chemicals.
Are you a myth buster or what?
It's just that whole reality check thing. Yeah, it smells good, but what are you really smelling? And is that affecting the air you're breathing?
Are you saying in my orange Gatorade, there's no real oranges in there?
Doug uses the example of, I'm trying to think, I think it's the FDA that puts limits on contaminants in water. And they say that water containing 50 parts per million of arsenic is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just leave that question out there. Is that acceptable? You're drinking arsenic? You good with that?
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. So, it's that kind of stuff. If you have a choice, I'm sure you would want to drink the water without the arsenic.
I would vote for that. Yes.
Right. So with indoor air quality, if you have a choice of breathing air that doesn't have the chemistries in it to make it smell better, covering up a real problem, that might be something you would choose.
Yes. Agreed.
So
come put one of those machines in my house and I'll look at the signs and I'll know if I'm safe or not.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that after. I think it's something that this is the right time. That's the only way I can describe it for this type of technology. About 15 years ago, I worked with a company that we had tried to bring a similar technology to the marketplace. Actually, it was using Motorola equipment at the time, and it was using telemetry. That's how far back we're going with the way it communicated. The internet wasn't stable enough. There wasn't enough speed. The technology wasn't there. It was ahead of its time, but the technology wasn't there to support it. 15 years later, wow, now, computers and everything, as far as they've gotten advanced, can handle all this with everything cloud-based. So this now would be the time for this type of deployment. And I think that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to remember, there was a few things that I didn't want to talk to you about, other than, basically, the magazines. It's kind of like, what else you got in the works? Any surprises you can kind of like let out or not let out that you can accidentally let out?
Yeah. Well, if there were surprises, it wouldn't be if I let it out. But no, I can't think of any big secrets to share with you, Lance. But looking forward to trade shows coming up and getting out and meeting people. We've been doing that. We've done a couple of trade shows already, and it was nice seeing people in person. So that's good. No, every day is fun, and I'm always looking for some angle for media. Our video program is doing great. We're approaching 1 million views on that in the past couple of years. So we're no Justin Bieber or some famous rock star that gets millions and millions for each video we do, but we're happy with what we're doing. People are watching just like they do with yours. And it's a small industry in a way, but important people. And so we're trying to make sure we give them what they need. That's the constant thing, always doing that, trying to provide content that is consumable, that they can't get somewhere else is easy.
No, you're right with that. So with that, let's flip this interview around a little bit. You're very comfortable in the interviewer type position. So is there any questions you want to ask me?
Yes, a few questions, and I am more comfortable asking questions. It's a little easier to do, I think, but I enjoy being a guest on your show, Lance. Very nice. And I've been around a few Normie folks at other training opportunities, so a great group. But tell me, how long has Normie been around?
2004, July 4th, I believe, was the actual creation date. And I've actually been with them since 2006.
Okay. And what was the purpose back then? And has that changed over the years?
Well, Doug tells the story that prior to Katrina, he had started doing some training on indoor air quality, and it had a lot to do with being able to help with the sales of purification technologies and stuff like that. People being trained and having knowledge of the industry and products make it easier to sell the products.
Mm-hmm.
So they started doing training. They became a training organization, and I believe it was the state of Louisiana approached Doug to do training for them. And then, a year later, Katrina hit after they had been doing training, and then it just took off from there.
Okay. So thinking about the training classes you've been doing, how have they improved? Someone looking in, why would they choose Normie?
Well, the training, just since I've been on board, which is 16 years now, it was a lower level, intro level into doing indoor air quality and mold assessment, and then touched on mold remediation after that. And that's expanded out by need and want. we went from an 8-hour inspection type class on how to do sampling and create a business model to 3 days training as our basic class now for mold assessment and mold remediation, followed by some really high-end classes, advanced stuff, like a CAIA class or indoor air quality assessor class. It's an advanced course. It's a 2-day, I'm going to say round the clock course, because Doug and I both teach that, and we take a small group into a hotel setting, and we are together for 3 straight days. You know, it's really intense the way that it's taught. We have a few other classes. Michael Pinto is one of the instructors teaching some really high-end classes for us, and a few other people that we are bringing in. So the level of training has exponentially advanced over the last 15, 16 years where we are today. And it's really the industry standard.
Mm-hmm. So you think about a company that's maybe getting started, or it's been around a short time. It knows what it's doing. It's got, you know, it's out there doing some work. When they become part of an organization like Normie, what real advantage does that give them? Can you think of maybe a case where someone joined and just, wow, they really excelled at what they're doing now?
Well, I can give you a few examples just from the comments of our classes. We'll have a lot of people that come that have been I've been in the industry 20 years. I've done everything, you know, I had to do everything. And usually by the end of the first to the second day, they'll start meeting with our instructors saying, you know, I've learned how much I really need to learn. You know, it's a different set of eyes. They're looking at the industry when they come to Normie. And there's a reason for that. Doug, who actually has created the direction of Normie, has a very, very strong building background. He was a builder. He still has his building licenses in, I believe, Florida. And we look at the industry from a building science perspective, not from a water loss or an event, not from you know, what college classes you've taken, but from building science. And a lot of people that have been out there doing this work never approached it from that specific side. And they start to see that, well, yeah, the building is kind of like a living creature, that as things change in the building, so does your approach. And that's how we look at it. And we teach that concept that, you know, you're working with a building that's an entity, and it's very different. It's a different approach. It's a different way of dealing with the problems. And people are very surprised when they see that and say, I never thought of that.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had someone come in, kind of like what you just mentioned, with some experience? They thought they knew what they were doing, and they no doubt did, but they came in with an attitude like, yeah, I got to take this. I have to get the certification to get the jobs. The customers want me to have this. And they had attitude, and they changed.
They usually become members. And truthfully, because it's different than what they were used to. It's different than the pattern that they've been doing for the last 10 or 15, 20 years. And all of a sudden they see, by looking at it with a different set of eyes, different verticals, different prospects that are out there where they can increase their revenue share. I have a good friend that owns a very large air conditioning mechanical contracting company. And for years, I talked to him about indoor air quality, and he's like, I stay in my lane. You know, we're really good. We're a multi-million-dollar company. We stay in our lane. COVID hit, and he started getting the phone calls about indoor air quality and filtration and
opportunity,
and proactive stuff. And he called me, and I started talking to him. He is fully on board. He sees that there's an entire new market out there for indoor air quality, and it changed his perspective of what they do, which they do very well. And now they've added to it. They've enhanced their product offerings because of looking at it differently.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, it's very positive when people come to us like that.
Yeah. Indoor air quality as an acronym has been around a while, but it's really meant something with the pandemic. Let's talk about mold. Mold is in your name.
Yeah.
Normie. Mold. Water damage is not. What do you do with those who want water damage training?
At the moment, we're actually approved to teach the WRT class. So we do offer that. We have the instructors from the IICRC. They actually come in, they teach that. And we just take that and we go from there with building science to the next step and go, well, your next option would be mold remediation. You've done your water drying, mold is another aspect of that, but so is bacteria. You get all different types of water losses that create all types of, I'll just say in general, pollution problems within the environment. So you go from the water drying to the next piece of mold to bacteria, then you get into more, again, back to the indoor air quality, the bigger umbrella, just the starting point that you're at.
Mm-hmm. So my last question is, what is going to happen next? What's the next big thing for Normie? You're doing training, you have products coming out. What's going to move the needle for you folks?
Well, it's already moving. And again, I'm beating the same drum, but as we're educating,
we do that sometimes.
Yeah, we're educating the public that it's not just about seeing mold on the wall. I've been asked the question, is that good mold or bad mold? I said, do you want it there? They go, no. So then it's bad. It's that simple. Yeah, there are different types, but we're dealing a lot now with sensitized individuals. That's become a very, very large piece of the market share. It's estimated about 20% of the population is reaching that classification of sensitized individuals. 350 million people in the US, it's about 70 million people that fall into that category. It's a very large piece, and it requires a higher end of training. You need to know how to deal with these customers and their projects differently than you would from a regular mold assessment or remediation project. That's a big change that's coming. This monitoring program, very big change to the industry. It's going to be awareness. It's the awareness shock factor, I guess, equivalent to asking somebody, how many times a day do you take a breath? Well, I don't know, a few hundred times. I said, how about 20,000 is the average? No, and you see that shock factor on them, that all of a sudden the reality of what is really happening is there. So the monitoring is giving them a live view, an understandable knowledge base of what's going on in their environment. And now they have the ability to control it. So like that shock value of we spray chemicals to cover up the smell, to how many breaths a day do you take, to now having control over your environment and managing how many breaths you take and the quality of air. That's big, and that's going to continue.
So circle back to the sensitivity issue. Sensitivities to what?
Well, the
70 million.
The biologicals are the common thing. I'm allergic to pollen. I'm allergic to dust and dander, mold.
The triggers.
Like I'm sorry.
The triggers.
Yes,
that was it.
The basic triggers. But now with the awareness of everything else that's going on, you had mentioned earlier about spraying something or using chemicals to make it smell better. People are as reactive to that as they are to the biologicals. The chemicals that are in there, chemically sensitized individuals. And that's also part of the sensitized program of how do you clean somebody's environment or make it better without making it toxic on the chemical side. The off-gassing products that'll off-gas for a year or two. Formaldehyde increased in all the products that we're bringing into our homes, furniture, carpeting, things like that. That does affect people. And, it's how to help them, which is this whole new industry.
I've heard of formaldehyde in products, and I've heard some say that that's not true. Are formaldehyde used in products that will off-gas in our homes?
Heavily.
Okay.
Especially products that are coming from overseas. There was a big recall several years back on flooring that came from China. And it came in through a discount firm, and it was heavily contaminated with formaldehyde, where the floors, after being installed, had to be completely ripped out. So yes, it is a thing. FEMA, I believe, had an issue with the emergency trailers that they brought in for Katrina. they were contaminated with formaldehyde. And I'm saying contaminated, not like somebody sprayed formaldehyde in there, just the materials that were used to build it were treated with formaldehyde as preservatives, but they continue to off gas and the trailers were unusable.
And that can be monitored. That can be detected through technology.
Yes, it can. Actually, the monitoring program that we're doing has a formaldehyde sensing module in that. So it will give you ongoing readings of that.
Well, that's a huge number of people that are potential clients of Normie members or ISSA members, because you can't ignore that.
No, and you know, it doesn't have to be a chemical that's going to appear on, you know, the periodic table. It could be something that's simple, just by putting, I don't want to say too many people, but a larger number of people in a room that's not designed for that many people. We're not bringing enough fresh air in, so your CO2 levels go up, not carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, where that's just a product of people breathing. Well, you start getting very high levels of that. People get headaches, they get tired, you know, so those are things that are very easy to control now if you know there's a problem.
Sure. Well, and I think too, I don't know how long you want to keep talking, but if someone has an issue, that's going to expand in their mind. So they may have the psychological aspect of this as well.
Well, absolutely. And you see that with your readers. You know, I'm sure you're getting feedback from people when these articles come out, you know, how many, and you can tell just by the numbers of how many people are actually opening your media and stuff like that, that there's a great increase there. I mean, you have to be seeing that, you know, especially when these things come out with these hot topics. Again, I go back to indoor air quality, you know, or mold or viruses. As soon as these words pop up, you know, I'm sure your readership goes, you know, much higher on those articles.
They're definitely searched for more. That's true, and opened through emails and on our digital publications.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've chatted a bit. I've interviewed you, you've interviewed me, you know, unless we pull somebody else in the room. I think we're good for now, but I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
We may have to do this again, and we'll do the dual interview type of thing here.
Well, and from this conversation, Lance, we need to do something in media about that 70 million people.
Absolutely.
The opportunities there, the need for training to address those concerns.
Yeah, I mean, and it is true. I mean, I'm sure anybody that's going to be seeing this has to know somebody that has allergies or is going for allergy shots, or for some reason their breathing condition has changed or their health has changed recently. It could be as simple as the new carpeting they brought in the house, you know.
Yeah,
So
that kind of person, there's one 30 feet from me. So
yeah, there you
we
go.
all do know someone. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
All right,
appreciate
Lance.
you being here. Thank you for taking the time. And again, it was enjoyable. And
Yeah, thank you.
hopefully we'll get some really positive feedback from our members about this, and more people taking on to Clean Facts.
I only want the positive. Don't tell me the negative. No,
there
tell me
won't
everything.
be- there's not going to be negative. So stand by a second, would you?
Yep.
Okay, everybody, and we are back here at the Experience trade show in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I am happy and privileged actually to be sitting next to an award winner from R&R Magazine, Lori Jones. So, Lori, I want to say hello and tell us about this award, because I was trying to read about it, and it's just more than I can explain it correctly.
It's actually the Women in Restoration, and you are nominated by colleagues, friends, family even, and they open it up for about a month. And there's usually a couple of hundred people that get nominated, and they go through a judging cycle, and they read everything about everybody, and then they choose from there. And I won.
Well, you know, I was reading through the article, and let me just hold this up for everybody. Big article. That's her. That's her. You can see her. There's some pretty heady runner-ups that were in the group here.
They're amazing women.
I was reading about that, and so it's pretty impressive that you were chosen over them.
I'm very honored to be chosen. I'm been surprised. I mean,
Really?
yes, because I don't think since I'm doing something that I love to do, I don't think it's outside of the norm. So to me, it's just every day. And then to be recognized for it, it was just like, really? thank you. Oh, wow. You know, and you just, whenever I was saying thank you last night, I got really emotional because it just hit me how important this award was, or is, I should say.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
So tell us about the business that you're in and what you actually do, because again, I was trying to read through some of the titles and there's a long list here of things that you're certified in and the type of work you do, forensic restoration. Let's start with that. Tell people what that actually is.
Forensic restoration. I'm actually a certified bioforensic restoration specialist. And what I can do is I clean up after crime and trauma scenes and hoarding, mass casualties, WMDs. And I'm also a trainer with my husband, Jeff. And so we teach people how to do these things too. And it's the microbial warrior. And that's basically what we do. We treat our business back home in Oklahoma as a business or as a ministry, because it's what it is to us. It's a ministry. And so we're going out to help people. So when they call us, they're not having a good day.
I understand that, and I've come across a lot of that, from my past and everything.
Yes.
But it's funny because sitting here talking to you, it's kind of like the mild-mannered reporter that rips off the mask and is now the superhero in forensic cleanup, crime scene cleanup, meth lab, stuff like that. You also do, right?
We're just now starting to dip our toes in the meth, but we were staying away from it because we wanted to specialize specifically on the forensic restoration right now, because we wanted to be able to get everything under our coats and be able to teach what we do and explain it the way it needs to be explained and train people so that they will be safe when they do it.
Well, I know that you deal with a lot of high-end equipment too. And earlier I was over by your booth talking with you and Jeff, and somehow you guys got me to put on one of the helmets and breathing kits that you have. And this thing was pretty impressive. I mean, I've done a lot of work through the medical side and through the restoration side where you're wearing N95 masks, half face masks, all kinds of PPE, but this is like next level stuff. What is that thing I was wearing? It's a helmet and breathing apparatus all in one?
It is a Max Air unit, and what it is, it's a PAPR, and it's powered air purifying apparatus.
Resuscitator or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like
My
that.
brain's not working right now, but it literally takes air and puts it in through the filter and it goes over your face. So it's positive air. So you don't have to have a fit test. You can wear your glasses and you can have facial hair. So the men love it.
And I understand that because it's positive pressure, you can be in fairly contaminated environments, actually more contaminated than wearing just a regular N95 mask or even a half face mask.
Correct.
Because it's protecting your eyes and everything else.
Correct.
This is stuff that when we're talking, you said is also used in the medical community.
Yes.
See, I've never seen that, but how do they use it there?
Same way. They put them on, and if anybody were to sneeze at them, it wouldn't matter because they have a cuff over their face, and so that would protect their three holes: their eyes, ears, or eyes, nose, and mouth. So it protects your three orifices, and so you're protected. And like I said, it goes through a high efficiency filter, so it won't go through that filter.
So medical grade type filtration for all the nasty stuff that's out, even like when COVID was really a thing, it would be protective for that.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because I know that a lot of our people through emergency services, medical services, I mean, they were wearing 2 and 3 masks at a time, trying to protect themselves. And it sounds like this is something that does it all by itself.
Yes. And plus with those masks, people were getting rashes around their faces because it would irritate their skin. You don't have to worry about that with this.
Ah, okay. Well, again, I was wearing it. I know Doug took some pictures of me. I'm afraid to see what he did with those, but I'm sure we'll find out in the near time. So what do you have planned next? You already won the Woman of the Year in Restoration Award here. What's next?
Just get more and more people trained to do their job safely. That's our goal.
And where are you located?
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Is that where you teach, or do you guys teach
No,
all
we
over?
teach pretty much everywhere that has a facility that can actually accommodate what we do, because there's some facilities we use real blood and real brains from the people that the butchers, not butchers, but the places.
Talking about
where-
animals,
Yes,
Yeah.
animals.
not people. You're not
No,
digging
no,
graves,
right.
Okay. Take it to
So-
a whole new level. That,
Right.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll put it on walls, and that's how we train. So you're actually getting in there and you're cleaning up these substances off the walls and floors or wherever we had put it, and then we test you. So
Okay.
it's real live
Is
stuff.
there a special certification for this?
For yeah,
For
we
forensic type of cleaning and stuff?
yeah, because there's a certified forensic operator, then there's a bioforensic or certified forensic restoration specialist, and then a certified bioforensic restoration specialist after that. And we are also doing high risk, high level decontamination specialists, where we are training how to deactivate or where you take fentanyl and just destroy it, where it will not
Well,
hurt
fentanyl is such a
anybody.
big problem
It
right
is.
now.
It's a really big problem.
I know that's in crime scene cleanup and meth labs, fentanyl production and distribution, but also in the medical field. We were talking earlier about, patients wearing, 10, 12 fentanyl patches,
Yeah.
And just throwing them around, and now the contamination is everywhere.
Yep. Yeah. And I was talking to a relative of mine, and they were telling me that the way they get rid of their fentanyl patch, because they have issues, and we of course won't go into that. But there's a way you're supposed to fold them up and get rid of them. Of course, I didn't ask them how they did it, but if they're not disposed properly, yes, very big problem.
Yeah. And
there's people that are just going to throw them off.
oh, absolutely. And it's absorbed through your skin. So
Yes.
just accidentally coming in contact with it, picking it up, you can affect a lot of people.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like you got some work cut out for you with training like
do.
the rest of
And
everybody.
What we do is scientific based.
Mhm.
So it's not just like, we think it's going to work. We've actually talked to scientists and figured everything out with their help.
So is there a filtering program, going back to what you said earlier about who can take your classes because of the way that you teach your classes, with real blood, real debris from animals and stuff like that?
Not really. You'll learn pretty quickly whether you're going to be able to do it or not, because during presentations, we do show very graphic photographs, and we've had some people that actually got up out of the room and walked out because they couldn't handle it. But usually is the people that come are the ones that they think pretty much they're secure that they can do it. Or if they've already done a couple of jobs and they just want to learn how to do it correctly.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk to about, or anybody online, send them a message, say hello, anything like that?
No, just I love my family.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank
I
you for
appreciate
being here with us. And we'll have to chat some more. I would love to take one of the classes one day.
Okay.
So we'll
That'd be
talk.
awesome. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
I want to welcome Rachel Rabelais from Air Answers to our stream today. And I've talked with her before. It's always interesting when we meet up with the people from Air Answers. They're always coming up with something new and more high tech into the industry of indoor air quality, allergens, and some really cool scientific stuff. So, Rachel, how about a quick hello, and we'll start chatting.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me, Lance. Really happy to be here. And hello to everyone out there in the Normie universe.
Well, it's funny you say that. We're broadcasting this on all kinds of channels through social media, and it's going to be out there in a lot of places.
Well, that's exciting.
Again, it's technology, and it's there to be used, just like the stuff you guys are coming out with. So with that, I got a few questions for you.
So,
Of
so
course.
first of all, I heard that you guys have some kind of newsletter coming out. What's that all about?
Yes, we're going to have a quarterly newsletter we send out with all of our updates, update on our testing that we're offering, information about partnerships or conferences that we're going to. And there'll be a link on there to set up a consultation with us. It'll be a short 15-minute free consultation to learn more about the technology.
Can anybody sign up for that newsletter?
The newsletter goes out to all of our customers, all Normie members. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's interested in it, go to our website and fill out the contact us for more information link, and we'll provide you with a newsletter.
That's what I was looking for. So yes. Okay. Because I know a lot of our members, even if they're not using your services as yet, may still want to get that newsletter.
Oh yeah. Great. Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious, what prompted that? I mean, because you haven't done that in the past.
Well, we thought it would just be, we always have so much going on, and we don't feel sometimes that we're getting that information out there. And this time around, we've decided we really wanted people to know what we're doing, new things that we're adding, things that would be potentially more interesting to different businesses. And, we just want people to know what's going on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll be signing up for that because I don't think I'm getting it yet. And I just found out that you're doing that. So
you'll get one.
Okay. It's important to stay up to date. And just so you know, I just want to segue into this really quick. I am using the official Airmasters coffee mug that I got at the last convention with you guys. It's an amazing coffee cup. I'll talk about that later.
It's the best coffee cup.
Yes, it is. All right. So as far as technology, and the coffee cup is a lot of technology because it keeps stuff warm for hours.
Exactly.
I know you have new tests coming up. I mean, we've talked quite a bit recently, and you keep describing new processes that are coming. Can you talk about some of the newer ones and the old ones too, but definitely the newer ones?
Okay. Well, one of the things that we have coming out this week for anyone who's working with, cannabis grow facilities, we're adding botrytis onto our menu. We have powdery mildew, and then we're going to be adding botrytis to that. That is going to come out by the end of this week. It's going to be available for purchase.
I know from what we've done in the IAQ industry, the grow houses are really concerned about the different powdery funguses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. I didn't know the specific name before, but I know that they have to submit samples to different government entities for testing purposes, and that's one of the things they're really concerned about, because they could lose an entire crop if that's out of control.
Oh yeah, the whole crop can go because of botrytis or bud rot and powdery mildew issues. But also for people who are working with those cannabis growers, one of the state requirements for a lot of different places is aspergillus. So we do have that aspergillus option as part of our mold genera testing as well, which could be helpful. And then we have one of our other panels, opportunistic fungal pathogen panel. There's two species of aspergillus on that one as well that could be helpful in this area: Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus fumigatus, which are two of the four aspergillus species that are problematic for people who want to pass their state requirements.
Are those the specific species that affect people with aspergillosis, I believe it's called?
Yes. It's people who are immunocompromised, or it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to be inhaling something, or you're going to be using something for human consumption, you don't want them to inhale a bunch of different spores or kinds of molds that could potentially cause serious respiratory problems.
Well, I know you've been expanding out all the different types of testing, and I know we've talked over the last 2 or 3 years about this, especially when COVID came out, because you do testing for COVID also.
Yeah.
What else are you testing for, or can you let us know that you'll be testing for in the coming future?
All right. Well, this is all new information, so I'll give you just like a little sneak peek, but we are going to be expanding our viral panel. And so we will be adding more viruses to that, and viruses that would be potentially interesting to people in schools and people in buildings and everything else. So we're working to expand that. So we're going to be adding not just COVID, we're going to be having other viruses as well.
I mean, it sounds specifically the way you're talking, like it's also targeting a little bit more into the medical industry. I mean, we obviously know the indoor air quality is desperate need for all of this testing, but it sounds like the medical industry may have a bigger interest in this.
Could be. I could see the medical industry being interested in this as well.
Yeah, I know that, we've run into issues over the years with the medical industry has been resistant to deal with more of the environmental issues affecting people, but I think that's changing now. And I think stuff like your technology is making a big difference where it's accessible and understandable to the lay person and the doctors.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree.
All right, cool. All right. Well, if you think of anything else while we're chatting here that's coming out that you can share with us, please do.
That's what I have right now.
All right, well, let's see.
Coming soon.
I know we were at, I believe it was the ISSA convention. Was the last time. And I think you guys are going to be at the IAQA convention also.
That's correct. We will have a booth at the IAQA, and I will be participating in a panel conversation moderated by Michael Pinto on mycotoxins. So there'll be a group of us in that panel discussion, and that'll take place at the I think it's I forget what night of I think it's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday, but it's during the IAQA. So keep an eye out for that panel discussion, and it should be really interesting.
I know Doug Hoffman is going to be at the IAQA show. I'm not sure if I am or not yet. I have a few things coming up, so I may not be able to get there, but I know Doug is going to be there, so you'll be probably chatting with him.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Pinto, is one of our senior instructors. I mean, he runs some classes for us that are really specific to sensitized individuals. And one of the important things in his teachings is also your technology, because the people that are sensitized, which I believe now they're considering between 20 and 25% of the population out there. It's like 1 in 4 people are considered sensitized.
Oh yeah.
And it's not that it's really been that different over the last several years. It's just become an awareness now. And now people want to know what's going on in their environment. And that's really where your type of technology really comes in.
Oh yeah.
I keep calling it technology, and I don't want it to sound science fiction like, but
you don't want to say electrokinetic capture technology?
No, it's too early in the day for that.
Haven't had enough coffee yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, I don't want to do that, but I do want to say that, we had talked a few months back about the teaching of your technology to like our members and the public. And you would come up with some specific short videos that really went into detail, but quickly, so people could understand it, how to use the technology, what it could be used for, and actually how to just to turn it on. We found with a lot of the technology that's out there that people don't want to read instructions any longer.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it myself. You open up that furniture you want to put together, no, we don't need these. And some of the companies now have been putting out just pictures, no more words, instructions. But you went to the next step and actually did videos showing people how to manipulate the cartridges, how to turn things on and off and reset, which was extremely helpful. And
if there's anyone else who needs, if there's any other videos you can think of, we'll gladly put those together as well, if they will help to provide more information.
Be careful what you offer to do. And because we never know. I mean, we're dealing with several different generations of assessors, inspectors, remediators, and the general public, and they all learn differently. Some people have to read directions. Other people have to look at pictures. Other people need to just have a video explaining it to them.
Yeah.
And having all these different ways out there really makes a difference. So yeah, we may be asking you to do a few more of those things.
Great. I understand. I'm very visual myself. So, I mean, I put together I got a table from Amazon the other day, and everything it went right to YouTube, and it had a whole video on how to put it together. So, I completely understand.
Can you talk a little bit more about the types of allergens that you guys can test for? I get a lot of questions from people about, I know I have allergies, but I don't know what I'm allergic to. Or I went to a doctor and he said I'm allergic to these 4 things, but I don't know. I don't think I have, anything in the house related to a cat, but they say I'm allergic to cats. That type of testing.
Yeah. Yep. I completely understand. We've had quite a few people who moved into places and they don't know, everyone automatically goes to mold. It's like, well, my eyes are itchy and I'm having these problems directly because of mold. And then you find out that, we find cat allergen in the home. So what we specifically test for is we have a cat allergen, dog allergen, dust mite, cockroach, mouse, and 3 different types of pollens. So we do tree pollen, grass pollen, and ragweed pollen.
Got to go back to the dogs and cats for